You're looking live in Las Vegas. The Senate Majority Leader who squeaked by in his election, he's heading back to Washington. Let's listen in.
My tireless staff and all my generous volunteers. I wish my voice could convey what's in my heart. That's thank you, thank you, thank you. You never gave up. You never gave up. Because you know Nevadans never give up. I know how hard you worked, and I appreciate each minute you spent, each hour, days, weeks, months, and years. And I thank the people of Nevada. It's always been my honor to represent the state, to serve the state, and to fight for the state, and to fight for each of you. And friends, I'm not finished fighting. In fact, tonight, I'm more determined than ever. You see, I've been in some pretty tough fights in my day. They've been in the street, been in a boxing ring, and they've been in the United States Senate. But I have to admit, this has been one of the toughest. But it's nothing compared to the fights families are facing all over Nevada right now. This race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round. I know a lot of Nevadans feel like they've been counted out, but you know I know what that's like. I've taken on powerful forces. No one dared to challenge them. And I've run in some tough elections. No one thought I could win. So I know what it's like to have the odds stacked against you. I know what it's like to take a punch. I've taken a few. But more importantly, I know what it's like to get back on your feet.
And Harry Reid, we've heard him make boxing analogies many times, and there he goes again tonight saying this is the beginning of the next round. We'll see what that means. Joining us now for some final thoughts, our panel. I just want to start with you, Britt. As we wind up the night and you see how the numbers are shaking out, still waiting on a couple of races, your final thought.
Well, it's obviously been the kind of wave election that we anticipated, that the polling pointed to. It wasn't quite as huge as I thought it would have been, and I don't know what the final, net vote count will be, how big a percentage advantage the Republicans will enjoy. If it had been as big as it looked yesterday for a time as it would be, I think they would have probably won the Senate, and they didn't. But it's still a huge turnabout. It's the single biggest reversal of political fortunes in as short a period of time as I've ever seen. I've been covering politics, for as long as I can remember. And there are some very stern lessons in this, it seems to me, about overread mandates, about trying to take a country in an ideological direction that the country is unwilling and resistant to going, and also about the failure to solve the single biggest problem you face when you become president. And I think that's the story of this election tonight. It is not a big mandate for Republicans, and I think the Republican leadership so far has shown an awareness of that. You saw that in the humility in John Boehner's comments. You see a few people, Rand Paul was talking about, we were going to take our government back and all that. They got a ways to go to do that.
Here's some Powers.
I was listening earlier to Karl Rove and Juan sort of talking about, nobody was voting. Most of the Republicans won, right? So it must just be against the Democrats. And I think it's against the party in power, and the Republicans aren't in power. So now that they're in power, I think it's going to completely change. Now, they don't have control over everything, but they are going to be held much more accountable. And that's sort of my second point is I'm really interested to see if the Tea Party does a better job than the Obama voters did, holding the people they elected accountable.
Fred Barnes.
Well, this was an amazing election where Republicans win, say, 65 seats and 6, 7, or 8 Senate seats. They're going to have enormous power in Washington. The president's still the biggest person who sets the agenda, but Republicans can do a lot. They really can. They're going to go after spending, starting with rescissions. And then Paul Ryan, the congressman from Wisconsin, is going to head the budget committee. He's going to write a budget. The Senate is going to have not a majority of Republicans, but they're going to be, there are 24 Democratic senators up in 2012. A lot of those are going to be a lot more conservative than they have been before, just because they want to get reelected.
30 seconds, Juan.
The president is in the Rose Garden tomorrow, or before the reporters, to try to make sense of this before he gets on his plane to go off to India. My sense is that he is specifically going to target, with David Axelrod, independent voters who went so heavily to the Republican side in this election. And in order to do that, he's got to show some bipartisan ability. He's got to show that he's at least making an attempt to work with Republicans. And if Republicans rebuff him, let it go against them, not against him.
Panel, thank you very much. It has been an historic night. America voted, America decided, and has changed the course of this country. And the good thing is the campaign ads stop and the phone calls stop as of tonight.
That's true, but this is just the beginning of our election coverage. Many people say this is the kickoff in earnest to the 2012 presidential race. We'll have all the results continue to be analyzed and discussed tomorrow here on Fox News. I want to thank all members of our panel, our crack team of political reporters. Thanks to all of you as well for being with us. I'm Megyn Kelly in New York.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our continuing coverage of America's election. Headquarters, I'm Greg Jarrett.
I'm Jamie Colby. It's great to have you with us. What a night. Our Fox News team of reporters, political analysts, and contributors, they are covering all the angles for you tonight.
Our panel is here for the next 3 hours, ready to analyze all of the races.
Yeah, and Greg, our decision team has been busy all night crunching the votes. With some of the races still up in the air, they are staying with us just a bit longer. And it is the top of the hour. We want to bring you some headlines. The balance of power in the House is switching to the Republicans. House Republican leader John Boehner saying tonight that this power shift sends a message to Democrats to change course. In the Senate, the Republicans have narrowed the gap a bit. Democrats still holding the majority of seats there, including Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, the projected winner in the race in Nevada, against Tea Party back Sharon Angle. And take a look at this, a picture of President Obama calling House Republican leader John Boehner. The president made the call at midnight to congratulate him. A GOP aide says they had a brief conversation. The two talked about working together to focus on creating jobs and cutting spending. Greg.
All right, Jamie, we're here at the wall to take a look, first of all, at the balance of power in both the House of Representatives as well as the Senate. Now, over in the House, you can see red for the Republicans, blue for the Democrats, and those are some of the remaining seats yet to be called. Here on the Senate side, let's take a closer look at this. Here you see the majority, 51, 49 Democrats so far, 46 Republicans. Want to take a look at some of the races to watch. And here they are, the ones that are in red. We've been watching closely there. The blues are the Democrats. Let's go back now and take a look at the big map. Let's begin, first of all, with the Senate races. The Democrats managed to hold on to 4 very important ones, notably in West Virginia. Governor Joe Manchin was running for the United States Senate, 53% of the vote against the Republican John Racy. Let's head back to the map and take a look at one other very important race. West Virginia, they also managed to hang on to Delaware. We can pick up Delaware. And it wasn't even close. Christine O'Donnell, the Tea Party-backed candidate. Chris Coons, 57% of the vote. Let's take a look at some of the states that Republicans managed to hang on in the United States Senate. In fact, they made 6 gains. Colorado has yet to be called. Nevada, of course, went to Harry Reid. He hung on to his seat. But notably in Pennsylvania, Joe Sestak was the Democratic candidate, and he lost very narrowly to Pat Toomey. Also want to take a look at the state of Illinois. This was an important state for Democrats to hold on to. They failed to do so. Mark Kirk, the Republican, managed to pick up. So in all, 6 Republican gains in the United States Senate. The Democrats held on to 4 of their seats. We're going to have more from the map here, and we'll talk about the gubernatorial races as well as the House races. Jamie?
All right, Greg, you're pretty good on that board. For just the beginning of this 3-hour show that we're bringing you, we're following a key race in Nevada. We're going to go live right now to Fox News correspondent Anita Vogel, who is in Las Vegas. Anita, tell us about the very latest. I know we heard from Harry Reid, and he said things are going to change a little bit. What does he have in store?
Well, you know, this is a little bit of a surprise victory here. Harry Reid just wrapping up his speech here. He said tonight Nevadans chose hope over fear, and that this was not the end of a fight, but the start of the next round. He likes to use those boxing analogies. You know, the polls were dead even in this race for most of the race. They even had Harry Reid a little bit behind in the past few weeks. He is not popular. His disapproval ratings are over 50%. He was up against a well-funded Tea Party Express candidate, Sharon Angle, who blamed him for all of Nevada's problems. But at the end of the day, Nevadans decided to stick with the status quo and their clout in Washington. They're sending Harry Reid back to the U.S. Senate. Jamie, back to you.
All right, and we're going to go right now to Jerry Brown, who has been declared the winner in the governor's race. He'll return to the mansion. Let's listen.
Future. And that's what it's all about. The kids in school, not just these 2 schools, but every single public school in California. We want to make sure they have what they need to create greatness. Every kid has so much potential. And we ought to make sure our society keeps that in the forefront of whatever we do. Will this help the next generation? That's going to be my watchword. Okay? Now, they haven't got all the votes in yet, but hell, it's good enough for government work. And I think, so, looks like I'm going back again. Now, as you know, I've got the know-how and the experience and all those other things I said. And this time, of course, we have a first lady, which we didn't have last time. And I think that's going to be the real difference. Now, look, I like the symbolism of this theater because it was dark, and actually there were people camped in here, and they were burning the ceiling and cooking their meals, and now it's transformed into this beautiful venue for music. It's for the school's upstairs, and I want people of California to know we might and we will have times that'll be tough. How long they'll last, a year, maybe longer, but if we all pull together, and if we operate with honesty, if I tell you what I understand, I level with you, and we include everybody, and it's transparent, and here's the key point. We want to be fair. In our society, if we're going to hold together, if we're going to meet the challenges that we have to, we've got to have a larger sense of agreement. And the only way we can get to where we are, which is polarization, division, hostility, and even this election. I mean, 90% of the Republicans voted for Meg Whitman, 90% of the Democrats voted for me. Now, how do we get, luckily the independents made a pretty big margin there in the middle. And also there are more Democrats than Republicans. But having said all that, these are real divisions. And they're divisions tonight in California. There'll be divisions in the state capitol. They're the divisions in Washington. So I take as my challenge forging a common purpose. But a common purpose based not just on compromise, but on a vision of what California can be. And I see a California, once again, leading in renewable energy, in public education, and an openness to every kind of person, whatever their color is. I mean, we're all God's children. And while I'm really into this politics thing, I still carry with me my sense of kind of that missionary zeal to transform the world. And that's always been a part of what I do. So I understand the political part, but I also understand what it's all about, the vision. And I'm hoping and I'm praying that this breakdown that's gone on for so many years in the state capitol, and we're watching it in Washington, that the breakdown paves the way for a breakthrough. And that's the spirit that I want to take back to Sacramento 28 years later, full of energy, full of creativity, and ready to serve you, the people of California. Thank you very much for helping and getting us here. Thank you.
And there he is, Jerry Brown, the governor-elect of the state of California. It was a busy night in California. Our reporters are there. And, Greg, I know you're going to talk to Adam Housley now. More races.
Adam Housley is live in Los Angeles. It wasn't just the gubernatorial race, but the U.S. Senate race as well. And, Adam, what's the latest in that race?
Yeah, well, Greg, California's, at least Republicans in California, were hoping to pick up that seat as well as the governor's seat. You just heard from Jerry Brown, who has not yet officially accepted the governorship here in California. Meg Whitman has not yet conceded, but the numbers right now show him behind or ahead about 5%. We'll get to that in a moment. As you mentioned, the Senate race here in California, a lot of money had been dumped in, especially in the last couple of weeks. The Chamber of Commerce had put in significant money trying to push Fiorina over the top. But the numbers in right now, with about 30% of the precincts reporting, we've called this race, of course, for Barbara Boxer, the two-term incumbent senator here in California. And right now, the polls with 30% in are showing her ahead by 1%. We have a significant number of votes still coming in, but she has been called as the winner pretty early on due to exit polls, and the numbers are showing that. But it's a very close race here in California. Again, Greg, one that the Republicans thought they might be able to pick up, but they did not. And take this into account. Here in California, this state is significantly registered Democrat. You've got 44% of the electorate registered Democrat as compared to 32% registered Republican and 20% decline to state. So this state is decisively a blue state, and for Republicans to come close, in some people's mind, as you talk to them on the phone here in the Golden State, they still consider it a win, although not the kind of win they had hoped for with Barbara Boxer returning to Washington for her third term. Greg?
Also on the ballot, Adam, almost every election in California, a lot of initiatives out there, and the one that caught everybody's attention nationwide, of course, was Prop 19, the initiative to legalize marijuana. How did that turn out?
Yeah, the numbers there have changed dramatically in the last 6 weeks. It's a race we've been featuring, of course, for a number of months here. The money really started coming in. In fact, George Soros dumped $1 million of his own money in recently trying to somehow support that proposition. The numbers switched. Right now it's showing 60-40 against it, which means legalized marijuana in California is not going to pass here. And what's interesting about that, Greg, was, as you mentioned, it would have been the first in California, first state in the union, California, to pass that. Mexico was watching this very closely as well because they felt it would have adversely affected them. There were a lot of people watching that proposition, and there were some holes in that proposition. A lot of people came out against it. People that you might expect to maybe support it came out against it. There were some holes there, but those in favor of the proposition say this gives them something to work on, to build on, potentially trying to pass some sort of proposition of the same nature in 2012. Greg?
Yeah, I think just about every major candidate for office in California this year came out against Prop 19, so it went down in flames, if you forgive the pun. Adam Housley, live in Los Angeles. Adam, thanks very much.
All right, Greg.
All right, well, as we go to break, I want to tell you what's coming up. We have 3 hours of coverage, and there are still races to be called. And also, speaking of calling, the president picked up the phone. Midnight tonight, he placed several calls, one of them to John Boehner, one to current House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, and also to Senator McConnell. We're going to bring you the latest and the details on those phone calls. Plus, here's a bit of the concession speech that came earlier tonight by Delaware Senate candidate, Tea Party supported Christine O'Donnell. Stay right where you are.
The Republican Party will never be the same. And that's a good thing. Our voices were heard, and we're not going to be quiet now.
Welcome back to election night. As in any major election, this one has certainly had its fair share of high-profile victory and concession speeches. Kelly Wright joins us now live from our D.C. bureau with some of the night's top announcements. Kelly?
Well, Greg, good morning to you. The voting is over. The American people have stated what they want, and that is change. And the Republicans, well, they have emerged as the clear victors. Now, having stated all that, President Obama called Republican leader John Boehner this morning, the two men discussing ways to create jobs and cutting spending. And while the Republicans are now in control of the House, the presumptive House Speaker John Boehner, in an emotional address, warns fellow conservatives this is not a time to celebrate, but a time to roll up your sleeves and work hard for the American people. While speaking here in D.C., Boehner also stated that with their vote, the American people have sent a clear message to President Obama.
While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course.
And President Obama also called and talked to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. In that call, the president said he was, quote, looking forward to working with him and the Republicans to find common ground, move the country forward, and get things done for the American people. Now, aides say the president received updates on races from his staff, but did not sit in front of the television watching the election returns himself. A spokesman said the president plans to voice his thoughts on the results in a news conference later today at 1 p.m. We'll be watching. Greg?
Kelly Wright, thanks very much.
Sure.
Let's quickly go to California. Carly Fiorina is speaking right now and apparently conceding to Barbara Boxer in the U.S. Senate race in California. Let's listen in.
A tireless, fearless campaign as well. I want to thank the tens of thousands of volunteers who have given of their time, of their money, and particularly all of you out there who made phone calls, who knocked on doors, who left literature, because you know what? With 36% of the vote in and this race in a dead heat, guess what? Every call you made mattered. Every call you made mattered, every door you knocked on mattered, every friend, every colleague, every worker you said, hey, you got to get out there and vote. You got to vote for a future. You got to vote for Carly Fiorina. Every single one of those mattered. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing that. You guys are the best. And Frank and I love you too. Absolutely. So listen, this is going to be a long night. You know, we're going to go up and look at data, crunch data. Thank you for being here this evening. I hope you had a great party so far. Stay as long as you like, but just get prepared.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Feinstein, for being my friend, my supporter, my legislative partner, and the chairman of my campaign. Let's hear it for Diane.
All right, and now you're listening to Barbara Boxer, who has, at least Fox News has pronounced the winner in that particular race. But we should say that Carly Fiorina, before we went to her, said the race is just, quote, too close to call, and she is not conceding. Let's listen in.
So, it took me a while to get down here because hours ago we were called the winner by every single station, every single publication, and we're going to win this race. And we just pulled out to a several-point lead, and that's before LA's in. And that's before Alameda County is in. So, I am thrilled. I want you to listen up. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for this victory. After the toughest and roughest campaign of my life, this is my 11th straight election victory. And what a sweet one it is. And from the time I was elected to that first office, way back, gotta listen up, I only had one reason that I went into politics. And that was to make life better for the people I represent. That's who I am. That's all I'm about. There's no other agenda but to make life better for you and the people of California. Now listen. Everything was thrown at us, including the kitchen sink and the stove and the oven and everything. Millions of dollars of negative ads from known and unknown opponents. Millions and millions of dollars. But because of the people of California, we matched those secret, undisclosed dollars from the special interest, dollar by dollar by dollar, because of tens of thousands of small donors. And I say to you, 145,000 donors, we match those special interests.
Well, Fox News has predicted that Barbara Boxer will retain her Senate seat against Carly Fiorina, although Carly Fiorina is saying only 36% of the vote is in, and it will be a long night. She's calling it a dead heat. The night continues. The speeches do as well. And we are going to continue our coverage here of all the races. Greg, I know you had an announcement also about Hawaii.
Yeah, let's go to Hawaii. We had announced earlier that Senator Daniel Inouye won re-election to the United States Senate. Now we have the gubernatorial race, and the Democrat Neil Abercrombie has won fairly handily over his Republican opponents. So this is actually one of the few governorships that the Democrats have to brag about, because there have been substantial gains by Republicans in all of the governor races across the nation. And in fact, Republicans now have a majority of those gubernatorial wins tonight.
We're going to be speaking to both sides of the aisle to see what their feelings are about tonight. Big wins for Republicans. And I want to talk to Doug Heye now. He is joining us from Washington, Communications Director for the Republican National Committee. Doug, thanks for being with us.
Sure. Good evening or good morning, whichever the case may be.
Early hours, and it's great to have you here. Now, when I was reviewing, and I want our viewers to know about the Fox News national exit polls, they're very telling. And what they say is that across this country, people are dissatisfied, many even angry, and apparently they've had their say tonight. What is your feeling about the results that you've learned so far? What is the plan for Republicans?
Well, obviously we're excited and we're happy with what the results are, but certainly I would echo what Speaker Boehner said. This is not something that's a massive celebration or popping of champagne corks or anything like that. And this isn't the end of the campaign. This isn't really where the sidewalk ends, so to speak. It's the beginning of something. And you'll see Republicans really try and put legislation together that will, as we've seen from the Pledge to America that the House Republicans put together in this summer, that really puts jobs first and puts job creation first, puts a roadmap together for this country to get back to where it needs to. And we certainly hope that the president will step forward and be a part of that, because we need that to move forward for this country.
Doug, nearly half of the states in this country have filed legal recourse against Obamacare, and health care is an important issue for many people. How do you think it played in them turning out to vote and also voting? Because in this exit poll that we have here provided from Fox News, almost half of voters today, 48%, said repeal it, while 31% said expand it. Just 16% said leave it as it is. What will Republicans do about it?
Well, Republicans will seek to repeal the bill and then replace it. I don't think you've ever heard Republicans say that every provision in the bill is bad. there are provisions that were supported, and those are provisions for example, crossing state lines or pre-existing conditions that we need in place, and Republicans will support that. But where the bill represented an encroachment into people's daily lives, that's where Republicans will draw a line and say no, and work to repeal that and replace that. Republicans also will try and do things differently. One of the things that we saw throughout the health care process, whether it was in town halls where Democrats didn't want to listen to their constituents, or whether it was in the halls of Congress where, to quote the old Charlie Rich song, legislation was quoted from behind closed doors where Republicans were shut out. Republicans are going to put a lot of sunlight in it so that we know what's going on. You won't hear a Speaker Boehner saying that we have to pass a bill so that we know what's in it. And you'll see Republicans try and reach consensus. I would say very quickly that the best example of that, I think, is my old boss, Senator Richard Burr from North Carolina, who was elected handily tonight. In this campaign, his opponent from 2004 said nothing but great things about him, said that nobody worked harder or smarter for North Carolina than Richard Burr did. That's the kind of bipartisan consensus I think voters really want to see, and really what we need to move forward.
And Doug, let me ask you something about what voters seem to want to see, and that's what we were promised when President Obama was campaigning: bipartisanship. In fact, the Democratic National Committee Chair, Tim Kaine, says tonight is a wake-up call, and he's calling for bipartisanship. Is there anything that Republicans can do to move closer to being able to come to some decisions together, to get this White House as well to listen to some of the ideas that you want to put forward?
Well, we've already been doing that. The Pledge for America, Pledge to America, excuse me, is an example of that. We tried to meet with Democrats repeatedly on health care. We put a economic plan literally into the hands of the president.
So do you expect greater cooperation, Doug, at this point after tonight? Do you think you'll get it?
Well, we certainly hope so. I know, as you've reported, the president has spoken to Senator McConnell and Speaker-elect, which is just a great thing to say, John Boehner. And we really hope that that's there because that's a message that voters sent loud and clear tonight. One other thing that I have to say that voters sent loud and clear, after 2008, the Republican Party was defined as a Southern white male party. When you take Allen West, Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, Susana Martinez, Bill Flores, that myth is now smashed. We are a diverse party. We're not just a white Southern male party. We're a party that represents all of America, and that's a good thing, and that's something we'll continue to do.
Doug, hi. Great to see you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Always, Jamie. Good to be in the wee small hours with you.
All right, take care.
All right, huge historic gains in the House of Representatives and in the United States Senate for Republicans. They picked up, at least so far, 6 seats there. Is this an endorsement of the Republican Party or a repudiation of the Democrats? We're going to be talking to a former Democratic congressman about that subject and how much anger there is out there. Coming up. Let's go to Alaska. It is a real cliffhanger in that state Senate race. Voters there might not know who the winner is for quite some time. Dan Springer is there. He joins us live from Anchorage with the very latest. Dan?
Hey, Greg and Jamie, how you doing? Let me give you the numbers because we have about 51% of the precincts reporting, and we've got write-in leading right now at 39.4%. Joe Miller at 34.6%, and Scott McAdams, who's standing next to me, at 24.8%. So with about half of the vote, you're down 15 behind write-in. We all know write-in is Lisa Murkowski. What's your reaction?
You know, we've run a great campaign. It's a little bit like college game day out here today with our crowd behind us. We've got a lot of enthusiastic supporters. I think win, lose, or draw, we win. We still have a lot of precincts left to report. Of course, we would have liked these numbers to be better, but we're satisfied with the effort we put in.
How bizarre has it been to be in this race, a three-way race, with a write-in being the most popular, or at least the most known candidate, and you coming out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, you know, getting a lot of play in the last couple of weeks. You have been gaining momentum.
You know, we've been the rising tide throughout this whole campaign. We've been working 15, 16, 17 hours a day, doing all the fundamentals right. Now, the clock might have ran out a little bit early. I think that if this race had gone another 2 weeks, we would have won. Of course, we're not conceding yet. We still got a lot of precincts left to count.
If write-in wins, if Lisa Murkowski wins, it'll be a stunning development that a write-in candidate won a statewide race the first time since 1954. What do you think about the campaign that she ran? Because it seemed like she was going after Joe Miller all up until the last couple of weeks, and then she went after you because she saw that your numbers were coming up.
You know, I think that Lisa Murkowski ran a hard-fought campaign. I think that as we take a look at her voting record, who she is, I think she talked to a lot of Democrats, brought a lot of Democrats into her camp. I hope she holds true to some of the positioning that she has made throughout the course of this campaign. Because as of the last 2 years, she's been one of the most conservative people in the United States Senate.
What does it say about Alaska if write-in were to win? I mean, nobody really gave her a chance when she lost in the primary to pull this off.
You know, I think with only half the precincts reporting, it's too early to call anything. If Lisa wins this thing, congratulations to Lisa. We're still alive. Joe Miller's still alive. Anything can happen. Alaskan politics are always fun and very unpredictable.
All right, Scott, thanks for joining us. Scott McAdams, a Democrat in this three-way race, right now down with 24% of the vote. Lisa Murkowski, the write-in, we believe, at 39%. So she's leading right now. But again, half of the precincts reporting. This could be a long night because we're not going to get all the vote tonight. We still have about 20,000 absentee ballots that won't be added to the total until next week. So we'll have to see if this thing tightens up in the next few hours. Certainly, if it's a lot tighter, then those absentee ballots will play a major role in deciding the winner. Jamie, back to you.
All right, Dan Springer, thanks very much. Sort of a national spelling bee, Jamie, for the write-in candidates there in Alaska.
It'll be so interesting to hear how many names were actually written in. Yeah. We know that many people registered for that. Meanwhile, talking about all the races, another very interesting Fox News national poll tonight that 3 in 4 voters describe themselves as dissatisfied with the way that the federal government is working. 26% of them said they're angry. Let's talk to our panel. Michael Barone of the Washington Examiner, also a Fox News contributor, author of Almanac of American Politics 2010, and here we are. Also here, Fox News political analyst Angela McGlowan, Democratic strategist Richard Socarides, former special assistant to President Clinton, GOP pollster Adam Geller, also a former pollster for New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and Wall Street Journal columnist John Funn. And John, I told you we got to talk money. The stimulus. People angry. They're not sure if the stimulus was right. What will happen now, do you think, in terms of the economy? What can we expect in the markets, to the dollar, to our paychecks, to jobs?
Well, now that we pretty much know that there's not going to be a major increase in spending and probably not a major increase in taxation, I think the markets are going to rally. We've already seen a little bit of that in October in anticipation of that. In addition, I think we're going to see the Federal Reserve perhaps rethink some of its policies. And I think what we're going to see is a lot of temporary cooperation in Washington, because the Bush tax cuts, as you know, expire on December 31st. That has been a lot of the uncertainty that has kept people from hiring workers. And once that's resolved...
John, I need to interrupt you because Meg Whitman is about to speak, and we also want to give her a chance to address the crowd and to tell us what she has on her mind tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and thank you for being part of this cause to fix California. Tonight has not turned out quite as we had hoped. We've come up a little short, but certainly not for lack of hard work, determination, and a clear vision for making our state better. We overcame great obstacles to get this far, and I could not be any prouder of the race we have ran, and I gave it my all, and so did you. So I have just called Governor-elect Brown. to wish him well. And it looks like the results are in, and it is time now for Californians to unite behind the common cause of turning around this state that we love. In many ways, thank you, I appreciate that. You know, in many ways, this election was much bigger than Governor Brown or me. It was about the struggles and dreams of millions of Californians. Our challenges are daunting, and they won't be solved by politics as usual. But we do need leaders in Sacramento to rise to the occasion and work together. It is my hope that a new era of bipartisan problem solving can begin tonight, because the people of California deserve no less. And tomorrow we are all Californians. You know, when I began this campaign, I asked Californians who believe in a new vision for our state to join me. And I have never stopped being amazed over these many months by the breadth and enthusiasm of your response. Your time and energy were critical to building this remarkable campaign.
And after spending really what was probably a record number in the state, $140 million on her campaign, acknowledging that this race looks to go to Jerry Brown, who will take his place back in the governor's mansion, the former governor and attorney general. Let me let you, John, finish your thought about the economy, because you were bringing some good news tonight about where things might go. I know the Federal Reserve looking, the QE2, and also the stock markets a little bit optimistic. Does tonight send a message that there will be less spending and there can be more optimism?
Well, there's certainly not going to be another stimulus package. I think the Bush tax cuts will be extended. I think for everyone, for the first 2 years at least, and then for the middle class permanently. And that will achieve a certain amount of stability. One of the reasons we've had the problems we've had the last 2.5 years, both under Bush and under Obama, is the uncertainty. People have not been able to plan for the future. I think this will lay down some markers, some guardrails in which people can plan their economic future.
Richard, I think it's fair to say that Democrats got spanked today at the polls, certainly in the House of Representatives.
Let's just say it was a big win for the Republicans.
And it coincides with a couple of polls that are out there. We could put these up. 54% of Americans disapprove, according to the Fox exit polls, of President Obama's performance, only to be outdone by the disapproval rating of Congress, which is 73%. The president's going to be holding a news conference at about 1 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. He's going to be addressing some of these things. What should he say?
Well, I think what he really has to say is that I got the message. I realize that we need to do better. I need to do better, and I'm prepared to do better, and I'm prepared to work for the good of the country. You know, we have to put this election behind us. We're all Americans. And I think he has to try to create a kind of atmosphere where some kind of compromise is possible. And obviously he's not going to be for rolling back health care, and there are still major differences between the Republicans and the Democrats.
Is he capable of compromise, Angela? Because, I mean, this is a guy who never even met with the House Minority Leader one-on-one, John Boehner, and he only recently met with the Minority Leader in the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell, one-on-one, just recently.
Obama's very charismatic, and self-preservation is the first law of nature, and I believe he's going to take a page out of Clinton's playbook of the 104th Congress and move to the center if he wants to be reelected in 2012. He's going to have to compromise. And I think tomorrow you'll see a more humble Obama.
Before we go to a break, Adam, quickly, I want to ask about lessons learned, obviously for Democrats tonight, but what about for Republicans?
Well, I think the lessons for Republicans, first of all, comes from Democrats, which is don't take this as a mandate. Don't take this as the country suddenly fell in love with Republicans. This is an anti-Democrat, anti-Obama vote, but understand that voters are fickle. They're not in love with you. Now roll up your sleeves and get things done.
Not a major endorsement. Not a major endorsement for the Republicans. And I thought John Boehner did a great job tonight. He was very humble, very modest, beautiful. I thought he spoke beautifully.
He was emotional. We'll play some of that later. I want to mention we'll get to Michael Barone, too, after we take a quick break.
In just a minute. Lots to tell you about, not just what happened in the House, the Senate, the gubernatorial races, but our exit polls as well, quite revealing. 40% of Americans want to keep all of the Bush tax cuts. Will that happen now, given the events of today? We'll be talking about that coming up.
Tomorrow starts the rebuilding, the road of rebuilding America. We must start tomorrow. And I really believe that Washington can learn a few things, a few lessons from West Virginia. Yes! A little common sense goes a long way, I can tell you that.
Welcome back. A big night for Republicans in the House of Representatives as well as the United States Senate. Joining us now to talk about it, Michael Barone of the Washington Examiner, also a Fox News contributor. Michael, 48%, according to our exit polls, want to repeal the health care law. 40% want to keep all of the Bush tax cuts. Given the gains by Republicans, what happens to those two issues?
Well, I think the tax cut issue has got to be resolved by this Congress because the tax cuts expire on January 1st and the new Congress doesn't take office till January 3rd. I think that it's pretty clearly indicated that even in the outgoing Congress, the votes were not there to renew just the tax cuts of those under $250,000. The votes were there to renew all the tax cuts, and I think that's the way it's going to go. If it's not in this Congress, it'll be rectified in the next Congress. I think this vote was really a rejection of the big government policies of the Obama administration, which have increased the gross national product, the percentage of the gross domestic product in the federal government from about 21%, the level it's been at for quite a long time, to 25%. That's a big increase, and voters are saying they don't like it, particularly white non-college educated voters, the purported beneficiaries of it. So I think the question is how far Republicans are prepared to take public policy in the other direction.
Well,
and that's unclear.
Speaking of which, I read today that one of the first moves or votes by a Speaker Boehner would be some sort of judgment on health care. And I was asked parenthetically by a health care lawyer today, what do you think is going to happen to health care? Any ideas?
Well, there's going to be, this health care bill is not just one little piece of legislation that goes into effect in self-executing fashion. It depends on a lot of regulations being issued by the Secretary of Health and Human Services. It depends on continued funding of various aspects of the health care programs and some of these attempts to cut costs by denying care, which were embedded first in the stimulus package and then in the health care bill. Whether those will be funded by this Congress is uncertain. It depends also on the big state governors. And here you've had the election of a Democratic governor in California who perhaps will want to go along with the Obamacare proposals. But we've seen elections of Republican governors in a lot of states tonight in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, apparently in Florida and Georgia. So I think that in those there's going to be efforts to stall, stop, amend, revise, or reverse the Obamacare program in many different ways. And there are probably some more glitches in the program that haven't been unearthed yet in those 2,300 pages.
The remaining Democrats, are they going to be a more liberal caucus, most of whom survived because they come from fairly liberal districts?
Well, I think that's right. If you look at the Democratic leadership in this Congress, it primarily comes from members who represent districts dominated either by black Americans, by Hispanics, or by what the California writer Joel Kotkin calls gentry liberals, high-income liberals, like those who predominate in Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco district. Most of those districts went unscathed. Those people were reelected. President Obama got more than 80% of the vote in 28 congressional districts in 2008. John McCain didn't get that level of votes in any district. So those people are there, and a lot of the blue dogs, a lot of those who either had or purported to have a moderate voting record, they're gone. So I think you're going to have a more liberal Democratic caucus.
Michael Barone, great to see you. Thanks so much.
I hope he sticks around, but we have much more coming up. In fact, coming up after the break, I will speak to former Congressman Martin Frost about what the Democrats are thinking tonight. Well, let's bring in now former Congressman Martin Frost. He is a Democrat watching all the races closely. He's from Texas. Congressman, great to have you with us. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning to you. It is morning.
It is morning, and I'm very interested in your perspective on the races tonight, on the change in the balance of power, even though the Republicans did not take the majority in the Senate at this point. There is a bit of a message for Democrats. Will we hear President Obama, when he speaks tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, address it?
I certainly hope so. I mean, clearly the message is the public wants something done about jobs. They want something done to improve the economy. I would hope the first thing the president does is follow the advice of some of the people you just had on your panel. Put to rest the issue of the Bush-era tax cuts. I hope he proposes a 1 or 2 year extension of the upper income tax cuts, making the others permanent. Put that behind us. And then the president appointed a deficit reduction panel. Their report is due on December 1st. That'll be the real test of bipartisanship. If they can reach agreement, then we'll see if Republicans and Democrats in both the House and the Senate can sit down and really try and work on this. I hope they can. But I want to disagree with one thing Michael Barone said. I don't think you're going to see Democrats moving to the left. I think Democrats want to have a chance to come back. Hope springs eternal. The Republicans were down for 2 elections. They came back in the House. I think Democrats will move to the center try and encourage the president to move to the center and see if we can work with Republicans and see what happens.
Well, center perhaps, but moderate Democrats took a hit tonight, and I want to ask
no question about that. There's no question about that. But Democrats can never be in the majority unless they add moderates and conservatives on top of the liberal base they have in the House.
But at this point, Congressman, can Democrats change their message? Because they've done so much in these first 2 years that President Obama's in office. They've made it very clear. They don't have a problem with spending. The stimulus, they were in favor of and considering a second one. The tax cuts, they want to expire. All of a sudden, if they do change their position, what does that mean for voters, especially independents, who didn't potentially turn out in the numbers that were expected, particularly the young voters that did in the general election, and also minority voters? Will they be confused?
It will mean that if the president moves to the center and if Democrats move to the center, that they were listening to what happened in this election. That's what elections are all about. The Republicans won this election in the House. They didn't win it from the Senate, but they did narrow the margin significantly. There'll be at least 51 votes in the Senate when you add the 2 independents, perhaps 52 or 53, depending upon how these other races come out. But a lot of Democrats are up for re-election in the Senate next time. Many more Democrats than Republicans are up in 2012. And I can tell you a lot of those United States senators are going to be, who are Democrats, are going to be talking to the president and saying, Mr. President, we need to listen to what the public said. We need to move to the center. Remember what Bill Clinton did in 1996. He worked with the Republican leaders, got welfare reform through an increase in minimum wage. He got reelected, and the Republicans got reelected.
All right, Congressman, thanks for moving it along. You know how it is when we have to pay the bills. We're going to go to a quick break. Thank you so much for being with us.
We are going to take a look at the gubernatorial race. There are 3 states with huge electoral votes in 2012. We're going to tell you which ones and who won coming up.
Welcome back to America's election headquarters. If you've been here all night, you know what an exciting night it has been. The voters have spoken, and many of the votes have come in. We are still waiting for some. Capitol Hill seems to be preparing for a shift of power, at least in the House. The Republicans are in control of the House, but the Republican leader, John Boehner, making some very interesting and impassioned comments tonight, warning his fellow conservatives that this is not a time to celebrate. He says instead it's time to roll up their sleeves and work for the American people. Boehner adding that with their vote, the American people have sent a clear message to President Obama, who picked up the phone, as you can see here at midnight, and actually called the anticipated House Speaker. Meantime, the president indicates he's ready to roll up his sleeves, too, and work with the new conservative majority in the House, calling Boehner at midnight, saying congratulations. Boehner saying he's always been straightforward with the president and that the way he'll continue to be that way with the president in the future. And Greg has some new information on some other races.
Yeah, Jamie, we've been talking about the huge gains in the House of Representatives, historic gains, and obviously they picked up a net 6 seats so far in the United States Senate. But what about the gubernatorial races? Let's take a look at that. There are 3 really important states because they're big states with huge electoral votes. Why is that important? Because in 2012, whoever has won those states this year may have enormous influence among Democrats or Republicans, notably in Pennsylvania. The gubernatorial race there wasn't even close. Corbett, the Republican, beat Dan Honorado, the Democrat. Let's take a look at another state, the neighboring state of Ohio. John Kasich won narrowly over the incumbent governor, Ted Strickland. That's an important state, large electoral votes. It was important 2 years ago. And finally, let's take a look at the state of Michigan. Virg Bernero lost substantially by 20 points to the Republican Snyder. And so those 3 states, Jamie, will play an important role coming up in just 2 years from now.
Absolutely. You can't really overestimate how important these governor's races are. Even if they're not in a state that you live, they will play a key role come 2012. I want to bring the panel back in now. I see they've been reseated. I'm so glad to have all of you. Angela,
we're back.
Thank goodness. Angela, your insight on these governor's races, the number of races that Republicans have taken, and what shifts we may see at a state level.
Let's look at Ohio. Bush won in 2004. He gained 4 more years by the state of Ohio by getting 16% of the black vote. Then that state switched to Obama, and he won the presidential election. Very, very important. With John Kasich, a Republican, taking that over, I think is going to play a huge role in redistricting. It has so many implications.
Richard, he says that he's going to change Ohio, but it could change much more than that.
Well, these state houses are so important going into a presidential election because when you're the governor and your party controls this huge political apparatus of who controls almost anything that happens politically in the state. You know, you get to decide a lot of things. So if your party, if the Republicans control these states, it gives the Republican presidential candidate, whoever he or she may be, a huge advantage in the upcoming presidential race. I mean, the one good moment for Democrats tonight, of course, is in California, where Jerry Brown prevailed, which is obviously very important for the Democrats.
So that's one state.
The Democrats are all going to move to California.
That's one state for Democrats. But let me ask you, when President Obama picks up the phone and calls Boehner and McConnell, and he makes these calls, what about the governors? John, does he have to reach out to them as well?
Well, of course, but there's something very important that happened in California. Jerry Brown took over the governorship for the Democrats. The Democrats have both houses of the legislature. Normally, that would mean they draw the redistricting for 53 seats in the House. That is a gerrymander that they could have that would help them get back the House in a future year. But Californians tonight voted 64% to take the power to draw congressional districts away from the legislature and give it to an independent, nonpartisan commission. That will mean there will be no partisan gerrymander in California. That will mean there will be many more competitive seats in California. And it will mean that the Republican majority that just got elected in the House is probably going to be much more solid because those 53 seats are going to be very competitive. They will not be part of a gerrymander.
Who appoints that commission?
It's a very complicated process.
Yeah, it's too complicated for me.
Ultimately, it comes down to 14 citizens who have no partisan political background, and they have to be basically independents, Republicans and Democrats who have not held public office before, and they have to use objective criteria, keeping communities of interest in order. So you're not going to see any weird shapes like bugs splattered on a windshield.
Sounds like a good idea. We should do it everywhere.
There's one cautionary note, though. In New Jersey, you have something similar. You have representatives from each party, plus you have a tiebreaker.
But they learned from New Jersey's experience.
They better have learned. That's my point.
They've learned. They don't have a tiebreaker.
They learned.
John, you've been talking to donors. And those donors are apparently, as I understand it, you should tell the story, but they're giving the president an ultimatum of sorts. What is it?
Well, the donors are very unhappy in the Democratic Party for obvious reason. If you work on Wall Street, you got whacked by the financial reform bill and the tax increases. If you are a progressive donor, you're very unhappy about Iraq and Afghanistan still. So several of the donors have sent a message to the White House. You have to decide, Mr. President, whether or not you're going to run for a second term and make it clear and public in the next 2 months. Otherwise, we're going to be looking elsewhere for either a potential challenger to you or another candidate, or looking at Michael Bloomberg, who's already talking and dropping hints about running as an independent.
He's definitely running for a second term, though.
Well, they want him to put that on the table.
I predicted a long time ago that Hillary Clinton is going to resign and Democrats are going to push her against Obama.
She is not, I can tell you right here tonight, she is not going to run.
I agree with Richard. I agree with Richard.
See, I love this. This is not election night 2010.
Hillary's going to run.
Panel for 2012.
We knew we were going to talk 2012 the moment the polls closed. All right.
Greg, not to cut you or the panel off, but Sharon Angle right now taking the microphone. Let's listen into what she is saying about her race.
Of the people, by the people, and for the people. And we, the people, have been awakened over the last 20 months. And it's been an incredible journey from being asleep to being awakened to constitutional principles and to love of country. I've never seen the kind of patriotism that I've seen displayed over the last 20 months. You are incredible, and I'm so proud of you. I want you to see that I'm still smiling. And it's because I still believe in American exceptionalism. And you are the example of that. So many of you came to me and you said, I've never been involved in politics until now. Well, I'm glad you got involved, because that's what freedom's all about. You came out and you fought for those principles and those policies that we hold dear as Americans. And tonight, we've seen some incredible victories. Right here in our state, we have elected a new governor. We're looking forward to a new congressman. We have elected new state senators and state assemblymen, new constitutional officers. You've done an incredible job. And across the country, we're looking at victories. We're looking at victories in Pennsylvania for Pat Toomey. We're looking at victories in Florida for Marco Rubio. You've done an incredible job, we, the people, and I'm so proud of you. I want to tell you something else that was incredible about this race, and that is that we were able to inspire not only Nevadans, but a country. Think of this. In the last quarter, we raised $14.3 million. 80% of that came from out of our state. That means that America was wanting, was desperate, was anxious to help us here in Nevada. Not only that, but 94% of that money came from people who gave less than $100. They didn't give from their excess. They gave from their substance. They gave like the founding fathers gave. They gave from their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honors, because they believe in this country like we believe in this country, and they know that we're a united country. We're one nation under God. And because we're one nation under God,
and
we
so
help
we've been
one
listening
another.
to Sharon Engle, who lost in her bid to defeat the majority leader of the United States Senate, Harry Reid, who has never really ever in any of his races gotten more than 50% of the vote, but he nevertheless manages to win. She, of course, is backed by the Tea Party. I want to tell you about a race in Nevada that we have been following in the House of Representatives. Nevada District 3 goes to the GOP. Joe Heck was the challenger. He takes out the Democrat Representative Dina Titus, so that is a pickup yet again for the Republican Party in the House of Representatives. Back to our panel, and let me talk about Sharon Engle just a little bit. Tea Party candidate. One wonders, was the Tea Party a net gain or a loss? You have Marco Rubio, backed by the Tea Party. He won. Rand Paul, he won, backed by the Tea Party. But then you've got Christine O'Donnell and Sharon Engle, who, Angela, both lost.
Okay, Greg, whenever you start a political commercial, I'm not a witch, I'm just like you, that's a problem.
Yeah.
As for Sharon Engle and Harry Reid, I call that a toss-up, but I worked in Las Vegas. I was a lobbyist for Steve Wynn. I worked for then Congressman John Ensign. And I always said if Reid could get the Hispanic vote and the black vote out in Clark County, which is Las Vegas, he would win, and that's what he did.
Tea Party, Adam, a net gain or not?
You know, I have to say we're going to look back on it, and I'm going to say it's a net loss for the Republicans. I mean,
Really?
The fact is, well, look.
If they'd fielded better candidates in Delaware or Nevada?
If they fielded better candidates in Delaware, they would have won that seat. There's no question. Nevada, I have to believe that Nevada was ripe for the taking earlier in the year. You know, here's the deal, too. The Tea Party comes in different stripes and shapes and sizes throughout the country. But I do have to say that particularly in the case of Delaware, that was
Mike
the
Castle
seat we
would have
left
won.
on. Yeah, that was the seat we left on the.
That was a given for Mike Castle.
Yeah, it was.
Boy, but I think the Tea Party has been such a positive for the Republicans. I mean, I think that they've done so much better this year because of the enthusiasm from the Tea Party activists. And you can't win them all. I mean, I think that Sharon Engle was probably a little bit of a bridge too far, and certainly Christine O'Donnell wasn't the kind of
Bridge way too far.
Well, remember,
But
didn't turn out to
Richard,
be the kind of candidate you wanted.
On that point, Richard, if I could, because the Tea Party leader said that if Sharon Engle did not win, the results and the impact would be catastrophic for them. Why would they say that? And do you think in the end they pick up steam as we look to 2012? Okay, John, John is hijacking this one.
No, there is no leader of the Tea Party. One guy.
That's true.
The
It's
Tea
not
Party
a party.
Express.
But will it be?
And
Will
an
it
amalgam.
become a party?
No.
No.
The Tea Party is grassroots Americans. There's no central leadership. And I agree that a couple of the Senate candidates did tarnish the Tea Party's record of success, but that's only if you look at the Senate. Look at the House races.
Yes.
We're looking at close to 70 gains, many of them by Tea Party candidates. Entrepreneurs who decided to run only because they were
Spending a lot of money, John. A lot of money.
And they won in the House.
It is interesting, though, that a lot of the money came, as Sharon Engle said when she was just speaking, from outside of their states. What does that say about the grassroots effort and Americans wanting to get involved in races that don't directly impact them?
Some races become completely nationalized. Hillary Clinton's race in 2000 was a perfect example. Right. Some races draw money from all over the country. It shows, and what she pointed out that was most interesting is most of her contributions came with under $100. That is the essence
Jamie, a
of
lot of people
grassroots
tried
democracy.
to discount the Tea Party as just a fly-by-night. I think it's gotten steam, and I think it's going to roll right into
Which
2012.
invites the question, it is a nascent movement. Does it need to develop more? Does it need to be centralized more and organized?
I think what's so special about it is that it's not centralized, and you have so many different types of people. You have Democrats, independents, and Republicans, people who are actually
Richard,
voting.
don't you agree now, though, that the big problem, I mean, while I think the Tea Party was a huge plus for the Republicans in the election, that now that we're back down to governing, and now that we're going to have to compromise. I mean, there are not a lot of the people in the Tea Party who are big on compromises, and they're going to be holding their feet, the Republicans' feet to the fire, and it's going to be a very tricky political game.
And that's the rub. You have a lot of extremists that want to go to Washington,
extremists,
D.C.
She said extremists.
You do. As a part of
The Tea Party proved itself to be practical because they stayed and basically within the Republican Party. That proved they were practical. The second practical thing they're going to prove now is because the Republicans did not take control of the Senate, they realize they can't pass legislation through both houses easily. They are going to wait till 2012 and finish the job they started this year.
John Fund, Adam Geller, Richard Socarides, Angela McGlowan, our panel, thank you very much.
I'm not letting them leave the building.
They're
coming back. And my colleague Chad Pergram, who walks the halls of Congress every day doing such a great job, is joining us now on the phone because, Chad, there must be a lot of buzz in the halls tonight. What are you hearing?
Well, you know, everybody is sort of trying to figure out, well, what's next? And you're looking at 3 or 4 different types of legislative agenda items that they're going to focus on. Obviously, you know, looking at spending, looking at a moratorium on earmarks, which is what the Republicans had, and repealing the health care bill. I mean, these are the 3 or 4 things that they're going to have to do. That the Republicans want to do, and if they don't, the Republican leadership is going to get its head handed to them very quickly by these new firebrands coming in the door.
Chad, what can you tell us about Nancy Pelosi tonight?
Well, you know, we got a statement from her earlier where she said basically they were on pace to hold the majority, and she started talking about Social Security and health care reform. And, you know, when you see the message that was sent by the voters tonight and you look at something like that where she, you know, continually talked about the message of the issues that they took on, healthcare reform, they passed numerous jobs bills, it kind of reminded me at the end of the day of the, you know, teacher on Charlie Brown playing the trombone. Sounds like the trombone in the background here. Just, you know, it was just this fuzz that nobody could make any sense of. And at the end of the day, when you see an electoral defeat of this magnitude, it's obvious that something was not getting through. You know, she said at the end of last year, she was asked a question about why are the poll numbers for Democrats so bad? And she said, well, because we did the work this year, next year will be the year of the message. Well, they sent a message, all right, but it wasn't the message that Nancy Pelosi thought that they might be hearing.
Before I let you go, Chad, you follow the House, but you also follow the Senate. This is an interesting situation because when everyone returns to Washington, there will be this lame duck session, so to speak. How much do you think will get accomplished, and will we notice a change of direction immediately?
No, not very much in that lame duck. In fact, you know, not to mix my children's programs here, but, you know, on Sesame Street, they often, you know, say that the program is brought to you by a letter. Well, we're going to hear the lame duck session is going to be brought to you by 2 letters, C and R. That stands for a continuing resolution, which is all they will pass to keep the government open through the beginning of the new Congress in January. And then guess what? The Democrats will dust their hands off and hand the gavel to John Boehner and says, it's all yours, buddy.
See this picture with the pen? Chad really works on a computer, but you got to read his blogs at foxnews.com. In fact, you should be checking out foxnews.com all night. The information is always being updated. Chad, thanks for weighing in. We'll talk again, buddy.
Thank you.
Take care.
Well, there are 3 states that have yet to be called for the U.S. Senate races: Colorado, Washington, Alaska. We're going to be checking in Washington State with our correspondent there. In the meantime, here's Representative John Boehner, who is now the, presumptive House Speaker. Take a listen.
While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course.
Well, we have to go to the Senate race in Washington State right now. Fox News correspondent William Lajeunesse is in Seattle with the latest. And William, people may think at this hour it's a done deal. Not so much. Tell us.
Well, Jamie, you know, us field reporters have a saying, right? We're first to show and last to go. Well, as you can see, everyone else thinks this thing is over. But as you just mentioned, the Washington Senate race is too close to call. No winners have been declared here. Out of 1.4 million votes cast, 14,000 separate incumbent Patty Murray as well as Republican challenger Dino Rossi. The percentages are 51-49. And there's still about 500,000 votes left to be counted in the next 24 hours. And then remember, this is a mail-in ballot-only state. That means people could vote up until 8 o'clock tonight, and in one case, they could vote at the airport until midnight. So ballots will continue to come in over the rest of the week and possibly into next week. So what's going to happen is tomorrow at about 4:30 local time, and about another county is going to release their figures a little later than that, around 7 p.m. local time. We're going to get an update. So even though other counties, or rather other states around the country, continue to count their ballots overnight, they don't do that here in excuse me, I think the hotel staff is...
I'm laughing, William, because you're not only the last to leave, they are now shutting the lights out. But back on, see, you must have made friends there. It's interesting because Obama has some of his highest approval numbers there. Did people turn out to vote, even though it's a mail-in? Can they tell yet about actual turnout based on other elections?
Yeah, and you know what? That's Dino Rossi is not hitting. What is pessimistic for Dino Rossi here is that he is not hitting the percentages that he hit in 2004 when he basically had a dead heat for a statewide race for governor. He ended up losing that race by 129 votes, but he initially won it by more than 260, then a hand recount. But the point I'm making is, as analysts look at this race, it was going to be decided here in Seattle, both in King County, Seattle, as well as the two-bedroom communities, Pierce County and Snohomish County. And he is not running where Republican experts told us he needed to be, basically 40% here and about 51 to 53% in those other counties, and he hasn't hit that. However, he is running better than expected in Spokane, and they have a lot of votes left to count. The point I'm making, both candidates appeared tonight. No concession speech, no victory speech. Both are optimistic for different reasons. I will tell you that there were some initiatives on the ballot that may have helped drive conservative voters. We'll have to see tomorrow. But again, that's about 9, 10 o'clock Eastern Time.
William Lajeunesse, we have another saying, us street reporters, you and me and Greg, that we don't leave until the job is done, and we're not done with you yet. So stick around even if the lights go out. Thank you so much. It is a very interesting race, Greg.
Give them a $20 bill. They'll keep the lights on. All right, we're here at the map. These are the U.S. Senate races. The ones in the yellow are the races to watch. And something's important here. Look at the ones Republicans won. They won Pennsylvania, Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Florida, all of the races, save and except this one, West Virginia, in this area of the Midwest and the East. Let's talk in particular about Illinois. A huge win there for Republicans. Mark Kirk beating Alexei Giannoulias, difficult name to pronounce. And joining us now on the telephone is Pat Brady, who's the state Republican Party chairman. He joins us on the phone. Huge win for you there today.
Yeah, huge win. And it's Giannoulias. I know that's common spelling, but it was a big win. Mark's a great candidate, but, you know, the president was in here 3 times. Joe Biden was in a couple times. First Lady was in. They threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at Mark, and he ended up winning in a traditionally blue state. So it was a big win tonight for us.
Yeah, and in fact, there were only 2 areas here. Let me circle them. Down in the southern part of the state and way up here in Chicago, those are the only 2 blue areas in which Democrats won, and the rest of the state was red.
Yeah, and particularly when you get on the kind of the collar counties of Cook, Mark did real well, and he did very well in suburban Cook, which is really difficult to win for Republicans. It was a great night for him. He ran a great campaign. He was a great candidate.
The other race we're watching right now, and it's too close to call, is the race for governor in Illinois. Pat Quinn, the incumbent governor, and then he is being challenged by Bill Brady. What's the status of that race right now?
Too close to call. It's kind of like the Washington race you were just talking about. They just shut it down for the night, and they're going to start counting again tomorrow. There's a lot of absentee ballots out, a lot of military ballots out, and some missing ballots in downstate Illinois. So somewhere between 5,000 and 10,000 is the margin.
Yeah. How hopeful are you on that race?
We're optimistic. You know, this is a large state with a lot of different reporting venues, so, we'll wait and see what tomorrow brings. There was issues with the military ballots and absentee ballots before, so, we're going to keep plugging away.
All right, let me try to put it up here, Illinois, and let's take a look at the latest information we have. 46% for the incumbent governor, Pat Quinn, Bill Brady, 46%. They're in a dead heat, and they would appear to be within just a few thousand votes of each other. So that race, too close to call for the Fox News channel as well. Pat Brady, thanks very much for being with us, Republican Party chairman in Illinois. Congratulations on your win there tonight.
Great. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Greg, thanks so much. A lot of the speeches will be bringing you little nuggets here and there. Here's Harry Reid, who seems to have won not only his Senate seat, but to remain the majority leader.
Today, Nevada chose hope over fear. Nevada chose to move forward, not backwards. Nevada made this choice because we know it's not about us versus them. It's about every Nevadan, all of us, in this together.
Welcome back to our election coverage. The expected happening on Capitol Hill as we check out the election night headlines. Republicans gaining control of the House, and the last time the GOP was in the majority was back in 2006. And the Democrats are holding on to their majority in the U.S. Senate narrowly, notwithstanding losing 6 seats. In Ohio, Republican John Kasich is the projected winner of one of the big gubernatorial races going on all across the country. And in a race that has drawn a great deal of national attention, Democrat Chris Coons is the projected winner in Delaware's Senate race, Coons defeating Republican Christine O'Donnell.
And you know what I have to say, Greg? Behind me, I just turned around to look. Our decision team is still hard at work. They never sleep until it is all done, and it's not done yet. But so far, we can tell you this. There's a whole new look in Congress. Republicans gaining control of the House as expected and closing the gap in the Senate. With more on how the balance of power is shaping up, Melanie Wilkes is live in Washington, D.C. Melanie, good morning to you. Tell us about some of the new faces we will see, and there will be some new ones.
Good morning, Jamie. That's right. As the results come in overnight, we thought we'd introduce you to some of the new faces in the new Congress and tell you a little bit about them and the races they ran. Some have been in the headlines. You have probably heard on the Senate side, Republican Rand Paul of Kentucky. His win, a major victory for Tea Party activism. He defeated the Democrat Jack Conway, but some of the drama in his race actually came a lot earlier during the primary when he beat the GOP establishment pick, who was Trey Grayson. And GOP leaders, including Mitch McConnell, had worried that Rand Paul's conservatism might make him unelectable. Of course, that turned out not to be true. Last night, Paul told his supporters, "We have come to take our government back." Paul is 47 years old. He's an ophthalmologist, son of the GOP Congressman Ron Paul, of course known for his libertarian views. Now, for the Democrats, a new face in the Senate is in West Virginia. Governor Joe Manchin won the seat held by the late Senator Robert Byrd for more than 50 years. He had a tough campaign against John Racy. The hallmark, really, of Manchin's campaign was distancing himself from President Obama. His message, quote, "I will not be a rubber stamp for Barack Obama." In one memorable TV ad, he carries a rifle and fires at a target labeled cap and trade bill, and he promises to repeal what he calls the bad parts of Obamacare, Jamie.
All right, Melanie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And if we have a second, Greg, I'm just curious to ask Richard, of all the races that we looked at, the Democrats, Melanie brings up distancing themselves from President Obama. Be honest, it's just us.
Just us.
Just us.
Yeah, whisper in our ear.
How many of the candidates that you watched tonight that were successful did exactly that?
distance themselves from President Obama? Well,
or from the current administration's strategies?
I think that, especially in these Senate races, for the most part, maybe with the exception of California, the Democrats who were successful were Democrats who were able to distinguish themselves from the administration in Washington.
Nobody bragged about health care in any of their ads except to brag they voted against it.
Two races I was very surprised about in Mississippi. The 1st District, Travis Childers, who was endorsed by the NRA and the Right to Life organizations and said he would not vote for Nancy Pelosi, lost. Gene Taylor, who said, as a Democrat, he voted for McCain, actually lost. And I was very surprised that those two
Nancy Pelosi was so unpopular that 1 out of 14 Democratic incumbents running for re-election either refused to say they would vote for her or said that they wouldn't vote for her. That is an astonishing retreat from a leader of your own party.
Yes. Speaker of the House.
The other thing is that there's a sort of a correlation versus causation thing going on, because in a very purple swing district, you can campaign against the Democrats. Will it affect, your success rate? It may not. There may be nothing that was going to help you tonight, is my point. If you're in a district that's going to give some back to the Republicans, it's going to happen anyway.
But if you're a friend of Nancy Pelosi's, you're adding extra baggage.
That's for sure. But if you're a friend of Nancy Pelosi's, you're probably not really representing a swing district to begin with.
And it was really not anything personal against Nancy Pelosi. I mean, she actually did a pretty effective job as Speaker.
Obama said she was the best Speaker ever in history.
We ran a piece on Sunday from a liberal Democratic member of Congress from Washington State calling her an authoritarian.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of what you want in a Speaker of the House, right?
What's her future, John?
But the
retirement.
She's going home.
Gingrich retired. Do you think she'll resign?
Gingrich retired almost immediately after losing the speakership in 1998. Nancy Pelosi has no interest in being a backbencher. She has no interest.
Well, she'll never be.
Does she even want to serve?
Exactly. She has no interest.
I mean, if she's not going to be in a leadership position, would she resign her
I believe she will.
I do not think she will. No.
Really?
You think she'll
stay?
I
think it's too soon.
She's going to be one of 435 members of the House.
I think she's gone by the end of the week.
Richard, does the campaigning for 2012 start tomorrow?
The campaigning for 2012 started today. Yeah. I mean, it's already started, and the positioning already started. I mean, one thing that we haven't talked about that I think you'll see President Obama doing over the course of the next couple of weeks, and I hope he does, is try to bring some Republicans, some moderate Republicans, into the White House. You'll see some staff changes, I think, very important. We talked a little bit about, John did, about how Democratic donors are unhappy. Well, Democrats are unhappy, throughout. I mean, progressives, moderate Democrats. I mean, President Obama was not really able to articulate a rationale for himself in this midterm election. And going into this next big national election, he's going to have to do that. And if he doesn't very quickly...
He'll have to do it tomorrow, Richard. He's speaking at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He'll have to explain what happened.
And then the next day he leaves for 12 days in Asia.
Talk
about getting out of town.
He'll have a little longer than just tomorrow.
When President Clinton had challenges...
But he will have to start the dialogue tomorrow with America. Yes. What will he say, Richard? How will he explain tonight?
All he has to say tomorrow is, I get it. We're going to try to do better. We're going to work together. We're going to compromise. We're going to try to work for the American people.
Is he capable of humility? Maureen Dowd of the New York Times wrote, gave him a drubbing on Sunday, basically accusing the president of being arrogant. He's always right. Everybody else is always wrong. Does he have that level of humility that he can come out tomorrow and say, I get it?
You will be amazed what an election like this tonight will do for your humility.
I don't know.
Interesting. On that note.
All right. We're going to check in with our correspondent in Alaska because, boy, that Senate race has yet to be decided. And as we do that, here's John Kasich, the governor-elect of Ohio.
Folks, we took a step forward tonight to putting Ohioans back to work. We took a step forward to shrinking government and making it work better. We took a step forward to making Ohio the best place to live and work in the country.
We heard many speeches tonight. There may be some still to come, but one of the most impassioned was from John Boehner, who is presumed to be the next Speaker of the House. Here he is. Take a listen.
Leadership that he exhibited over at the NRCC, along with his sidekick, Greg Walden. They have done a marvelous job on behalf of our team. And I want to thank all of our candidates, our supporters, our volunteers who've worked so hard to make this moment possible. Let me just say this. It's clear tonight who the winners really are, and that's the American people. It was the American people's voice that was heard at the ballot box, the American people's voice. And listen, I'm going to be brief because we've got real work to do, and frankly, this is not a time for celebration. Not when 1 out of 10 of our fellow citizens is out of work, not when we've buried our children under a mountain of debt, and not when our Congress is held in such low esteem. This is a time to roll up our sleeves. A time to look forward with determination and to take the first steps toward building a better future for our kids and our grandkids. Across the country right now, we're witnessing a repudiation of Washington, a repudiation of big government, and a repudiation of politicians who refuse to listen to the American people. Of course, this campaign's not over yet. To the folks out west where the polls may still be open, this is the time to seize that moment and make sure your voice is heard, to reject the spending sprees, the bailouts, the backroom deals, the takeovers, and all the nonsense, and to join your fellow Americans in putting Washington on notice. Because for far too long, Washington's been doing what's best for Washington, not what's best for the American people. And tonight, that begins to change. With their voices, the American people are demanding a new way forward in Washington. I'm here to tell you tonight that our new majority will be prepared to do things differently, to take a new approach that hasn't been tried in Washington before by either party. It starts with cutting spending instead of increasing it, reducing the size of government instead of increasing it, and reforming the way Congress works and giving the government back to the American people. And for all those families who were asking, where are the jobs? It means ending the uncertainty in our economy and helping small businesses get back to work. The people's priorities will be our priorities. And the people's agenda will be our agenda. This is our pledge to America, and this is our pledge to you. While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course. We hope President Obama will now respect the will of the people, change course, and to commit to making changes that they are demanding. And to the extent that he's willing to do that, we're ready to work with him. But make no mistake, the president will find in our new majority the voice of the American people as they've expressed it tonight, standing on principle, checking Washington's power, and leading the drive to a smaller, less costly, and more accountable government here in Washington, D.C. These are the principles our new majority will stand for. And we hope that, Mr. President, you'll stand with us in the hard work that lies ahead. Because we are humbled by the trust that the American people have placed in us, and we recognize that with this trust comes the responsibility to listen, and listen we will.
Miller.
Let's start right now by recognizing that this is not a time for celebration. It's a time to roll up our sleeves and go to work. We can celebrate when small
All right, this is part of
Speaker,
the presumptive Speaker of the House of Representatives, John Boehner, has been the minority leader for the last several years, and he will likely become the next Speaker of the House now that Republicans have won handily enough seats to take over a majority in the House of Representatives. But the Senate, a different story. The Democrats managed to hang on to it. Still a couple of Senate races yet to be decided. Dan Springer joining us now from Anchorage, Alaska, with the very latest there. That race yet to be called, and there's one of the candidates with Dan. Dan?
Yeah, that's right, Greg. And one of the more stunning stories of the night is going to be, it looks like, Lisa Murkowski, the write-in candidate in Alaska's Senate race, winning the race. Right now we have 71% of the vote counted, and Lisa Murkowski, the write-in, I should say, is up 39. Miller is at 35, and McAdams, the Democrats, at 24. Is this thing over? Can Miller make up that percentage?
Pretty tough. We like where we are right now. We recognize that there's still more to come. We've got more outstanding ballots. We've got absentees we need to be dealing with, but we like where we are right now.
You had doubters across the country. They looked at the percentages.
Do it.
They said you couldn't do it.
They said it hasn't been done since 1954. That was the last time the Giants won, too. Well, we're making it happen here.
What was the difference here? Because your slogans were brilliant. Let's make history, and of course, fill it in, write it in.
Write it in.
You spent more time educating voters on how to vote for you.
We've got all the gizmos but this was what it was going to take. We needed to be challenged. They said we couldn't do it. We said, of course we can fill in an oval. Of course we can write in the name. We can learn how to spell Murkowski. If our future is on the line, we can do it. And Alaskans rallied. That's what we're seeing tonight, is Alaskans rallying and coming together and saying, this election is about our future.
I've got to ask you about the Tea Party Express. You had some harsh words for them. They pumped a lot of money into this primary. They spent less money on the general, but you were able to spend a lot more money. But nonetheless, it looks like Miller's going to go down here, Sharon Angle in Nevada, and Christine O'Donnell back east. And so now you have the three main candidates that they were backing. It looks like they're going to lose. What's your point now for the Tea Party Express?
I know what they did in my state. They were an outside organization that came in, tried to influence an election. They did so in the primary, and we said, not again. This is our state. We will make the decisions here. We will elect our senator, and Alaskans are doing just that.
And, of course, Sarah Palin also backed your opponent, Joe Miller. That was a simmering dispute that kind of came out in the open during this election. What's going to happen now? You go back to the Senate. She's, who knows, maybe running for the White House. We don't know. How does that relationship go forward?
What I have always done is I've said, this is about Alaska. What I do is for Alaska. I think that was recognized here in the state. Sarah's going to do what Sarah's going to do. I'm going to do what I need to do for Alaska.
Is she the right person to be leading Republicans, a Republican movement called the Tea Party across the country?
I think that remains to be decided. I think here in Alaska tonight, people are more focused on Lisa Murkowski than Sarah Palin.
So what is your message tonight? I mean, you are up, sizable lead, and it looks like you are making
Don't ever underestimate the power of a strong Alaskan woman. Maybe that's what I leave you with.
All right, Senator, thanks very much for joining us, and good luck the rest of the way, and we'll talk to you later. Okay, so there you go, Greg and Jamie. Senator Lisa Murkowski, it looks like she's headed for the first victory by a write-in candidate statewide in Alaska's history. 8 candidates have tried it, 8 have failed. Many have tried across the country since 1954 when Strom Thurmond did it in South Carolina, and it looks like Lisa Murkowski is headed that way tonight. We'll send it back to you.
Well, it's pretty incredible, and just think how many votes she would have gotten if her last name was Smith or Jones. Dan Springer, live in Anchorage, Alaska. Thanks very much, Dan.
Okay.
Incredible confidence.
Yes.
Without knowing
Taking
yet
aim
the
at Sarah
results.
Palin.
We are learning a lot about what the candidates on the winners and those who were not as fortunate tonight have to say. Kelly Wright is joining us now from our D.C. bureau with some of the evening's most anticipated victory and concession speeches. Hi, Kelly.
Hey, Jamie, good to see you. Well, look, here's how it's all breaking down. Republicans are obviously now back in the majority. The balance of power, as many are describing it, is historic. And here's what the balance of power now looks like. So far, the GOP is projected to gain 60 more seats in the House, bringing the count to 239 Republicans to 196 Democrats, all swept away by a tidal wave of Republicans. The GOP now holds the majority in the House. You're looking at it there in the graph, ending the reign of the current Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, who issued the following statement overnight about the election outcome. Here's what she said, quote, "Over the last 4 years, the Democratic majority in the House took courageous action on behalf of America's middle class to create jobs and save the country from the worst economic catastrophe since the Great Depression. The outcome of the election does not diminish the work we have done for the American people. We must all strive to find common ground to support the middle class, create jobs, reduce the deficit, and move our nation forward." So now, a growing number of Republicans are in the seat of power. They acknowledge their history-making night is not a mandate nor a time for celebrating, but a time for working hard to help the American people. They know the American people will hold them accountable. Larry Sabato making that point very now.
This election was a classic check and balance election, but it really put the brake on Barack Obama. That's what the election was about. People say no one was endorsing the Republicans, they were trying to stop the Democrats. Well, that's always true in a midterm election.
All right, so President Obama will be in the Rose Garden later today for a 1 p.m. news conference. By the way, he called and talked to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell and presumptive Speaker of the House John Boehner. In each call, the president said he was, quote, looking forward to working with them and the Republicans to find common ground, move the country forward, and get things done for the American people. Jamie?
And later today, he will speak to the American people. Thank you very much, Kelly Wright.
Back to our panel, Angela McGlowan, Richard Socarides, Adam Geller, John Funt. The president's ratings, and we've cited them in the last hour, are upside down. How did he fall so fast? Was it because, Richard, Americans wanted action on joblessness, and instead he focused on health care?
I think
because Americans wanted.
I think that's exactly it.
Really?
I think his biggest problem was that he focused on the wrong thing out of the box. People wanted, in retrospect, 2020 hindsight, but people wanted him to focus like a laser beam on the economy.
How could you be that tone deaf?
Exactly.
Well, because I think coming out of the 2008, coming out of the last presidential election, people thought I think people thought the healthcare system was broken. There was a lot of focus on healthcare.
Nobody was talking about healthcare. They were talking about joblessness and a bad economy, a recession, a financial meltdown, the mortgage crisis.
Listen, it looks pretty.
We're talking healthcare.
It looks pretty tone deaf now, but I think that's the benefit of 2020 hindsight.
But
let's just also say that they didn't ignore the economy. I mean, there was the stimulus spending. There was a lot of efforts went into the economy. They just didn't focus on it like a laser beam.
And that didn't work. Look, in 2008, Barack Obama got one of the problems of the healthcare system. He wanted to fix it without imposing an individual insurance mandate, forcing all Americans to buy insurance. That was his campaign pledge. When he got into office, he said, I've changed my mind. I'm going to have an individual mandate in my healthcare bill. Well, you know what? That is the single most unpopular part of the health care bill. Right. Rasmussen poll, 58% of Americans want to repeal the health care bill. I think there's a good chance that the Supreme Court will declare the insurance mandate unconstitutional. That means the whole edifice collapses. Yeah. Obama made a fundamental mistake. As a candidate, he knew that the individual mandate was unpopular. As a president, he decided to force it down people's throats.
That's the problem. We have to go to a break, Adam. Hold that thought. When we come back, I want to ask the panel, too, about the role that unions played in this election tonight, and also about independence. Some very interesting exit poll information straight ahead for you. Don't go anywhere. Well, it was going to be Greg, but it's going to be me. Welcome back to our third hour. He's Greg Jarrett.
I'm Greg Jarrett.
And
Welcome back.
Greg, you're going to go back to the wall.
I am going
You're
to
going
the
to figure
screen.
out what we're going to show.
All
There's
right.
lots of
Take
things
over.
and lots of races, but the balance of power in the House flipping over to the Republicans. House Republican leader John Boehner saying the power shift sends a message to Democrats to change course. In the Senate, the Republicans narrowing the gap. Democrats still holding on to a majority of seats there, including Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, who we heard from in our last hour. His opponent, Tea Party-backed Sharon Angle of Nevada, congratulated him earlier on his win. And in the gubernatorial races, it looks like Republican governors have won control of a majority of states. Huge wins. The GOP wrestling 10 governorships from Democrats, taking them away. Ohio and Pennsylvania among them. Greg?
Huge gains, historic gains in the House of Representatives for Republicans. We haven't seen something like this since the mid-1940s. It could be, before all is said and done, 60-plus seat gain, net gain for Republicans. So what happened to Democrats? Well, let's just show you one race, one House race. Here is the map of the U.S. House of Representatives. All of the yellow are the races to watch. Let's just pick Pennsylvania. And in particular, let's pick district number 11, which is the Scranton, Wilkes-Barre, Hazleton, most of the Poconos. Paul Kanjorski, the Democrat, has held that particular seat since 1985. He has been a fixture on Capitol Hill. In fact, dating back to 15 years of age, he was a House page, believe it or not, and a very powerful man, committee chairman on the Hill. He was challenged by Lou Barletta, and it wasn't even close. And this happened to a lot of entrenched Democrats all over the nation. The flip side of that is in some of the most liberal districts, such as Nancy Pelosi out in California, the San Francisco Bay Area, and Barney Frank in Massachusetts, the most liberal-leaning districts, there was little difficulty for elected Democrats today. Jamie?
We want to go out to California now, turning our attention to the senatorial and gubernatorial races in California. Adam Housley's joining us live in Los Angeles. So, Adam, tell me, what's the latest? We heard speeches, but not necessarily results.
Yeah, only in California. You know, the Republicans were hoping to pick up a seat or two here in California. They're hoping that wave came this way. But keep this in mind, California, you have a 44% to 32% registration lead by Democrats in this state, and 20% of the electorate says they are declined to state. So it's difficult for a Republican to win here. They dumped a lot of money into the Senate race. We'll start there with former Hewlett-Packard executive Carla Fiorina trying to unseat Barbara Boxer, the three-term incumbent, trying to make it a fourth. And it was a very tight race, even to her words. She says the toughest race she's run. In fact, she came out not long ago and basically said that she had won, even though the race had not been conceded yet. Here's what she had to say in part.
The facts are, it is too close to call. The facts are, it's going to be a long night, and we're going to be watching returns all night. But all those people who've already declared this race, maybe that was probably not a smart thing to do.
And that was actually Carly Fiorina, the Republican challenger. That was not Barbara Boxer. Fiorina has yet to concede the race. Right now, with polls, most of the polls coming in, well, 60% or so coming in, I should say a majority of the polls coming in, it shows about a 6% lead for Barbara Boxer, who's trying to win her fourth term. And she said that she was having her toughest race. This was her toughest race in all of her political career. Here's what she said in part. Again, not yet accepting anything because Fiorina has yet to give in. Here's Barbara Boxer spoke earlier tonight.
From the bottom of my heart for this victory. After the toughest and roughest campaign of my life. This is my 11th straight election victory. And what a sweet one it is.
Again, we called this race, Fox News Channel did, right from the beginning of the polls closing it here in the on the West Coast. And the numbers are now showing that significant, with a lead roughly about 6% or so, again, with some of the counties that are very strong registered Democrat yet to report, Jamie. So that's the Senate race here. The governor's race, another one that California thought might go to the Republicans. You know, Arnold Schwarzenegger's the incumbent here, the Republican. His numbers had dropped in recent months, and that has not helped Meg Whitman, the former CEO of eBay. And at times, she actually had a small lead earlier this year on Jerry Brown, who was once the youngest governor in California. He is now the oldest governor in California history, as he will return to the State House 28 years later. And he had a very interesting speech, as only Brown can do. Whitman has conceded that race, and Brown came out and seemingly had not yet talked to Whitman and said, what the heck, this is the way government works anyway, we're close enough, basically. So he basically claimed victory a little while ago here in California.
Big bucks, big stakes in those races. And I have to ask, because I think this will be water cooler tomorrow, proposition there on pot. How'd it go?
Yeah, the Proposition 19, we've covered that heavily here. At one point, it had a pretty good lead, but the last 6 weeks, it really did an about-face, and it lost pretty significantly here. There were some holes in that proposition. Every major candidate came out against it, but supporters of that are saying this gives them a launching pad to come back in 2012 and try to possibly get it passed then. And, you know, Jamie, we heard a couple minutes ago from Alaska, and they alluded to the Giants. There have been two politicians now on the West Coast who are talking about the Giants tonight as part of their victory speech. You know, we also heard from Barbara Boxer earlier. So the Giants all of a sudden have a lot of fans in Washington.
That's great. All right, Adam, thank you very much for being with us.
Prop 19 up in smoke. Well, last night, couldn't resist. Last night, Fox News Channel's Megyn Kelly spoke with the head of the Republican National Committee, Michael Steele. He talked about what's in store for the GOP party as a new conservative majority prepares to take control of the House.
Certainly our focus at the Republican National Committee has been on the House. I got on a bus to prove the point, to fire Pelosi. If we were going to fundamentally change the direction of the country, then we had to go to the People's House, the House of Representatives, to get that process started. We began that tonight with the firing of Nancy Pelosi. And I think it's important for folks to understand, both in Washington and in the halls of power, wherever they are, that the people tonight send a very resounding message that they are the ones who will control the outcome in elections. They're the ones who are going to set the course for this country. And folks coming to town had better pay attention.
All right, Michael Steele. In the meantime, we want to talk with our panel now about a wide variety of subjects, not the least of which is Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reid.
Well,
Richard Socarides joins us.
We could start
Adam
there,
Geller,
sure.
Angela McGlowan, John Fun. Adam, you think Nancy Pelosi is going to resign by the end of the week? She's not even going to be a member of the House of Representatives. What about Harry Reid? Is there going to be a movement afoot for him to step down as majority leader?
It wouldn't surprise me if there's a movement afoot, but it wouldn't surprise me if that movement goes nowhere and he remains entrenched, in his perch.
He's a Democratic hero. He conquered all of the odds. Now,
and the Tea Party.
One of the most unhappy people tonight is, of course, Chuck Schumer and Dick Durbin, two Democratic senators.
Because they wanted to replace
him. No, they're not unhappy. They're not really unhappy.
They're a little unhappy.
No, I don't really think.
Richard, it's human nature to be unhappy.
I'll also tell you who else
Durbin and
is.
Schumer and Reid are three of them very close, probably three of the closest members
Well,
personally.
Schumer
very close.
and Durbin are roommates.
And I think they're just glad that they've got that Nevada seat. I mean, they really.
There was a lot of talk, though, that if Harry Reid won, it was because he had worked really hard to get people out to vote. That they were very much into turnout. And I've always enjoyed and been interested in watching independent voters and where they go. And I want to share with our viewers Fox News exit poll that I find very compelling. In 2008, the independents came out for Democrats in their district by 8 points. Guess what? This time, independents, very different. They were backing Republicans by 15 points. John, what do you make of that?
Independents started to move away from the Democrats over a year ago. Remember, Republicans carried independents 2-1 in the New Jersey governor's race that Chris Christie won, 2-1 in the Virginia governor's race, 2-1 in the Massachusetts Senate victory of Scott Brown. That should have been the warning signal to the Democratic Party that they had some problems, because independents decide elections. Instead, what did they do? After Scott Brown, they literally passed the exact wording of the Senate health care bill that they passed in December that had got everyone mad in Massachusetts. It was a colossal error. Two Democratic pollsters, Pat Caddell and Doug Schoen, wrote a piece in the Washington Post saying, if you pass this, you will have an historic defeat because the American people do not like to be ignored, and they're telling you they don't want this bill.
Independents are results-oriented. Democrats, they'll be loyal. Republicans, they'll be loyal. But independents, they voted for Obama because they wanted change. They didn't get the change that they wanted. Now they put Republicans in, and Republicans are basically...
So will they pick a party?
I don't
or
think
remain
they will.
independent.
I think they will remain independent. But if Republicans don't get the job done, and they have a tough job ahead of them, as John Boehner said, you're going to see a change in 2012.
Will there be pressure? I just want to say it started in the summer. John is right. Over a year ago, it was the summer of 2009. It was the summer of the town hall meeting.
Yes.
Okay, and that's not a lot of time. That Obama had only been sworn in 6 months earlier. This is a fickle crowd.
Yeah, I wonder if there's going to be pressure on moderates in the U.S. Senate to vote with Republicans. There might even be, I heard one person suggest that perhaps there's going to be a de facto Republican majority on certain issues, especially among those Democrats who know they're vulnerable just 2 years from now. They see the writing on the wall, and they're going to say, you know what, we better go across the aisle with those guys.
It'll be issue by issue,
over the National Republican Senatorial Committee is already hopeful in 2012 to gain seats. And you're exactly right. Moderates are going to have pressure on them to compromise with...
But issue by issue, John.
Oh, sure. Let me give you one area where I think there can be some agreement. One of the things that got tossed out in the stimulus bill was all the welfare reforms that Bill Clinton signed into law in 1996. They were eviscerated. Those welfare reforms should come back into law. The Republicans want to do that. I think there are going to be a lot of moderate Democrats who will say welfare reform is one of the most successful public policy initiatives we've ever had. It was bipartisan. Let's bring it back.
I think
your point
several hours ago about the tax cut, the extensions of the tax cuts, that's the first thing you're going to see.
Temporary for the rich and permanent for everyone else.
There were Democrats who were already willing to do that before this, but you'll see right away.
But even though Bill
Clinton
signed welfare reform, that was a part of the contract with America. And may I remind you, Bill Clinton signed 70% of the contract with America, and I believe Obama's going to follow suit.
As we look to 2012, it does not look like young voters and minority voters came out in numbers ever close to what they did in the general election. What will they do the next time?
Traditionally, in midterm elections, blacks, Latinos, and young voters, they're not as motivated. But in presidential elections, they're going to come out.
Let's just say, before we get too carried away with ourselves here, that these things are very changeable, that we see...
Which things?
These trends, these election trends, these voter trends. I mean, we saw this, Obama won in that was a big change election just 2 years ago.
I agree with Richard.
Now we see this incredible reversal, and voters are very demanding. They want what they want, and they want it now.
I agree with Angela.
It's a very fluid time, and I think, we could, 2 years from now, we could be sitting right here. President Obama could be reelected.
The
SEIU
started in Arizona with Voter Get Out for Latinos. They're going to build the AFL-CIO. You're going to see unions come out. ACORN is going to rebuild. You're going to get a massive get out the vote.
Quickly, though, Adam, talk to me also about your point you're going to make, but also about unions. What role did they play tonight?
Well, they're going to rebuild, and they're going to play a bigger role 2 years from now. The problem is that the Obama coalition is currently broken because of those independents we spoke about. So when presidential year voters come out, younger voters, minority voters come out again, you got to still look at those independents and see if they're going to
Unions are a big plus. Unions are a big plus for the Democratic Party, money, organization, the whole bit. But they cost the Democratic Party with independents because they insisted on keeping card check on the legislative agenda for far too long. Card check, which took away the secret ballot for union elections, was opposed by 80% of Americans. George McGovern did an ad against card check. That's how unpopular it was.
Not the same George McGovern that was a presidential nominee. That's a joke.
Listen, can I just say,
Guys,
I wrote a piece for FoxNews.com last week, and it was called "The Obama Comeback Begins Wednesday Morning."
Oh boy!
And it's Wednesday morning.
All right. I'm glad you mentioned FoxNews.com because the website's done a phenomenal job tonight, and I want to thank them for the information as well as our brain room. They don't get the credit they should. Fox News has the most incredible resources, and all the folks that work in our brain room did a phenomenal job tonight. Thank you so much.
All right,
had to mention that, Greg.
I'm glad you did. We are not done yet. There are still plenty of races out there. We're waiting to call for many candidates. The night ended earlier than expected, and in fact, one-time pro wrestling executive Linda McMahon was taken to the mat in Connecticut, losing her bid for a U.S. Senate seat.
I have spoken with Richard Blumenthal. I have told him it was a good race. I've told him that I promised my support. No. And each of us, because we care a love for this state and for our country in our hearts, we are all going to be supportive of our newly elected officials because we want them all to succeed. Because if they succeed, we succeed.
Welcome back. What a night. Big changes in Congress. Republicans gaining control of the House of Reps and closing the gap in the U.S. Senate. With more on how the balance of power is shaping up, Melanie Wilkes live in Washington, D.C. And Molly, who are some of the new faces we're going to be seeing in the House of Reps?
Well, good morning, Greg. And we thought we'd introduce you to some of the new faces in Congress as these results have come in overnight. And some you may not have heard a lot about. For example, in North Dakota, Republican Governor John Hoeven has won the Senate seat that was held for 18 years by retiring Democrat Byron Dorgan. Hoeven stuck to Republican themes in this campaign: budget discipline, opposing higher taxes, creating jobs. He is a former Democrat, but has governed as a moderate Republican. Conservatives have, in fact, complained about higher spending in his administration, but Hoeven won with 76% of the vote. He is 53, the nation's longest-serving governor in office since December 2000. Now, on the Democratic side, a new face for the Democrats, Richard Blumenthal, who won the Senate seat now held by Chris Dodd, keeping it in Democratic hands. Blumenthal is the longtime Attorney General. He defeated Linda McMahon, the former CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment. That was a rough and tumble campaign. McMahon is believed to have spent millions of her own money. Blumenthal survived this campaign even after a very damaging report that he claimed to have served in Vietnam when he actually served stateside in the Marine Reserves. Greg?
And Republicans had quite a few other gains. Tell us about those.
Right, and it was all about the House. Last night on the House side, many of one of many new Republican faces we're going to see is Jeff Landry of Louisiana's 3rd District. It's a coastal area. He scooped up a seat vacated by Democrat Charlie Melancon, who lost his bid against David Vitter for Senate. Landry's message, again, similar to other Republicans: cut spending, balance the budget, repeal Obamacare. He is 39 years old, an attorney, but he has never held public office before, and so perhaps benefiting from that wave of anti-incumbent, anti-career politician sentiment. On the Democratic side, so far just 2 new Democrats in the House, according to our decision desk. One of them, John Carney of Delaware, he beat Republican Glenn Urquhart, who was a Tea Party-backed candidate. Carney takes a GOP seat that is held by Congressman Mike Castle, who had made a bid for an open Senate seat. And during his victory speech, Carney stressed bipartisanship. He said Democrats and Republicans should be working together. Of course, that's going to be important for him because he's going to be a minority in this new House. Greg?
You know who the hardest this is on all these changes? The pages. The pages in the House have to now suddenly, almost overnight, memorize all of these names and put them together with faces and so forth. They have flashcards that they work with, and then they get tested on all that stuff. The poor pages.
It's going to be difficult for a lot of people working up there on the Hill, Greg.
Okay. Melanie Wilkes, good to see you. Thanks.
Jamie?
But they got the gig.
Yeah, that's half the battle.
I spent actually a year there.
Did you really?
Very interesting to work on.
Were you a page?
Well, I was an intern.
Oh, so
that's
was
what
I.
they called it.
I was an intern on Capitol Hill, too.
Anyway, I recommend it. Focusing on tonight's very important Senate race in Nevada, there will be a change of leadership in the House. How about in the Senate? We want to bring in now David Drucker. David's a staff writer for Roll Call. He's been covering the Harry Reid campaign. He's on the phone from Las Vegas. David, good morning.
Good morning, Jamie.
We've been talking the last couple of weeks about what tonight would look like. With respect to this particular state and this particular race, any surprises?
That's a really good question. This race seemed to me to be such a pure toss-up that I don't know if anything would have surprised me. I guess I'm a little surprised that the majority leader was able to achieve 50% of the vote, given where his polling had been, his job approval, his favorability ratings had been over the course of the last year and a half. I think that was quite an accomplishment.
But I mentioned how hard he and his team had worked at getting people to vote. Were the sheer numbers of people that they were able to drive to the polls a factor?
I think clearly Senator Reid's Get Out the Vote operation was a factor, and it's considered among the best ever put together for a non-presidential race. It was quite a feat, but I do think it's really interesting to note how much Sharon Angle underperformed with Republicans. As I was watching the county tallies come in, there are certain targets Republicans have to hit in order to win a statewide race in Nevada. And of course, the gubernatorial candidate for the Republicans won going away. So this isn't out of bounds for a Republican to do. And yet Sharon Angle did not win the Republican areas of the state near the margins, which means she didn't have the support of her own party that she needed to win. And losing by 5 points is a lot worse than it looks on paper. 50 to 45, it seems like she kind of got close. But in terms of campaigning, a 5-point loss is a real solid loss.
David, the DNC chair, Tim Kaine, said this is a wake-up call, that things need to change. There needs to be bipartisanship. Will it be for Harry Reid? First of all, do you think that he'll keep his position as leader? Does he want it? And also, do you think that he'll make any gesture to reach across now that the Republicans have a little stronger presence in the Senate?
Well, yes, he wants it, and yes, he'll keep it. That's clear, and that's a done deal. I think, given that the Republicans are going to have at least 47 Senate seats and maybe 48, depending on how, in fact, maybe you might add another one in there, depending on how Colorado and Washington shake out. There'll be some more bipartisanship in the Senate simply because the numbers are closer. When one party controls everything by wide margins, as the Democrats do currently, you're just not going to have bipartisanship. It happens when it's forced. And I think it's going to be interesting to watch Harry Reid deal with the Speaker of the House, John Boehner, the new Speaker, presumably.
Do they have a history, David?
Say that again?
Do they have a history?
They don't have a history that I know of, but they're going to be forced to deal with each other. And of course, the Republican House will send over legislation to the Senate that is Republican-backed legislation because they have that power. And the Senate's going to have to dispose of certain things one way or the other. So I think it's possible we'll see more bipartisanship simply because the numbers have changed and it's going to force it. I think the president will ultimately set the tone because the president is still the leader of the Democratic Party.
And perhaps the president will set the tone today, later today, actually, 1 p.m. Eastern, when we hear from him. And as we look at this race with you, David, Greg actually wants to jump in here. Greg?
Yeah, David, I'm over at the map right now. I know you probably can't see this, but we have a map of county by county in the state of Nevada. 50% for Reid, 45% for Angle statewide. But here you see the blue in Reno, metropolitan area. And down here in Las Vegas, look at that. This is where Harry Reid really picked up. Let me just clear that out and take a look at the numbers now. In Las Vegas, 54% of the vote for Harry Reid, just 41% of the vote for Sharon Angle. Was it Vegas that really put Harry Reid over the top?
Well, I think that his numbers in Clark County made it very difficult for Sharon Angle to win. So you're correct to point that out. But I think the more interesting thing for me is that even though she won a lot of these other Republican-leaning counties, she didn't win them by enough. And she is somebody who is based in the Reno area in northern Nevada. And her numbers in Washoe County, I haven't looked at the final tally, but as the numbers were coming in, not only was she not winning in Washoe County, by enough, she was behind. And so she clearly wasn't getting it done from a numbers perspective.
Yeah. I've got Washoe County up here right now, 45% for Sharon Angle on Washoe, 50% for Harry Reid. So you're right about that.
I think, Greg, that's your answer right there, because that's a county she should have won. You and I should have been arguing over whether she won it by enough. The fact that she lost, forget Clark, because she wasn't going to win Clark. She just had to keep her margin close enough. Losing Washoe County, that means the Republicans that know her best decided to vote for Harry Reid. And as Reid said today in one of his campaign stops before the polls closed, he knew that these people weren't suddenly Democrats. They just weren't buying into Sharon Angle. She's a great person. She's a nice person, but she wasn't an effective politician.
And the other Democratic stronghold was in Mineral County, which is sort of in between Clark and Washoe, and she narrowly lost there by 2 percentage points, again in Mineral County.
Yeah, and that wasn't going to ever be a factor for her. She needed to do well with her base, and ironically, she didn't.
All right.
David, thank you very much for joining us.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Well, a big Tea Party win in the state of Kentucky. Voters there electing Republican Rand Paul their next U.S. Senator. Take a listen.
They say that the U.S. Senate is the world's most deliberative body. Well, I'm going to ask them to deliberate upon this. The American people are unhappy with what's going on in Washington. 11% of the people approve of what's going on in Congress. But tonight, there's a Tea Party tidal wave, and we're sending a message to them.
And Rand Paul beating his opponent, Democrat Jack Conway. As you can see, 56% of the vote was 759,000 to Jack Conway's 44% of the vote, almost 600,000 votes. He's going to replace Republican Jim Bunning, who is retiring, former pitcher.
Greg, thanks so much. We're going to bring you the latest on another race in Florida, a three-way race there, also the governor's race. Stay right where you are. Great to have you with us.
Welcome back. A quick recap now of how things are shaping up this morning, the day after the election day. On Capitol Hill, the balance of power in the House has shifted over to the Republicans substantially. In the U.S. Senate, the GOP has narrowed the gap. Democrats still, though, hold a majority of seats there, including that of Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid. His opponent, Tea Party-backed Sharon Angle of Nevada, congratulated him earlier on his victory. And voters in South Carolina have elected their state's first woman governor. Nikki Haley will also become the nation's second Indian American governor. The Tea Party-backed three-term Republican state representative will replace scandal-stained Governor Mark Sanford.
Florida, very interesting race tonight, a three-way race for Senate going to Tea Party-backed Marco Rubio. The Republican winning tonight for the U.S. Senate, easily beating Governor Charlie Crist, who ran as an independent after leaving the Republican Party, and Democrat Kendrick Meek. Let's take a listen to some of Rubio's victory speech.
Tomorrow or even now, the stories are being written about what this election is about. What does it mean? And we still don't know all the results from around this country. But we know that tonight, the power in the United States House of Representatives will change hands. We know tonight that a growing number of Republicans will now serve in the Senate as well. And we make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance.
Well, Meek took the time in his concession speech to thank President Obama.
I want to thank President Obama, and I also want to thank President Clinton for their support of my candidacy. I truly, truly appreciate their support. I appreciate support of Senator Nelson. Also appreciate the support of all of the local elected officials throughout the state of Florida, some 320 local elected officials that endorsed my campaign.
Well, Kendrick Meek trying to follow in the footsteps of his mom, Carrie Meek. And Charlie Crist, well, he thanked the voters in Florida.
This is the greatest state in the country. You're the greatest people in the world, and you always have my heart. And I love you with every fiber in me. And it's a tough night, but there's a bright future ahead. So I want to thank you for everything. God bless you. God bless you. God bless the United States of America, and God bless our beautiful Florida. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A bright future he predicts for the state and also for the country, but not saying what his plans are for his future. And what about the governor's race tonight in Florida? Well, take a look. It still hasn't been called. As soon as we learn more and bring you more information, look how close it is. You'll get it right here on Fox.
Let's move to the state of Nevada. It was a very big night, as we pointed out, for Harry Reid, the majority leader. He beat out the Tea Party candidate Sharon Angle. Here is Senator Reid from last night. Take a listen.
Today, Nevada chose hope over fear. Nevada chose to move forward, not backwards. Nevada made this choice because we know it's not about us versus them. It's about every Nevadan, all of us, in this together. This race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round.
Well, I wanted to go to John Fund because, John, as we were listening to Marco Rubio, you said something that I found interesting because there have been predictions, a lot of attention to him, and he did it.
I followed his career since he was Speaker of the Florida House of Representatives. It is a meteoric rise. I believe that he is the whole package that Republicans have been looking for a fresh face. He is articulate. He has been a skilled legislator. He has cut taxes. He has been a loyal ally to Jeb Bush, who is considered a very respected governor. Jeb Bush is one of his strongest backers. Telegenic, and he's Hispanic. I predict right here and now, Marco Rubio will probably be the 2012 vice presidential nominee for the Republican Party.
He's got a great personal story, and those are monster numbers. To get 50% in a three-way race is a statement win.
Does he give Republicans what they've wanted for a very long time, which is the Hispanic vote?
Not only the Hispanic vote, but I think that he can reach across party lines and get the minority vote from blacks. He has a wonderful story, and he's a passionate speaker, and he puts me in the line to remind me of Obama.
Is that why, Richard, that Democrats wanted to knock him off early on?
Well, they wanted to knock him off early on because they wanted that seat. I mean, they didn't really care much about knocking him off personally. I mean, listen, this guy is a star. He's a huge star. He's got a huge career ahead of him. I think maybe 2 years from now might be a little soon to be vice president. He might not want it that soon because, you know, it's very hard to beat an incumbent president. Running for re-election, he may want to wait.
He didn't want for vice president. Remember, this will be for vice president.
Yeah, I know,
but he doesn't want to catch the blame in case the incumbent president.
But they'll come a court, and John's right, though. I mean,
they definitely will. They definitely will come after him.
With Kendrick Meek, he also had an interesting background, interesting record. Minorities looked to him perhaps to carry the torch in Florida, and President Clinton. Let's talk about the Clinton factor. Yeah. He was there several times with Kendrick Meek.
It never caught fire, though, for Kendrick Meek.
Why?
Unfortunately, I don't know. I think
He's a great guy.
I don't really know. I mean, I think that there's a lot going on there. Three-way race, an incumbent governor. You know, Charlie Crist had his followers, but this guy Marco Rubio, he's unbeatable. I mean, he got big numbers in a three-way race, right?
But I think it's President Clinton, though, over the last couple of weeks, 100 stops. I mean, he was everywhere. Did he have an impact?
I mean, overall, he had an enormous impact. I mean, this was the guy you wanted to be with you. He's the only president in modern American history to have balanced the budget.
I'm going to say this.
reduce the
I'm going
deficit.
to say this, and this is not because Richard worked for him.
At 95 events. He was all over the place.
If you were a Democrat, you would rather have Bill Clinton than President Obama.
And if
And
you're
I'm gonna
a
tell you this,
Republican, Angela, did
which is
you
this-
want Sarah Palin to come as well? Did she have the desired impact for candidates for whom she endorsed?
Definitely. Sarah Palin not only would impact people getting out the vote, but raising money as well.
John, I sensed you were going to disabuse Richard's remark about Clinton and the surplus, but
No, I think Bill Clinton.
No, those are the facts.
I think Bill Clinton very much enjoyed running around the country knowing that he was being invited by candidates that would not invite Barack Obama in. This is a little bit of sweet justice as far as Clinton is concerned, because he is the big dog in the party now. He's the guy who can raise money. He's the guy who can go anywhere. And if he had succeeded in getting Kendrick Meek to drop out and throw his support to Charlie Crist, and if that had changed the Florida Senate race, Bill Clinton would have been one of the heroes of the Democratic
isn't
Party.
it remarkable that a former impeached president is more popular than the current
I don't remember
president?
that impeachment part. Was he?
You don't, huh? You have
No.
a very short memory.
Did that happen, really?
You made a prediction about Marco Rubio. What about Hillary Clinton? What's her future?
Hillary Clinton believes in loyalty. She will remain as Secretary of State at least for most of the next year. She is not going to leave office and challenge her former boss. She would consider that the height of disloyalty. But she's very concerned about the state of the party. And she couldn't resist a comment in Kuala Lumpur, where she's traveling on Election Day today. She was asked about the election back home, and she said, well, I spoke with President Obama, and he was wistful about perhaps not being overseas at this time.
But, Jamie, there are Democrats that want Hillary to resign, and they want her to replace Obama.
And she won't do it.
And, John, is 2012 Jeb Bush's year?
I still think Bush fatigue is such that the white sheep of the Bush family can't quite overcome that obstacle and run.
Boy, I want to tell you,
early for a Bush.
I'd give some advice. A Democrat giving advice to the Republicans, I think the Republicans should run Jeb Bush because
I would love Jeb Bush.
I think he would be almost unbeatable.
Really?
I think he would be a great candidate.
But
I
there's
really
still
do.
Bush fatigue.
There's still
I agree
Bush
with
fatigue. Now, you
I
couldn't
agree with
run Jeb Bush and then run Marco Rubio for vice president because you can't be from the same state.
Florida.
Right.
Well, that shoots holes in John Fund's
look,
prediction.
Things change in politics. Jeb Bush would be a candidate that would unite all elements of the Republican Party. That
it'd be
much
brilliant.
I know.
It'd be brilliant.
Right.
I talk to people who know Jeb Bush and who say that either he doesn't want to do it or he's not going to do it. I mean,
he has family consideration.
It doesn't look like it's going to happen, but it would be great for you guys. I mean, that would be the best thing you guys could get.
You just want to run against the Bush.
Yeah, you're too enthusiastic.
Listen, who else are you
You're
going to run?
too
The Republicans
enthusiastic.
have nobody else to run. That is why Barack Obama is going to be reelected, because the Republicans don't have anybody to run.
Huckabee, Sarah
Tell me
Palin.
the unemployment rate in 2012, and I'll tell you
Listen,
whether
you
Barack
can't-
Obama wins.
If the economy recovers, all is forgiven.
Exactly.
Right.
Remember,
You're
Ronald
exactly
Reagan
right.
recovered from a very bad midterm, and so did Bill Clinton.
Right.
So if the economy recovers, I suspect, though, it's not going to recover enough to make. I think it'll recover slightly, but it'll be a very competitive race.
Which
And in
means
an odd
voters
way-
are inherently myopic, right?
But in an odd way,
And
it's
Richard
also,
doesn't even remember impeachment.
and it's beneficial that
was a joke.
That Democrats still hold the Senate if you're just thinking pure Republican strategy.
All right. Lots more to talk about. Guys, thanks very much. A lot of eyes watching West Virginia. The popular Governor Joe Manchin, a Democrat, managed a victory there. You're going to hear from him, but first, here's Andrew Cuomo, who will become the new governor of New York.
The people want a government that realizes that there is no economic future for the state of New York if we are the highest tax state in the nation. If we want to keep young people here, you want to bring jobs here, you want to grow jobs here, you have to get taxes under control in the state of New York.
Welcome back, everybody. Busy night, busy morning. The balance of power on Capitol Hill is topping our headlines for these midterm elections. In the House, Republicans are in line to hold control for the first time since 2006. It's been pretty much expected all along. Despite losing at least a half dozen seats, the Democrats are set to hang on to their majority in the Senate. In Ohio, Republican John Boehner has won re-election, and with it, His party becoming the majority, he's expected to become the next Speaker of the House. Another changing of the guard coming in Missouri, 30-year House veteran Democrat Ike Skelton, the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee, turning over his seat to Republican Vicky Hartzler. Now, the congressional turnovers were part of a national tide that gave a House majority to the Republican Party, a takeover that likely means the reelected U.S. Congressman John Boehner from Ohio will be elevated to House Speaker. And we're also going to check in now with Greg and see what he has going on at the board.
Here's the map of the United States, the U.S. Senate races in the yellow. These are the races that were actually in play. Now, there are 3 of them, and they're sort of out west, that have yet to be called. In Washington, Patty Murray, the incumbent Democrat, that race has yet to be called. Dina Rossi is challenging her. Michael Bennet in Kentucky and Colorado, that hasn't been called yet. Alaska, of course, a 3-way race there, although looking good for Lisa Murkowski. Now, take a look at all of these right here in the Midwest and the East. All of these were in play, and this is where there were huge Republican gains. Florida, Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky. Here is Ohio, Rob Portman, who is a former House of Representatives. He is now the new United States Senator. Let's go to a neighboring state if we can. I think I hit Kentucky. Rand Paul, a runaway Tea Party-backed candidate, beating Jack Conway. So lots of races that we were following here. Democrats, however, managed to hold on to Delaware, which is a hard state because it's so small to push up. But there we are. Christine O'Donnell lost quite badly to Chris Coons. And let's just pick one other race, West Virginia, in which Democrats managed to hold on to. They held on to 5 of their Senate seats. And there you can see Joe Manchin takes the seat that was held by a Democrat for many, many years, Robert Byrd. Jamie?
All right, Greg, thank you so much. The Republicans gained control of the House, as we've mentioned, but the man who will presumably be leading the new conservative majority is telling his fellow GOP lawmakers that this is not time for a celebration. Don't rest on your laurels. Kelly Wright is joining us now from our D.C. Bureau with more on that. It's a time for action, it sounds like, Kelly.
Yeah, Jamie, you're right. And the American people in this vote have stated clearly what they want, and that is change. The Republicans have emerged as the clear victors, as we've seen throughout the evening. President Obama called Republican leader John Boehner this morning, the 2 men discussing ways to create jobs and cutting spending. While the Republicans are now in control of the House, the presumptive House Speaker John Boehner, in an emotional address, warns fellow conservatives this is not a time to celebrate, but a time to actually roll up your sleeves and work hard for the American people. While speaking in D.C., Boehner also stated that with their vote, the American people have sent a clear message to President Obama.
While our new majority will serve as your voice in the People's House, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course.
And we will hear from the president and his comments about what unfolded during this race later today at 1 p.m. Back to you.
Kelly, thanks so much. Coming up, when we come back, we're going to take a look at some more races, including West Virginia. Stay where you are.
In West Virginia, the governor, Democrat Joe Manchin, has won his state's Senate seat. It was vacated by the death of Robert Byrd. And the conservative wisdom in West Virginia is that Manchin won because he effectively distanced himself from President Obama. Take a listen to this. Well, apparently we don't have that sound. The other memorable part about Joe Manchin and his campaign, he had this incredible ad in which he literally takes a rifle and shoots a hole in cap-and-trade bill. That, and of course, let's go back to our panel real quickly. John Fund, he did an amazing turnaround on health care. Earlier in the year, he said he would have voted for the health care bill, and then he told Fox News fairly recently that, well, I wouldn't have voted for the final passage on it. But he got away with it.
Well, Manchin had a problem. He was a popular governor, but running for a United States Senate where he would be serving, helping out Barack Obama's agenda. He managed to work that out because he said, look, send me there and I will oppose Barack Obama's agenda even though I'm a Democrat. And he was able to close the sale with that ad, because when you take the president's legislation and you shoot holes in it, that basically demonstrates your independence from the administration.
Was that the best ad of the political season?
No. The best ad by far was the two Jerry Brown ads.
I agree with you.
The two Jerry Brown ads that he ran against Meg Whitman had the best ads. One called Echo, where he juxtaposed Governor Schwarzenegger and Meg Whitman's exact words. And the most brilliant ad was where they showed Meg Whitman, a tape of Meg Whitman saying 30 years ago in California anything was possible, and they flashed to a headline that showed that Brown was governor 30 years ago.
Governor Moonbeam, as he was known back then. What do you expect, Angela, to happen tomorrow? I know we've asked this question before, but we're anxious, not tomorrow, today now, at 1 o'clock Eastern Time today, when the president steps before television cameras.
Obama's now running for 2012, and you're going to see a different type of president. He's going to be more humble, and I really believe he's going to reach across the aisle, and he's going to become more of a centrist and actually make things happen because he wants to win in 2012.
You heard it here. He can be humble.
We heard a lot of things here. Good predictions. We look forward to being back with the panel. Great panel. Angela McGowan, Richard Socarides, Adam Geller, John Fun. Awesome to have you here.
Thank you all.
Great to have you, too. Let me just tell you, it's not over yet. Florida governor, Colorado Senate, Washington Senate, Alaska Senate. Those races are still outstanding. Keep it right here at Fox and also foxnews.com for the very latest on all of these races. I'm Jamie Colby. Great to be with you for these 3 hours.
It's been fun for 3 hours. Thanks for being with us. And by the way, talking about flipping out over election 2010, take a look at this one. Colorado Democrat Ed Perlmutter literally turning cartwheels to celebrate his victory in the 7th Congressional District. The Limber congressman has made his acrobatic prowess a staple of his campaign. Couldn't resist a final tumble for his constituents. He'll be heading back to Washington for a third term.
Hopefully not his only skill.
Good for him.
Good to have you with us. Don't forget that President Obama has his post-election news conference today, 1 p.m. Eastern. Keep it on Fox for all your election and post-election coverage.
That's 1 o'clock Eastern Time today at the White House. So keep it here. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Wednesday, November 3rd, 2010. Thanks for sharing your time bright and early today. The results are in, and the Republicans take control of the House. Expected future Speaker John Boehner getting emotional about the change.
I spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
We have complete coverage of all the races that happened last night.
Meanwhile, the House was won, but not the Senate for Republicans. Majority Leader Harry Reid holds off Tea Party candidate Sharon Angle.
Race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round.
Okay, and we have complete coverage of the Senate races as well.
All right, one race that's still up in the air, Alaska's Senate seat. Right now, write-in candidate Lisa Murkowski is in the lead. She's live with us in a matter of moments. Fox and Friends starts right now.
Howdy, folks, and live from Studio E in Rockefeller Center, it is the post-game show for what happened last night all across the United States, where the House of Representatives, in one of the biggest shifts in 70 years, is now in the Republican column. Look at that, 239 Republicans have been reelected or elected last night.
And still, we don't know all of the results because some of the races, quite frankly, too close to call at this point in time. But let's take a look at the Senate as well.
Yeah, as we flip boards, take a look. It's 49-46, and you could probably add another seat for Republicans because even though we don't know who won in Alaska, Lisa Murkowski or Joe Miller, we do know that they're going to caucus with Republicans. So the Republicans will not get the Senate, but they have closed the gap considerably.
Did you say Lisa Murkowski?
Yeah, why do you ask?
Because she's on the phone right now.
You are unbelievable.
No, it's true. Good morning to you, Lisa.
Good morning. Or actually, it's still evening my time, but good morning to you on the East Coast.
Okay, so
we're celebrating here in Alaska.
Now, why are you celebrating? Because we understand it is still there are so many outstanding ballots, and they got to count all of the write-ins, right?
Well, they do, but right now we're at about 88% reporting. We're 10,000 plus votes up, and we've been trending positive all night long. You know, to be in a three-way race and to have 40% of the vote at midnight and recognize that, hey, I was the write-in candidate. My name wasn't even on the ballot. That's a pretty impressive place to be right about now.
Right, and one of the things that the people had to do in order to select you was to actually spell your name correctly. Tell us how this works. If somebody wrote down Murkowski and it wasn't perfectly spelled, what would happen to that ballot?
Well, the Division of Elections has said that they look to the intent of the voter. So if they can discern the intent, they will count it. So if it's a Y at the end instead of an I, it's going to be all right. If the further away from the actual spelling, the greater challenge it will have. That won't be determined, of course, for a couple weeks here. But again, we're feeling pretty good about where we are with the number of votes and the precincts that we have yet outstanding.
And Senator Murkowski, you made it clear, unless I'm wrong, that you were going to caucus with Republicans, correct?
Correct. Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Now, how tough, looking back, you went a couple of weeks after losing the primary and said to yourself, I don't know if I should actually run as a write-in candidate. What ultimately was the reason why you decided to give this a shot?
Well, I tell you, it was really the ask of so many Alaskans, people all over the state saying, please give us a choice, Lisa, between the Republican nominee and the Democrat nominee, who between the two of them got less than 15% of the vote. About 85% of Alaskans said, hey, we didn't speak up in that process, and we're looking for another choice. I gave them that clear choice, and I think we're seeing that outcome tonight.
And I understand something like 20,000 absentee ballots they're going to start to count those today, right?
Well, they'll be counting the absentees over this next week. We should have absentee numbers within a week.
And then they should certify the results by November the 29th. All right. Lisa Murkowski.
That's what the hope is.
Indeed. I know you'd like to have this over as well. We thank you very much for joining us tonight, your case, from Anchorage. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a nice evening or morning.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, because of the time change. Speaking of another time change, let's go back out to the West Coast where Washington, the Senate race there, the state of Washington, this was hotly contested between Patty Murray, the incumbent, I believe 18 years incumbent, against Dino Rossi, who was very neck and neck with her in the polls. Keep in mind, President Obama went out and spent 2 days in Washington state recently, and that gave Patty Murray what appeared to be a little bit of an uptick in the polls. But right now, it's too close to call. Nobody knows who's going to win this one.
And the thing that stands out is, Senator Murray basically said, look, I helped write the health care bill. I ran, I'm not running from it. So, yeah, and that's where Rossi started picking up steam. Now, they estimate about 500,000 votes have left to be counted, so obviously it's too close to call. She does have a slight lead now, and Rossi's had his heart broken before. In 2004, a lot of people thought he was going to win the governorship. He was going to thought about taking legal action, but in the end decided to concede. Again, we have a race in which he's involved in the state of Washington, which is extremely close.
Sure. Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit about Nevada. There were a lot of Tea Party Republicans who wanted to make sure that Sharon Angle did win. In the end, she did not. As you can see right there, Harry Reid is the winner with 50% of the vote versus her 45%.
Let's take a listen to both of the candidates.
This race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight. It's the start of the next round.
I want you to know that I'm so proud of you, because this was never about me. It was always about us. And I remember from the debate that Senator Reid reached inside his breast pocket and he said, I carry my Constitution with me. And we want to hold him to that for the next 6 years.
That must be the most stunning race so far of the night, because all the polls were trending. All the polls were trending 3 points. I know that's within the margin of error, but they were all trending to Sharon Angle. And for Harry Reid to win by what looks like at least 5 points, I think is stunning.
He won big.
All hands on deck.
Yeah, he won big in Las Vegas. He got 54% of the vote. In some Republican district, he even ended up winning that. They said he was very strong in the absentee ballot, the early voting ballots.
Mm-hmm. All right, now out to the Golden State of California in the Senate, and as you can see right there, Barbara Boxer has defeated Carly Fiorina soundly, 52 to 43%. Meanwhile, as we move on to the governor race, Jerry Brown, who once upon a time was the governor, is going to be the governor-elect. As you can see right there, 53 versus 42 over Meg Whitman.
It's amazing, too, because he was once a 34-year-old governor back in the 70s, and now he's the oldest governor and in his 70s as he takes over the helm. He's held almost every position in California, and this might be his toughest challenge. Let's listen to both candidates.
You know, I did this 36 years ago, and I tried during the campaign never to mention the word experience or to tell too many old stories, because, you know, after a while, people are looking for something new. So I take as my challenge forging a common purpose, but a common purpose based not just on compromise, but on a vision of what California can be.
So I have just called Governor-elect Brown to wish him well. And it looks like the results are in, and it is time now for Californians to unite behind the common cause of turning around this state that we love.
Oh, that'll be a big challenge, because California is in tremendous hurt right now. They're completely broke. And we should point out that both of these races, the Senate race and the governorship there in California, very union-driven. When you go back and look at the analysis of this, it'll be interesting to see how much of the campaign money to both of those Democrats was based upon union money.
And someone's got to sacrifice, and you got to think that if they're going to get the budget in line, the union's got to do it. So that's the deal. Oh, by the way, Prop 19, legalizing recreational marijuana, how did that do? It lost, despite $3.4 million of supporting material.
All right, with Republicans in control of the House, there will be a new speaker elected in January, and it's presumed that GOP leader John Boehner will take the reins. Last night, he became emotional about the change.
I spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
Let's go live now to Washington, D.C. with Mike Emanuel. So, Mike, what do we know about President Obama's call to John Boehner last night and his calls to other leaders in Congress?
Well, good morning, Gretchen. Yeah, President Obama was working the phones, called Congressman Boehner, Speaker-to-be Boehner, at about midnight, making the call from his treaty room office inside the White House residence. Also made phone calls to Nancy Pelosi and Steny Hoyer, the Democrats, and Republican Mitch McConnell. We are told that he told Boehner and McConnell that he's looking forward to working with them and the Republicans to find common ground, move the country forward, and get things done for the American people. White House aides told me yesterday that they recognized this election was about the American public sending a message. Today we will hear the president's response to that message in an East Room news conference, guys.
That's right. And Mike, you know, during the campaign, the Democrats tried to tag the Republicans as the party of no. Now that the Republicans are in charge of the House, they can't just say, no, we're not going to do it. What do we know so far about any cooperation between the White House and the House?
Well, the White House does believe that with more power comes responsibility to get some things done, so we will see how that plays out. Congressman Boehner says the new Republican majority in the House will be the voice of the American people, leading the drive for a smaller, less costly, more accountable government in Washington. Here's more from Mr. Boehner.
We hope President Obama will now respect the will of the people, change course, and to commit to making changes that they are demanding. And to the extent that he's willing to do that, we're ready to work with him.
And Boehner says it is time to roll up sleeves and go to work, guys.
All right, very interesting developments. All right, thanks, Mike, very much. We'll check back in with you.
All right, meanwhile, the leader who... well, there's going to be a change, and the Congress is going to look different, and the rest of Congress is going to look a lot different in January. Let's go live to the Russell Rotunda, where Molly Henneberg is hanging out, with what's going to be different. We're going to have a different lame duck Congress session, and we're going to have a different, of course, different complexion come January, Molly. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Brian, Gretchen, and Steve. With at least a pickup of at least 60 seats in the House, maybe more as these too close to call races are decided, yes, there will be a change, especially in the House. First up will be leadership elections. That will happen mid-month. And come January, now Speaker Nancy Pelosi will hand over the gavel to the new Speaker. It's expected to be Congressman John Boehner, currently the minority leader. He will become the new Speaker of the House when Republicans take over in January. As far as the rest of the leadership on the Republican side, it's expected to be House Majority Leader Congressman Eric Cantor, and the House Whip, that's the nose counter on votes, the person who whips all the Republicans to make sure they're voting the way the party leaders want them to, Congressman Kevin McCarthy. There's not expected to be a lot of drama about these Republican leadership posts. That's expected to be how it will go. Republicans say they have the House in part as a reaction to President Obama's agenda and voters' frustration with the stimulus, with the health care legislation, cap and trade, which passed in the House. Democrats say, hey, the president's party usually loses seats in the midterm, and the Republicans may have the House, but Democrats have 2/3 of the governing puzzle here in Washington. They have the White House and the Senate. Speaking of the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid holds on and defeats Tea Party favorite and Republican Sharon Angle. Reid, a former amateur boxer who was tied very closely to President Obama's agenda, he will be returning here to Washington, likely as the Majority Leader. A couple of Republican stars in the Senate that will be coming here in January. You have Rand Paul in Kentucky, Marco Rubio in Florida. Back to you guys in New York.
All right, Molly, thank you very much.
Thanks very much. And Ron Brown in Wisconsin beats Russ Feingold.
Yeah, Ron Johnson.
Ron Johnson, big upset there.
Meanwhile, coming up next, our political panel right over there reacts. What does this Republican victory mean for Washington, and how should President Obama react at his 1 o'clock news conference?
All right, then, did your vote count? Complaints over problems at the polls, even voter fraud in some states. We'll break down the cases.
America decides, and the GOP wins big. Voters changed Washington's political landscape, and viewers chose one network for powerful, fair, and balanced coverage. As the country moves ahead, only Fox News Channel moves forward.
Welcome back. Well, the results are still coming in early this morning, but already a big morning for Republicans picking up at least 60 seats to win the House. But what does this mean now for the president and his agenda? On our panel this morning, former hedge fund lawyer and politician who lost to Congresswoman Carolyn Maloney in the 2010 New York House election, Reshma Saujani, Democratic pollster and Fox News contributor Doug Schoen, and Republican pollster John McLaughlin. Good morning to all three of you, and thank you so much for getting up so early. Or maybe you never went to bed. John, let me start with you.
Sure.
The Republican pollster that you are,
right.
How would you assume that the Democratic president will now react to this?
Well, he has to really just reinvigorate his agenda because he's lost his coalition. I mean, he's basically lost, senior citizens voted against him like 18 points. They lost every age group except the under 30 group. He lost, the conservatives came out and voted against the liberals at a 2-to-1 margin. So he's lost the center and he has to regain his coalition with a new agenda.
Reshma, do you really believe that President Obama is suddenly going to become a moderate?
Look, I think that there's going to have to be some consensus that's created on this morning. We have a very partisan and divided government, a more divided government than we had, from last night. Mm-hmm. And so I definitely think that there's going to have to be some coalitions that are going to be built.
Mm-hmm. Doug, how's that going to happen? Because it appears to me now that the Democrats are more liberal than they used to be, and the Republicans are more conservative than they used to be. And so how the heck do you bring those two parties together?
Well, with difficulty, Gretchen. I think the first point, and John was alluding to it, the president has to show contrition because, bottom line, his agenda was repudiated yesterday. He may well be deeply committed to it, but there was a rejection. On the other hand, the election yesterday was not an embracing of Republican Party philosophy or ideas. It was just a rejection of the Democrats. So the two sides have to come together, as they did in '94 when I was working for Bill Clinton subsequent to that midterm election.
Do you actually believe that President Obama is going to do what President Clinton did? Because many other people
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said that he's got to try. I think there are forces, as you suggested, Gretchen, that make it more difficult. A more liberal Democratic base, and frankly, a more conservative Republican majority in the House. But the problems now are arguably more serious than we faced in '94 and '95. The American people have as their imperative cooperation, and if we don't, the loser is not really the politicians, but the American people.
Right. Very, very interesting. I got to wrap it up there because you guys are going to stick around for another discussion. And this is what they're going to talk about. Several key states, the races in those states that could make all the difference in getting down to the business that Doug Jones just alluding to in the next 2 years. And California placing its bets on legal marijuana to solve the state's economic woes. But that proposition went up in smoke. So what now for California? They're broke. A lot of tight races on election night. We're back with our panel, Reshma Saujani, Doug Schoen, and John McLaughlin, with a look at some of the nation's key races. All right, John, let's start with Illinois, because you actually had something to do with Kirk.
A long time ago. I did, a year and a half ago, I took a survey for the Senate committee and told him he could win, which was amazing at the time because the president was very popular in his home state. And Mark Kirk, to take the president's own Senate seat, is quite a rejection of the president in his home turf. So it really has to shake him up right where he lives, because he lost counties and parts of that state that he carried heavily and handily just 2 years ago.
Let's move to Pennsylvania. And Reshma, here we had Toomey versus Sestak. Of course, this was for Arlen Specter's seat. This was one of the most highly touted races in the nation. And Toomey pulled it out.
Yeah, I think Pennsylvania kind of reflects the mood of the country. People are angry about the economy. Almost 1 in 6 Americans don't have a job. And so I do think that, you know, the race reflected the fact that the American voters want a new direction.
Yeah, but it was Pennsylvania, Doug.
Well,
I mean, that went heavily for Obama, did it not?
It did, but Reshma's right. With the economy in the doldrums, with 16 to 18% of Pennsylvanians out of work, underemployed, or discouraged workers, there was a wholesale rejection of the president. A Republican governor was elected. And I think that that's the kind of change that is really got to be scary to the White House this morning. A reliably blue state going Republican because of the economy.
The one state in which they must be cheerleading at the White House today is West Virginia.
Yeah, and West Virginia is a very interesting case study. Very popular governor, goes behind a perennial candidate, John Racy, and runs a strong anti-Obama campaign. The best Republican in West Virginia was Joe Manchin. Said he was a friend of Sarah Palin and the Bushes, and he won.
Yeah,
Tells
he
you
was
something.
touting the picture of himself with George Bush, and he also took a shotgun right to cap and trade. I mean, John, did you think he was a Republican running?
Well, he tried. It was amazing that they let him get to the right of the Republican. The best slogan, actually, for the Republicans would keep Manchin as governor, vote for Racy for Senate, because he was a popular governor. Instead, they allowed him to go to the right.
Reshma, how much pressure will be on Joe Manchin when he gets to Capitol Hill to continue this conservative talk?
I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on him. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Democrats who are in the Congress right now to move to the center. I mean, that's really the mood of the country right now.
Reshma's making a very important point, Reshma. Regardless of how the Senate falls out, there is an ideological majority in the country and in the House and the Senate for centrist policies. If Joe Manchin tries to govern as a liberal, he will lose in 2 years. He won't do that. He made that clear last night. And I think we're going to see conservative ideas, fiscal conservatism, small government, balanced budget rule the day, regardless of whether there's cooperation, because the American people have spoken loudly and clearly.
And I think the deficit debate's going to be the health care debate in January. Yeah.
We'll have to wait and see the president making a press conference today. Panel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gretchen.
Coming up next, a closer look at the new balance of power in both the House and the Senate. Then, did your vote count? Complaints over problems at the polls, even voter fraud in some states. We'll break down the cases in a live report. Then victory speeches from across the country, the best of both Dems and Republicans.
All right, welcome back. If you're just waking up, we've got the results from last night, and if you were hoping for the Republicans to take the House, congratulations, you have a winner. Right there, you can see that there will be 239 members of the Republican Party in the House of Representatives versus 183. That means Nancy Pelosi will no longer be the Speaker of the House.
It's presumed that John Boehner will, and you see that advantage, and you say, well, that's significant. Well, it's very significant considering 54 for Bill Clinton in 1994 was considered titanic. They say this is the biggest swing since 1948 in the balance of power in the House.
And then let's take a look at what's going to happen happen in the Senate, because as we know, in order for the Republicans to take control there as well, they needed 10 seats, which it appears they're not going to get, although some of the races are still undecided. So let's talk a little bit about the Alaska Senate race right now, because you had McAdams, the Democrat, versus Joe Miller, the Tea Party Republican candidate, versus the write-in Lisa Murkowski, and it now appears that Lisa Murkowski, as a write-in candidate, is going to be the winner in that state.
Yeah. And you have Joe Miller, who won the primary. Lisa Murkowski thought about it for 17 days and said, I'm going to go give it a shot as a write-in. But they had to spell her name right. And now the word is, and you mentioned, you asked her the question, what if they got close to your name? And they
I asked her, and she said that you didn't have to be perfect.
If it's close. But right now, all they know is they have 77,000 write-in ballots. So what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to go ahead and they're going to have to look at each and every one of them, and that will start in earnest promptly.
Dan Springer's live for us in Anchorage. Hey, Dan.
Yeah, hey guys, close counts and horseshoes, hand grenades, and apparently Murkowski. She does have a sizable lead. It looks like 10,500 right now with 87% of the vote counted. You have another 30,000 absentee ballots, but it looks like she'll go into that hand count. You know, they'll go vote by vote to see who the write-in candidate is. It looks like she'll go into that with about a 10,000 vote lead, so it seems to be insurmountable. We did not get a concession speech tonight from Joe Miller. He didn't come by here at the Egan Center, where it's tradition for all candidates to come by and talk to the media and address supporters, but certainly Scott McAdams did, and he knows it's over, and certainly from Lisa Murkowski, she was very upbeat. We talked to her about what a huge blow this is for the Tea Party Express, which backed Joe Miller, of course, in that stunning upset of her in the primary. It's also a very interesting subplot, the Murkowski versus Palin situation. We asked her about that because obviously this was a simmering feud that exploded on the surface when Palin backed Miller. Here's what she had to say about Sarah Palin tonight.
Sarah's going to do what Sarah's going to do. I'm going to do what I need to do for Alaska.
Is she the right person to be leading Republicans, a Republican movement called the Tea Party across the country?
I think that remains to be decided. I think here in Alaska tonight, people are more focused on Lisa Murkowski than Sarah Palin.
So what is your message tonight? I mean, you are up sizable lead, and it looks like you are
Don't ever underestimate the power of a strong Alaskan woman.
Ouch. Never underestimate the power of a strong woman. Obviously, those two are not getting along very well, and this relationship is not going to get any better going forward. Let me just wrap up by saying that Miller has not indicated, because we don't know, we haven't talked to him, but he has not indicated how hard he will fight those ballots. You know, if it's a 10,000 vote lead, it's hard to imagine that 10,000 votes will be thrown out because they're not Murkowski, they're not close enough to Murkowski. So we don't know how hard he'll fight, but we do know that I talked to someone with the Murkowski campaign, and the RNC, the top guy with the RNC back in D.C., will not be joining Miller's team. He'll be joining the Murkowski team when those votes are gone through in Juneau in 3 weeks. I'll send it back to you guys in New York.
All right, Dan Springer there. Hey, are you officially the last guy there in that hall?
Let's pan around. I want to show this room. This room is emptied out, baby. I mean, you know, there's nothing left but a couple of gaffers, you know, pulling tape and popping balloons.
Yeah.
All right.
The party's over, baby.
It's over. I'm out of here.
Help them load up the chairs. Come on, Dan. You got some time before your next hit.
They stack.
I'm going to bed.
Hey, thanks for your hard work out there in Anchorage, sir.
All right.
All right. Now let's talk about another race. It's too close to call, but this is even closer than the one we just left in Alaska. You have Rossi against Murray. Now, Murray's the incumbent, and I was just looking at some of the exit polling. It looks as though it's an inverse. More men went for Rossi, more women went for Murray, and in the end, they're still counting ballots, and they're all mail-in.
With 62% of the vote tabulated.
And that's why we wouldn't know right now. I'm not sure when we'll know the end of that. I mean, we may not know today. It could be a couple days before you know exactly who's going to win that race.
You know, I heard that it could be a week because you just had to postmark it before Election Day. So by the time it arrives, you're not counting the post office, but when it finally arrives, you give it a week and then you open.
Okay, well, as we said a little while ago, Nancy Pelosi out as Speaker of the House because Republicans won. There were a lot of Republicans who hoped that Harry Reid would be defeated by Sharon Angle. That was not to be. As you can see, the Tea Party-backed angle did not defeat Harry Reid, who had vast union support and a lot of help from his friends in the Senate at the last minute out there in Nevada.
All right, let's move over to California now, where despite a late charge by Carly Fiorina, it looks like Senator Barbara Boxer has fended off her greatest challenge to date and it will retain and get 6 more years at that Senate seat over in California, significantly a 9-point advantage with 86% of the votes counted.
And also another woman who wanted to be the governor in California, Meg Whitman. She will lose to Jerry Brown, who returns as governor after, I believe it's been 28 years since the last time he was governor. He once again will be governor of California. I don't know. You want to be governor of California right now? Because you got a lot of problems going on in California. Yeah. I mean, we wish him luck because, let's face it, California is completely broke, and he's got a lot of issues to try and tackle.
And that state has just rejected the 2 most successful female CEOs maybe in the history of the country.
Yeah, very interesting. Let's go to Colorado, where the Senate race there, too close to call. You have Ken Buck versus Michael Bennet. Michael Bennet, the Democrat, Ken Buck, the Republican, both at 47% right now. Too close.
Meanwhile, let's go to the dairy state of Wisconsin. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a shocker. Russ Feingold, the very liberal, longtime Democrat serving Wisconsin, was defeated by Ron Johnson by 5 percentage points. Ron Johnson, is an up-and-comer now in the Republican Party.
Yeah, did you say Tea Party, Steve? Because this is another example, like Rand Paul, of two Tea Party candidates who established themselves, won over voters, and then walked away with a substantial victory. Feingold tried to rally late; it did not work. So Wisconsin now goes into the Republican column.
And Feingold stuck very firm to Obama and his policies, and maybe that's why he was defeated. Let's go to Arkansas, where another Democrat has been a long-term Democrat. Blanche Lincoln will not be in the Senate anymore.
Wow, look at
John
those numbers.
Boozman will now, and that's the way it was polling, too.
21 points.
You remember President Clinton went down and rallied for her during the primary, and she was able to fend off her opponent then, but not this time.
Yeah, healthcare seems as though it did her in, and Boozman wins by over 10 points over in Arkansas. Many people thought that was a Republican state to begin with.
Meanwhile, let's go down to Florida. We know a lot of people are already up and at 'em and wanting to know who won. Would it be Charlie Crist, Kendrick Meeks? Nope. Marco Rubio. Stunningly, with a 3-way race, Rubio got almost 50% of the balloting down there. And, of course, he, too, was backed by the Tea Party.
And his remarks very much harkened back to his family last night after his victory, and talked about he always feels like he's a family of his parents are parents in exile, kicked out of Cuba. He really appreciates the freedoms that he got here, and that was his emphasis. And now people are going to project him as an up-and-coming star.
All right, so Charlie Crist is the current governor, but who's going to be the next governor? We don't know yet. Because in Florida, too close to call right now. You had Alex Sink, the Democrat, against Rick Scott, the businessman. He currently is leading 49 to 48%, but nobody's going to say who's going to win that race right now. They're still counting the votes.
And it is Florida. Meanwhile, the night was filled with victory and concession speeches. Joining us now from Washington, he's been working as VCR all night long to tell us what speeches are noteworthy. Kelly Wright in D.C. Kelly.
Hey, Brian, working all night long but still smiling. Listen, the American people have stated what they wanted, and that's changed. The Republicans have emerged as the clear victors. President Obama called Republican leader John Boehner this morning, the two men discussing ways to create jobs and cutting spending. And while the Republicans are now in control of the House, the presumptive House Speaker John Boehner, in an emotional address, warns fellow conservatives this is not a time to celebrate, but a time to roll up your sleeves and work hard for the American people. Boehner also stated the American people have sent a clear message to President Obama.
While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course.
For the winners and losers, there is a common theme. The election is not a mandate for the GOP, but a repudiation of politics as usual.
We still don't know all the results from around this country, but we know that tonight the power in the United States House of Representatives will change hands. We know tonight that a growing number of Republicans will now serve in the Senate as well. And we make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance.
I'm going there, and I intend to work with everyone
who's willing to put their country first. If you put the country first, I don't care whether you're a Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, business, or labor.
10, to continue to work with all of you in the future as much as possible. So, it's on to the next fight. It's on to the next battle. It's on to 2012. And it is on to our next adventure. Forward!
Our elected officials will be held accountable by their constituents, like it or not. So although the outcome isn't what we all worked so hard for, our voice was heard, will continue to be heard.
Well, here's how political analyst Larry Sabato explains it all. He tells Fox News this election was clearly a classic check and balance election. He adds, no one was endorsing the Republicans, but they were trying to stop the Democrats. Back to you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kelly. And that pretty much was the message you heard John Boehner last night. It's not time to celebrate. It was a rebuke of, he felt, the Obama agenda, not so much a pat on the back for Republicans, but straight ahead.
Coming up, what does this Republican majority mean for business now at the White House? We're going to ask a political power couple, James Baker, the former Secretary of State, and his wife, Susan.
And will President Obama take a page out of President Clinton's handbook, moving further to the center and working closer with Republicans in Congress? We will talk about that on this day after Election Day, right here on Fox and Friends.
All right, you got votes still being counted around this nation, but there's already a growing number of complaints about possible fraud and intimidation. Joining us right now from Washington, D.C., Melanie Wilkes, with a look at some of the problems being reported. Melanie.
Good morning, Brian. Well, it happens to some extent in every election. Voter complaints now being reported to election officials across the country and also coming in to our website. We've heard a lot of complaints about touchscreen voting machines in Nevada showing a check mark for Harry Reid for Senate, even when the voter pressed the name of another candidate. Nevada's Democratic Secretary of State says he has gotten more angry complaints about this than in the presidential election in 2008. State officials say that these machines cannot be programmed with any pre-programmed with any particular candidates' names, and that investigations have shown that there are no problems with the machines. They blame operator error. We'll be keeping an eye on that one for you. Also in Nevada, an attorney for Sharon Angle has filed a complaint charging that a casino pressured its workers to vote for Harry Reid. In South Carolina, robocalls are making headlines. They've led to the arrest of a campaign consultant for the Republican candidate for Lieutenant Governor, Ken Ard. He won, but this consultant, Robert Callahy, was accused of failing to properly disclose who originated the automated calls. In Kansas and California, also complaints about robocalls that are telling voters that the election was today, November 3rd. You cannot vote today, by the way. And in Minnesota, election authorities also got a complaint about in one county that developmentally disabled adults were voting with the help of some mental health staffers, telling them in some cases who to vote for and how to fill out their ballots. Brian.
All right, thanks, Melanie. Meanwhile, let's talk to two esteemed guests. Our next guests are a power couple in every sense of the word. He was a former Secretary of State and Treasury Secretary. James Baker III and his wife Susan Baker join us right now. Thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations on your book, Susan. We'll get to it in a second. But first things first, Jim Baker, what do you think the mandate is for Republicans right now?
Well, I think the objective for Republicans should be to show that we're willing to work with the White House, provided the White House is willing to reach out to us the way Ronald Reagan did when I was his chief of staff. We reached across the aisle, attracted Democrats so that we could pass our tax and spending legislation early in the first term. That's what President Obama should have done 2 years ago, but didn't do. He sent up he let the leadership in the House, the liberal Democratic leadership in the House, write his legislation, in effect, both on stimulus, health care, cap and trade, all of that. didn't work with the Republicans. Now the Republicans, we control the House, he's going to have to work with us.
And Jim, he keeps pointing, and other people point to, well, Ronald Reagan's approval ratings weren't great after 2 years, and he did suffer losses after 2 years. Do you draw the parallel?
I think there's a really very valid parallel between the way Obama came in, the way Reagan came in, although Reagan adopted policies that were pro-growth. He grew the economy, and therefore we were able to come back really strong in 1983 in the third year. The policies that have been adopted so far are not pro-growth, and that's why I think the administration's having such a tough time with jobs.
And you said tough time. Susan, it's often very tough to write an autobiography. You did that. Your life in politics and what you went through we're going through something sadly many people can relate to, and that's divorce. Is that all in passing it on?
That's right. It certainly is. We've had a wild and woolly ride, and I just feel we've had great times, but we've also had struggles and hardships and made some mistakes, and I'm just passing it on. I've learned an awful lot of lessons. But the main thing is, no matter how tough things get, if you talk a lot and you love a lot and you trust God, you can make it.
Right.
We did. You know, we married in August one year, putting 7 kids together, and the next month we put 3 of those 7 kids in the 7th grade, and I'm still standing.
That's tough. Middle school is the most challenging. You know what we're going to do? We're going to post this interview on foxandfriends.com. This is where people can go on, find out how to get the book and more about the book. Jim and Susan Baker, thanks so much for joining us this morning on an early but historic morning.
Thank you so much, Brian.
All right, hope to see you soon. Meanwhile, coming up straight ahead, should President Obama follow President Clinton's lead and take a step closer to the right? That's next. Dick Morris, former advisor to President Clinton, will join us. Were his predictions on the money? That's at the top of the hour.
Good morning, folks. Republicans have taken control of the House of Representatives. So will that change how President Obama governs? And what can he learn from Bill Clinton's presidency following the GOP gains back in 1994, that is to say, in the contract with America? Michael Takeff is the author of A Complicated Man, The Life of Bill Clinton, as told by those who know him. Good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning.
All right. So last night clearly was a repudiation of Obama's policies thus far. Americans didn't like the way he was down the road we were going. So now what's he do? He's going to have a press conference at 1 o'clock. What's he going to say?
Look, in 1994, after the drubbing that President Clinton took, he turned the tables on the Republicans. Over the first 2 years of his administration, they had depicted him as a man out of touch with the mainstream, much as the Republicans have done with President Obama so far.
Right.
They talked about gays in the military, gun control, taxes, health care. After 1994, he was very successful in depicting the Republicans as a band of radicals out to destroy the underpinnings of American middle-class life, and himself as the only thing standing in their way.
Right.
We've seen the Republican opposition define very skillfully President Obama as a man out of touch with the heartland. He will want to turn the tables on them to change the debate, to flip the definition.
Right, exactly. And the Republicans have been very effective at portraying him in a certain way, but now he's got to pivot. He's got to change, because clearly the exit poll showed that Americans didn't like that guy. They want somebody who can work with others. But with Bill Clinton, who you depict in your book,
yes,
he was a flexible guy. And he realized, I see the writing on the wall, I got to change. I don't know. Do you think Obama is and can?
That's a good question. People saw the recent defensiveness during his interview with Jon Stewart, and it gave some of his partisans pause, I'm sure. President Clinton drew on several key personality traits. One was, as you say, his flexibility. He woke up after the election in 1994, said, what do I change? He was able to change direction and move on. Second, he had great political skill, bringing it to Newt Gingrich and the Republicans over the next year or two. Didn't do too well during the first couple of years, but after that, very effective. Does Barack Obama have the political chops to make that case successfully to the American public? And then something very important is resilience. When Bill Clinton's political obituary was written in 1994, he'd already been counted out twice, in 1980, when he lost his bid for re-election as governor of Arkansas, And in 1992, when the twin revelations of Jennifer Flowers and the draft hit him right before the New Hampshire primary.
Right. It'll be interesting to see what he does say today at 1 o'clock.
Yes, indeed.
You'll see it right here on Fox. Michael, we thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Stick around with us. We're going to continue to bring you all the races that are too close to call, and there's a number of them. And Dick Morris, former advisor to Bill Clinton, will join us. Were his predictions correct? Find out at the top of the hour. You're watching Fox and Friends.
Good morning, everyone. If you're just waking up, well, today's Wednesday, November 3rd, 2010, and we have all the results for you. Thanks for sharing your time. Republicans take control of the House. Expected future Speaker John Boehner. Watch as he gets emotional about the change.
I spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
We have complete coverage of all the races.
Meanwhile, the House was won, but not the Senate. Majority Leader Harry Reid holds off Tea Party candidate Sharon Angle by his fingernails.
This has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round.
And we have complete coverage of the Senate races coming up in moments.
Barney Frank has been in Congress for decades and never faced a competitor as fierce as this guy. Yet he still will hold on to his seat. Did he learn anything? Fox and Friends starts right now.
Good morning, everyone. Glad you're up. You no doubt want to find out what happened across the country last night, and we have it all for you this morning. Let's take a look at the balance of power now in the House. Republicans now control the House, 239 to Democrats, 183. And I don't believe that includes every race. It doesn't, because that does not add up to 435.
But the big news is Nancy Pelosi effectively fired. She'll no longer be the Speaker of the House, John Boehner. It is the conventional wisdom will take over.
And the perspective on this, Steve, too, this is no a run-of-the-mill change of power.
No.
Not since 1948 have we seen this type of switch. They talk about 1994 being a wave election. There was only 54 seats that changed hands in 1994 when Newt Gingrich became the Speaker.
Sure. Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit. There are some races that are just simply too close to call right now. Let's go out to Alaska, where it's the 3Ms, Miller and Murkowski and McAdams. Right now, because the way it's set up, they know that they've got 77,000 write-in candidate votes, representing 40%. Presumably, Lisa Murkowski's name is on most of them. Nonetheless, Joe Miller has not conceded. Here she is talking about taking on the Tea Party and how the Tea Party helped Mr. Miller.
They were an outside organization that came in, tried to influence an election. They did so in the primary, and we said, not again. This is our state. We will make the decisions here. We will elect our senator, and Alaskans are doing just that.
So we don't know the answer yet in Alaska. Let's move to Washington, where the Senate race there is too close to call right now, too. Patty Murray, the Democrat, the incumbent, going up against Dino Rossi, the Republican. 50% to 50% right now. Remember, this is a mail-in only voting state. You could have your vote postmarked yesterday, so they may not know the results for the next week.
Yeah, 62% counted. About 500,000 votes have not been, and about 14,000 votes separate the two. But when you talk about Tea Party, yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. Joe Miller was the Tea Party candidate. But when you talk about these exit polling numbers, out of all of it, this strikes me the most. 40% of Americans who wanted to vote say they agree or support the Tea Party movement.
Sure.
So if you cannot sideline that movement, and even if they necessarily didn't join it, they agree with it.
Well, one place where that didn't work out was in Nevada, where Sharon Angle has now been defeated. The Tea Party candidate, Harry Reid, will once again go back to Washington.
This race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round.
I want you to know that I'm so proud of you, because this was never about me. It was always about us. And I remember from the debate that Senator Reid reached inside his breast pocket and he said, I carry my Constitution with me. And we want to hold him to that for the next 6 years.
In the end, it wasn't close.
Yeah, no, she was defeated soundly out there. Meanwhile, let's talk about California, the Senate race. Barbara Boxer, longtime incumbent there, defeated Carly Fiorina, as you can see, by 9 points. Ultimately, that was one of the president's Western firewall states. He had to continue to hold that seat, and she does.
And the California governor race there, Jerry Brown, will be governor again in that state. He defeats the Republican Meg Whitman.
You know, I did this 36 years ago, and I tried during the campaign never to mention the word experience or to tell too many old stories because, you know, after a while, people are looking for something new. So I take as my challenge forging a common purpose, but a common purpose based not just on compromise, but on a vision of what California can be.
So I have just called Governor-elect Brown to wish him well. And it looks like the results are in, and it is time now for Californians to unite behind the common cause of turning around this state that we love.
Okay, now one of the things about California is there was also a controversial ballot initiative on the ballot out there. It was Prop 19, and what that would do is it would legalize the possession and, also the growing of marijuana in small amounts. And as you can see right there, by 9 points, that was defeated. But you got to figure a number of people who were for that probably showed up at the polls. And did that impact Jerry Brown? Don't know yet.
All right.
Republicans will take control of the House in January, and the conservative majority will elect a new speaker. It's presumed, of course, that that's going to be GOP leader John Boehner. But last night he became emotional about that change.
I spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
Let's go live to Washington, where Mike Emanuel is standing by for us with the new Congress, Mike. So what are likely to be the president's biggest disappointments, and where is he going to go from here with his press conference today?
Well, Gretchen, good morning. Clearly, losing the House of Representatives has to be a big disappointment to President Obama and the White House. Also, Alexei Giannoulias losing the president's former Senate seat to Mark Kirk. We saw the president out campaigning for Giannoulias this past weekend, raised money for him, also made a couple late phone calls into radio stations last night trying to drive up turnout. The president also spent a great deal of time in Pennsylvania, so Pat Toomey over Joe Sestak has to be considered a disappointment. Also, when you look at the state of Ohio, the president spent a great deal of time out there, so the incumbent governor losing and the Senate race being a loss. But to be fair, the president must be extremely relieved about Harry Reid surviving. The president, first lady, vice president all worked very hard for him. A White House aide told me at one point Senator Reid had a really strong ground game in Nevada and should not be underestimated. All indications are that was correct. Gretchen.
So any signal from John Boehner now about his approach in dealing with President Obama? He said he might have cooperation. Some Republicans got angry at him about that.
Well, they had a phone call last night, the president calling him from the residence. By all indications, it was a pleasant phone call. But obviously, the big test is going to be when they actually sit down across from the table from one another and search for common ground. Here's more from Congressman Boehner from last night.
While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight. And that message is change course.
Now, White House aides told me yesterday, whatever the outcome of the election, it would be the American public sending a message to the president. We will hear his response to that message this afternoon in an East Room news conference. Gretchen.
Mike Emanuel live for us in D.C. Thanks very much.
All right now let's bring in Dick Morris for a closer look at the implications of some key races. Good morning to you, Dick.
Good morning. It's been a long night.
No kidding, and I know you were busy at dickmorris.com. All right, aside from the obvious headline, which is the Republicans have taken back the House, what's the headline for you?
Well, they took back the House in some style. That was as when the final results are in. I think they probably exceeded the 1994 margin by over 10 seats. I think it'll be 65, 66 seats. And in the Senate, it's hard to tell, but it looks like somewhere between either 46 or 47 or 48 seats depending on Colorado and Washington. Generally speaking, when you're dealing with absentee ballots, you're dealing with Republican votes, or mail-ins, you're dealing with that. So I would guess 52-48. I think that what happens now is the entire country focuses on the central question we face, which is how do we close this deficit and get the economy moving again without the deficit and the threat of new taxes driving it down.
Right.
And a lot of people say Obama moves to the center, but I believe there is no center to move to. The issue is, do we raise taxes or don't we? And that's a yes or a no question, and there's no center in yes versus no.
And the Democrats that are left in the House are very liberal. The moderates all got shown the door last night. And in the big picture, those who say Republicans are now a part that were in 2008 the party of the South no longer can say that if you look at the results last night.
Sure. Of course. Well, there's nothing less powerful than a minority House member. They're sort of one step above the page. So I don't think that the Democratic minority at this point means much in the House. In the Senate, of course, it does. It's a narrow Democratic majority. But I think that what's probably going to happen is you're going to see a one-House program enacted. House of Representatives will do its utopia. It'll repeal medical care changes. It'll vote against cap and trade. It'll reenact and extend the Bush tax cuts. It'll slash domestic spending. And then the Senate will either kill that or pass it, more likely pass it, because then they know the president will veto it and nobody can override that. And then you will have a deadlock. You will have not a gridlock, but a face-off between the two, which will determine really the presidential race. Who can get their case out to the people? Will Obama be able to say that this is a question of an irresponsible right-wing crazy Congress, or will Congress be able to make the case that we want to cut spending and he wants to raise taxes?
Very interesting analysis. I want to get really specific about this one Virginia House race, because Virginia went for Obama just 2 years ago, and now it appears that it went totally Republican last night. And Tom Perriello, he stuck by Obama and his vote on health care, and that cost him big time last night.
Yeah, I worked for Robert Hurt, who beat him in that campaign. And we actually captured, I think, 3 seats in Virginia, including some that nobody thought could be won. You have entire states that just literally switched sides in this election, and Virginia is one of them. There now really is no such thing as a Southern moderate Democrat. A few in North Carolina. The one in South Carolina lost. There's one left in Georgia out of 3. There's none left in Florida. There's one in Alabama. There's none in Mississippi. One in Arkansas. You literally are down to 8 or 9 Southern conservative Democrats.
Okay, Dick, before you go, lightning round, we want you to talk about how out in Ohio, John Kasich has defeated longtime Governor Ted Strickland.
Well, that's great. And I think one of the big things you're going to see is huge changes at the state level in a move toward education choice and vouchers and those kinds of policies, because the Republicans really cleaned up on governorships.
All right. Dick Morris, it's always a pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us early on this Wednesday morning.
And we have so many more races to cover for you today, including this story. One Democrat going down in the House, Congressman Alan Grayson in Florida. Remember, he's the one who said Republicans wanted you to die? Daniel Webster, who just defeated Congressman Grayson, will join us live next.
All right, welcome back. A big win last night for Florida Republican Daniel Webster, who defeated incumbent Democrat Congressman Alan Grayson. Grayson, of course, has been known for his nasty comments like Republicans want you to die quickly, and calling his opponent Taliban Dan. Bill O'Reilly had this to say about Grayson after the results last night.
That guy, I tell you what, I've seen lowlifes never lower than him, except for the criminals.
And Congressman-elect Webster joins us now from Florida. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning.
As you traveled your state, your district, looking for votes during this election cycle, how many people said to you, you know, I'd like to see you get elected because I'm embarrassed by that guy in Washington?
Hundreds and hundreds of people said that. It was a common word.
Why do you think that is? Was it you referring to you as Taliban Dan, or was it the fact that he said that the Republicans' health care plan was for people to die quickly, or what?
I think just the fact that he established himself as someone who burned bridges. But, you know, we didn't even try to focus on that. What we wanted to say is Washington itself is broken, and that was the problem. And he was agreeing with Nancy Pelosi 98% of the time, and that agreement tied him to the fact that we had a huge debt. We had all kinds of other problems, including a high unemployment in Congressional District 8, and the people responded.
Mm-hmm. Now, as part of the incoming class in 2011, you guys are going to be in charge. The big question is, will you get anything done? And as you look at the future, what do you say to that?
Well, I say this. I don't want to go to Washington to change places with the Democrats. I don't want the process to be the same as it was. I don't want the policy to be the same as it was before. And certainly I tried to prove that even the way they campaign is wrong. And we want to be different. You know, it was a rough race. I mean, and you kind of have to get over that, but it'll all work out.
Mm-hmm. Ultimately, when you look at the exit polling, Mr. Webster, people were really fixated upon and want the government to help fix the job situation and the economy, not the health care, which they did fixate on. So going forward, that's really job one, isn't it?
I think it is. I think we've got to take off the table immediately some things that small businesses saw as sort of a coming tsunami from the federal government. I think the fear has got to be taken away from those who are in small and medium-sized businesses, so they'll spend the cash that they have to hire new people. And the first thing we have to do is take off the table cap and trade, and take off the table the card check bill and other things that were detrimental to businesses even taking the next step.
All right. Daniel Webster joining us today from Florida, who last night won quickly. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us live.
Thank you.
All right. Meanwhile, straight ahead, some races still too close to call at this hour. So are some politicians already mulling a recount. The attorneys who argued on behalf of President Bush and Vice President Gore joining us next. And he defeated the Tea Party in Nevada, but not in Congress. Harry Reid headed back to the Senate with a whole new list of stuff to do.
All right, some quick headlines now. 3 San Diego residents under arrest accused of trying to help terrorists. The Somali men were just arrested and charged with conspiring to send money to al-Shabaab, a terror group based in Somalia that tries to undermine the Somali government, amongst other things. Overnight, Greece has stopped all international mail shipments following an outbreak of suspected mail bombs. At least 14 suspicious packages have been found in Greece or sent from Greece. 2 suspects are in custody. Police don't think they're connected to the bombs mailed from Yemen to the United States last week. Back to the election, Gretch.
Thank you, Brian. Many races still too close to call this morning, and accusations now of voter fraud, not making things any easier. To fight the problem, the Department of Justice sent out 400 observers to these 18 states on your screen, but this morning complaints are still coming in. So will we see recounts? 2 experts, attorney for President Bush during the 2000 recount, Jason Unger, and the attorney for Al Gore's team, Kendall Coffey, both in Florida. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning.
So let's talk about Florida, because right now, the governor's race in Florida, too close to call between Sink and Scott. So, Jason, will there be a recount? Do you think there will be?
With the vote spread that we're seeing right now, it does not look like there will be a recount. Under Florida law, you need to be within 0.5 of 1%. Rick Scott is clearly in the lead by far more than 0.5%. So by the end of the day tomorrow, when they do the second tally of the votes, we'll know whether that percentage is hit or not, but it doesn't look likely at all.
Okay, military votes would still have to come in, but provisional votes, you say, are counted first. Kendall, where do you see this going? What would the Sink campaign have to see in order to say, I want to recount?
Well, I think what we're looking at are provisional ballots, because Jason's right. Under the system now, you don't have all that discretion about whether to order a recount or not. It's pretty much down to the mathematics of it. But there are provisional ballots out there. I think the Sink campaign can and should want to take a look at those to see if the numbers are significant enough to maybe get you within that half-point percentage that allows a recount to proceed.
Let's go to Colorado, where it's still too close to call in the Senate. Ken Buck versus Michael Bennet. In general, there are a whole bunch of states, Jason, that are already reporting what they see as voter fraud. I'm not sure specifically in Colorado, but in Minnesota you have reports of mentally handicapped people being brought and being told who to vote for. I mean, how do you police that kind of stuff?
Well, there's two main problems that I see nationally on the voter fraud level. One are absentee ballots, which are more and more popular. And the problem with absentees, of course, is they leave the supervisor of elections office, they're mailed out, handled outside, and then sent back in. Lots of areas for fraud to happen there, lots of non-oversight, if you will, where many bad things can happen, as we saw in the Daytona City Commission race earlier this year, where the people were arrested, a city commissioner was arrested for absentee ballot fraud. The other is the move towards same-day voter registration, same-day voter actually being taken to the polls, which if Nevada was a little bit closer this year, probably would have been an issue with the Reid campaign bringing people or trying to get casinos to bring people the same day in to vote.
Right, and I got to get to Washington now because this is still undecided for the Senate too. Dino Rossi, the Republican, versus Patty Murray, the incumbent Democrat. Mr. Coffey, interesting enough here in Washington State, it's all mail-in voting. What kind of voter fraud can happen with that?
Well, I think the less you have a polling place-based election, the more exposure there is to possible fraud. And if fraud is in a very isolated quantity, it's a law enforcement issue. If you get systematic fraud, or if the numbers are high enough to maybe change the outcome of an election, then you can revise the calculus in a dramatic way. But again, a little bit of fraud, that's law enforcement. Takes a whole bunch of it to become a game-changing play for election purposes.
All right, a very interesting discussion. Jason Unger, Kendall Coffey, you both knew all about that during the 2000 election. And Kendall, you are the author of Spinning the Law. Thank you so much for being my guest this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up on our show, Ohio flipped from blue to red, and voters are demanding change from the newly elected Republicans there.
I want the budget to be balanced. I want an increase in jobs.
Frank Luntz with the concerns from Ohio voters. And with the Democrats losing their policy-making power in the House, what does that mean for the economy and the markets? Stuart Varney here with his answers. And happy birthday to Dennis Miller, the Saturday Night Live star, turned Fox News contributor. He's 57 young years today.
This is an election alert. Last night, the Republicans effectively tore up the Barack Obama presidential map of 2008. There's a whole lot more blue on the map when you look at the House, which now is in the power of the Republicans. So far, they've won 239, which is historic. The gain of 63 so far.
Overall, you could say the Republicans broke back and took parts of New York, upstate New York in particular, Pennsylvania and New Jersey, Ohio, Florida, and Indiana for the Democrats. Massive losses.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's take a look at the Senate because you know that the Republicans had to win 10 seats to take control in the Senate. That appears to not be happening at this point. Right now, a +6 gain, but there are still, I can think off the top of my head, Washington's not decided, Colorado's not decided. What else? What other Senate races are not decided?
You have Washington, Colorado, and, well, Illinois is now...
Let's go ahead and take
Alaska. Thank you, Stuart Varney,
Alaska.
off on the sidelines. Thank you for being my brain at this early hour of the morning. I appreciate it. I need help from time to time.
But we could actually, if we chose to, we could actually put Alaska into the Republican side because the two finalists are both Republicans.
Exactly right. Yeah. So let's take a look. Just right now, because look at the bottom, write-in candidate has 77%. We know who the write-in candidate is.
Eventually we'll put a light on that.
It's Lisa Murkowski. Well, because they know how many write-in candidate ballots they receive, they just don't know whose name's on it. And that is going to be a time-consuming thing, and that's why they will not be able to certify that election up there until the 29th day of this month.
That's interesting. I wonder if, if there's 10,000 votes they haven't looked at yet, who's to say that they're all Lisa Murkowski then, if that's the case?
Well, see, they know that those 77,000 were not for Joe Miller and they weren't for McAdams. They know that they were write-ins. So it's like, okay, well, let's put that in the pile of stuff to count today. So they're going to start counting today.
Okay, but I'm not so sure we're going to know that anytime soon. Let's go to Nevada, because that one we do know, and to me this is the stunner of the night, which is that Harry Reid has held on to his seat over the Republican candidate there, the Tea Party favorite, Sharon Angle. All of the polls in the recent weeks showed Angle up by at least 3 or 4 points. That is within the margin of error. But I'm not sure what that indicates. We'd have to ask a pollster about that. But maybe the ground game of Harry Reid was much more strong in the end.
I think the union push, I mean, it was all hands on deck. Not only did Harry Reid get help from a number of staffers from Max Baucus, who went out from Washington to help him on the ground. And we've been talking this morning.
Michelle Obama,
sure,
President Obama.
There's been a big push. Nonetheless, here are Harry Reid, the winner, and Sharon Angle, who came in second.
This race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round.
I want you to know that I'm so proud of you, because this was never about me. It was always about us. And I remember from the debate that Senator Reid reached inside his breast pocket and he said, I carry my Constitution with me. And we want to hold him to that for the next 6 years.
It's just amazing, too, that, Harry Reid is the face of health care. He is the face of the stimulus package. It was the House and the Senate that wrote all these projects, the alleged shovel-ready projects. You have unemployment, which is through the roof, the foreclosure capital of the country.
There. It's the job loss, bankruptcies, house foreclosures. I believe Nevada leads the nation in all of those things.
Wow. Well, that's a very interesting development. And now we go to California, where it appears that Carly Fiorina could not, even in this sort of era of Republicans reclaiming the House, in the Senate, she didn't do it against Barbara Boxer.
Yeah, we projected Barbara Boxer has retained her seat. She'll get another 6 years there. And Carly Fiorina, who had those struggles too, and remember in the last week she had to go in to have, she had an infection and she had to go have that handled. So that's a challenge for her. She's one of the most famous female executives in the country, chief executives in the country, as was Meg Whitman. And both, after convincing primary victories, went to defeat. Yesterday, Jerry Brown goes ahead and says, hey, I liked that job in the 70s. Let me try it again in 2010.
That's right. Meanwhile, all eyes were on who would wind up taking Barack Obama's former Senate seat there in Illinois. And the answer is Mark Kirk, the Republican, has defeated Alexei Giannoulis out there. And take a look. It was a squeaker right there, 48 to 46%.
Just as we started to pronounce Giuliani's, see, I still can't do it. Giannoulis. Just as soon as we got to pronounce that, he's not going to be the senator anymore. Let's go to Pennsylvania, because that is where Pat Toomey was able to defeat Joe Sestak. Remember, this was for Arlen Specter's seat. I know it's confusing because he was a Republican and then he became a Democrat, and now he's no longer anywhere. And it's going to be Pat Toomey, the Republican, who will be going to Capitol Hill.
I wonder who Specter voted for.
Yeah, I would assume it would. That's true. I have no idea who he voted for.
Who would he voted for?
Not too happy with Joe Sestak, the admiral, and he wasn't too happy. But he still stays in Congress, does Joe Sestak, because he's a congressman right over there in Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, the night was filled with victory and concession speeches. Joining us right now from Washington with a roundup of those speeches last night, Kelly Wright.
Hey, Brian, good morning to you. This is how you round it up. The American people have stated what they wanted in this election, and the answer is change. The Republicans have emerged as the clear victors. President Obama called Republican leader John Boehner early this morning. The two men discussed ways to create jobs and cut spending. And while the Republicans are now in control of the House, the presumptive House Speaker, John Boehner, in an emotional address, warns fellow conservatives this is not a time to celebrate, but a time to roll up your sleeves and work for the American people. Boehner also stated the American people have sent a clear message to President Obama.
While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course.
That plays well in terms of what's going on for the winners and the losers. There is a common theme out there. The election is not a mandate for the GOP, but a repudiation of politics as usual.
We still don't know all the results from around this country, but we know that tonight the power in the United States House of Representatives will change hands. We know tonight that a growing number of Republicans will now serve in the Senate as well. And we make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance.
I'm going there, and I intend to work with everyone who's willing to put their country first. If you put the country first, I don't care whether you're a Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, business, or labor.
Intend to continue to work with all of you in the future as much as possible. So, it's on to the next fight. It's on to the next battle. It's on to 2012. And it is on to our next adventure. Forward!
Our elected officials will be held accountable by their constituents, like it or not. So although the outcome isn't what we all worked so hard for, our voice was heard, will continue to be heard.
All right, political analyst Larry Sabato sums it up like this, telling Fox News that this election was a classic check and balance election. He adds, no one was endorsing the Republicans, but they were trying to stop the Democrats. Brian?
All right, thanks a lot, Kelly. I think that was an important, some important moments there. I also thought it was very interesting. What's Russ Feingold saying?
Is he running for president?
Is he running for president?
I think so.
He's looking to the future.
2012, I think that's what he was saying.
He almost had a Howard Dean moment.
Almost.
So Republicans take back the House, but the markets remain flat. Stuart Varney says it's because investors got exactly what they wanted, and I'm going to call you Stuart again.
As opposed to what? Okay, I'll take that.
So why are they flat?
Well, actually, they were flat an hour ago. Now we're beginning to see some pickup. Now stock prices are beginning to move a bit higher for the opening bell. Basically, investors got what they wanted. You now have the ability of a more Republican Congress to block any big new spending plan, any cap and trade, any card check. So that's regarded as a plus by investors.
Right.
That's where we stand.
So you've got some gridlock going on there, or roadblock. The problem is, if there is gridlock or roadblock, where's the growth? We're going to have all that debt. Wall Street doesn't like that.
Yes, but Wall Street does like the idea that our central bank, the United States Federal Reserve, will this afternoon tell us all how many hundreds of billions of dollars they're going to chuck out into the economy.
Are you talking about the QE2?
Oh, let's not get into that. Yes, quantitative easing number 2. Yes, chucking out maybe $500 billion in the next 6 months into the economy. Wall Street likes that.
Now, there's other thing that is very important, too, is what Republicans didn't do, and that is win New York. Shocker. I thought the guy who says my rent is too damn high was a shoo-in. And in California, they didn't win. What does that mean for the possible bailouts of those two insolvent states?
You put your finger right on it. California bucks the trend, goes Democrat big time. That is an insolvent state. It sets up a financial question, a big one for President Obama.
Does the federal government write a check?
Will the federal government bail out California and or New York? Because they are insolvent. They need a bailout. They've voted Democrat. Will President Obama abandon his own people in California?
Yeah.
He needs him for 2012.
But the big question is, why are they insolvent? And that's what.
Sure. Well, you're not going to get to grips with that in the near term. What you are going to have to get to grips with is the idea that they need a bailout. Will they get it? Right. Huge financial question.
Well, it's not a bailout, but it's a handout. You had your handout and said, Mike Huckabee, will you be in my show today? And he said, yes, I will.
As a matter of fact, he did, yes, and he will be there at 9:20.
All right. We'll see you, Stuart. Thank you very much for joining us live today.
Thanks, everybody.
Ohio just changed from blue to red with big victories for Republicans, but even with the election in the books, voters aren't showing any signs of easing the pressure on their politicians. They're steamed. Frank Luntz with a very passionate panel.
Talk about passion. Juan Williams here. He'll join us with his reaction to the results of last night's midterm elections.
Yep, time for midterm talk. America moved substantially to the right last night, giving Republicans 6 Senate seats at least, and a majority, historic majority, in the House. So what will this mean for Democrats in the future?
Fox News political analyst Juan Williams joins us now. I know you had a really late night, so we appreciate you joining us on the Curvy Couch this morning. So let's go right to the balance of power in general and get your basic thoughts.
Well, I think the key thing, if you are in the business of politics this morning, is that the coalition that was so important to putting Barack Obama in office in 2008 really isn't there anymore. I specifically am interested, Gretchen, in women. If you look at women last night, according to the exit polls, it was exactly even. But if you look at white women in particular, all of a sudden white women swung heavily towards Republicans. And if you look at seniors, seniors also swung heavily towards Republicans. And what that tells you is the independents in this election said, we're not happy with the president. We're not happy with the Democrats. I know that if some polls indicate they're not all that happy with Republicans, but clearly they said, you know what, the people in power right now are people that we want to shift and change. We want new people, and they chose Republicans to be the element, the change agents, if you will.
So we were looking at the polls, and we saw Joe Manchin with 65% approval rating as governor, and we saw how well he did during the mine disaster, and we're shocked to see him trailing by 5 to 7 points 3 weeks ago. What he did since that time is say, I'm suing the government about the way they're handling the coal mining regulations. I'm against cap and trade. Look at the picture of me and George Bush. He ends up winning by 5 points.
And the most, I think, memorable ad of the whole cycle is his ad in which he's taking a shot at cap and trade.
Kaboom.
And, you know, what you notice is President Obama did not go into West Virginia. No evidence of him, you know. So this is another example where he says, you know, in his acceptance speech last night, I am going to Washington to fight. I'm going to Washington and take a message to Washington. Now, that's a Democrat talking, Brian. I tell you, that tells you something about these times, the temperature of the times.
Sure. And, of course, when it comes to the fight, perhaps no state had a tougher fight than Sharon Angle, who was backed by the Tea Party, versus Harry Reid. And the polls over the last week or two looked like she was going to eke it out, but ultimately she did not. He had a lot of help from unions. And to get out the vote in Nevada is legendary.
Well, yeah, but you know, Steve, I think that is the one race that was nationalized. I think there was so much money coming in from around the country. A lot of people invested all the significance of this election in those two candidates. Throw out Reid or bring in Sharon Angle as the radical Tea Party candidate. Now, last night was an interesting night for the Tea Party. Remember, in Delaware, you had O'Donnell.
Lost.
And she lost. But then Rand Paul in Kentucky comes through. Marco Rubio in Florida comes through.
Ron Johnson
up in Wisconsin. But I think that everybody was looking here and thinking this could represent, again, a sea change if you throw Harry Reid out, because you got rid of Nancy Pelosi as the speaker.
How many other Democrats lost because they put so much energy into Harry Reid?
I don't know. What do you mean?
How
many
money?
Yes. Well, huge money went into Harry Reid. And I think a lot of the money that went into Harry Reid, I don't know, arguably I think it was unique because of the national stature of that race, Gretchen. But I think that you have a point. Too much energy, too much attention to one man. And some of those people now I think are saying, you know what? What kind of leadership was it that led us to the point where we lost so many seats?
All right, you lost a lot of sleep last night. We're sending you. Go take a nap, Juan Williams.
I'm gone.
All right, thank you very much. Great job last night.
Thank you very much.
And good job this morning.
Okay, meanwhile, straight ahead, Ohio just changed from blue to red with big victories for Republicans. But even with the election of the books, voters aren't showing any signs of easing the pressure on their politician. Frank Luntz with a very passionate panel coming your way. Glad you're up, even if you're a little groggy. Many calling today's election results a good indication of what matters most to Americans right now. So, what do the American people want from the new class going into Washington? Fox News contributor, pollster extraordinaire Frank Luntz asked a focus group of Ohio voters that very question. And Frank, Ohio, a key, it's now Governor-elect John Kasich.
He's living proof that you can throw the kitchen sink at somebody, and if the American people really fundamentally want change, they're going to vote for it. I've not seen a governor's campaign in America in 2010 as ugly and as nasty as what Ted Strickland tried to do to John Kasich, trying to pin him to Wall Street, trying to pin him to George Bush, trying to pin him to anything negative, and it didn't work. But let's listen to what our voters had to say when I asked them the question, okay, the election's over, what do you want now? Let's take a look. What do you want now?
I want fiscal responsibility by our elected officials.
Define that.
I want the budget to be balanced. I want an increase in jobs. I want what Kasich did for our federal government in 1997 to be brought to Ohio.
I want the elected officials from either party to stop the bickering,
get together and solve the problems that the country has and stop just pointing fingers at George Bush or pointing fingers at someone else. Sit down together and let's talk about it.
You're one of the youngest people here. What do you want?
I want Republicans, Democrats, Congress, whoever's elected, to just work together and make things happen for people.
That's good. I would like to see these people in Washington who are supposed to be working for me, working for us, actually listen to us.
And you don't think they're listening?
No, not at all.
Is anyone listening?
No.
How many of you think that Washington doesn't listen? Raise your hands. Okay, so Republicans and Democrats, and you think this election is going to make it any different? Well, that's the question. Is this election going to make it any different? The challenge for John Boehner and House Republicans is to prove that they got the message. And that means what they do in the next 2 months, what they say before January 3rd is important, and then what they do on that very first day, I think, is critical.
Well, how critical, real quick, Frank, is it for the tone to be right when President Obama talks at 1 p.m. Eastern Time?
Well, right now, the people are looking at Barack Obama and saying, are you going to reach across the aisle? And most importantly, it's not your communication, Mr. President. It's not your words. It's your deeds. Are you going to acknowledge that the American people do not support what you did in those first 2 years? That's the question I want to hear an answer to.
Frank's sleeves rolled up and, of course, going through the whole night, analyzing as good as anybody. Frank Luntz, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, coming up straight ahead now as we move ahead, our post-election coverage continues with a look at the races still coming in and those who are still too close to call. And we have a great panel of guests. Listen to this, or look at this. Dana Perino, Eric Cantor, presumably the new House Majority Leader, and you got Karl Rove, Mike Huckabee, and Nikki Haley, the governor of South Carolina.
Good morning, everyone. Post-election day here at Fox & Friends. It's Wednesday, November 3rd, 2010. Thank you for sharing your time with us. The results are in, and the Republicans take control of the House. Expected future Speaker John Boehner. Watch this emotion about the shift in power.
I've spent my whole life chasing the American dream.
We have complete coverage of all of the races.
Our Republicans won the House, not the Senate. Majority Leader Harry Reid holds off Tea Party candidate Sharon Angle.
Nevada's going to prosper, and Nevada's going to lead. Called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight. It's the start of the next round.
Okay, complete coverage of the Senate races as well, including some that are still up in the air. Fox & Friends starts right now.
After I read this.
Oh, sorry.
From now on, hardly business as usual for the White House. Will President Obama be forced to rewrite his playbook? Former advisor to President George W. Bush, the architect Karl Rove, is here live for complete analysis. Brian, what did you just say?
Fox & Friends starts right now.
That's right! All right.
Good morning, everyone. We hope you had a wonderful night watching all the election results on Fox. And right now we have the results for you. Let's take a look at the balance of the power. Let's look at the House, where the Republicans have taken over control now, 239 of the races so far that we can tell you about, to 183 for the Democrats.
And they picked up big time in the Northeast last night. They made some inroads into New York, Massachusetts, and they also down south big time into Florida.
So Nancy Pelosi out as Speaker. Meanwhile, Harry Reid still continues as the Majority Leader over in the Senate. And as you look at the balance of power in the Senate, John Cornyn was right. The Republicans would not be able to seize a majority this time. It looks like, in his estimation, it'll take 2 cycles.
Now, let's talk Alaska for can we? It's a 3-horse race, but really down to 2. Scott McAdams is out. He basically gave in last night, and he should, because it's between Joe Miller and the writing candidate, Lisa Murkowski.
Right, and they're still counting the votes right now. It appears right now that Lisa Murkowski will be the Republican representing Alaska. Then in Washington Senate, the Senate race in the state of Washington, still too close to call. Dino Rossi, the Republican, against Patty Murray, the longtime Democrat incumbent. But keep in mind, Washington is a mail-in state, so you could postmark your ballot yesterday. We may not know those results for another week.
Yeah, what's taking them so long? They've only got 62% of the ballots counted so far. I would have had it done on Monday. Meanwhile, out in Nevada, Harry Reid has beaten Sharon Angle, who had a lot of support from the Republicans, and in particular the Tea Party. As you can see, they're the margin 5 points. Here they both are last night.
This race has been called, but the fight is far from over. The bell that just rang isn't the end of the fight, it's the start of the next round.
I want you to know that I'm so proud of you, because this was never about me. It was always about us. And I remember from the debate that Senator Reid reached inside his breast pocket and he said, "I carry my Constitution with me." And we want to hold him to that for the next 6 years.
And that's what it'll be. You know, who knows? Maybe Harry Reid might say, all right, I've been majority leader long enough. I think it's time to pass the torch.
Maybe. Stand by.
Highly doubtful. Let's go to California, to the Senate race there. Barbara Boxer, the Democrat, incumbent, longtime incumbent, she ends up defeating Carly Fiorina, who used to run HP. And then in the California governor's race, the other Republican, Meg Whitman, she also loses. After spending $160 million of her own money, Jerry Brown will once again be the governor in California. You got to ask, though, does he really want that job? California is completely, California's completely broke. And he's going to have a lot of work to do to bring that state back into the right color.
Gretch, I think he really thinks he's got the answers. Meanwhile, speaking of California, there was a ballot initiative out there, Prop 19. Sorry, Cheech and Chong. This is how it read. It would allow people 21 years or older to possess, cultivate, or transport marijuana for personal use. Ultimately, the people of California thought, yeah, that's probably a bad idea. It goes down to defeat by 9 points.
Yeah, now we'll talk about a battle that's still too close to call. In Colorado, it's neck and neck. You know, for the longest time, people said, wow, Colorado's really gone blue. And then it was Ken Buck who got the nomination in the primary and gone ahead and is in a neck and neck fight with Michael Bennet. Right now, it is still too close to call. With it looks like in total votes, Bennet has a slight advantage. Actually, when I went to bed last night, it was Buck that was up.
87% of the precincts reporting.
Let's go to Wisconsin, to the Midwest, a formerly very blue state. Ron Johnson, the Tea Party candidate, has defeated longtime incumbent Russ Feingold, the Democrat. This, to me, is one of the most amazing race results of the whole night, because Ron Johnson was a virtual unknown. He started speaking at tea parties, and before you know it, he is the next senator from the state of Wisconsin.
Right. He ran a plastics company for 31 years. Meanwhile, if there's to be a return to bipartisanship by Senate Democrats, it may fall to West Virginia's new Senator-elect, Democrat Joe Manchin, to get it done. Shannon Bream, live from West Virginia State Capitol in Charleston. Hey, Shannon.
Good morning. Good morning, guys. You know, as he heads to Washington and we look at the shift of the balance of power a little bit in the Senate and see what happens there, a lot of eyes are going to be on Joe Manchin. He is a very popular Democratic governor here for now until he heads to the Senate. But a lot of folks say what he's done is bring all kinds of different people, different groups, and both parties to the table, and that's been a strong characteristic of his. He's a very unusual Democrat. You know, he's pro-life. He's got the endorsement of not only labor, but also the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Pro-life groups have endorsed him. The NRA has endorsed him. He says, I am not the typical Democrat. We'll see when he gets to Washington. He says it's time to take some of the good things they've learned here in West Virginia, how they got things done, take it to D.C., see if he can make it work there. Here's a bit of his victory speech from last night.
We acknowledge that Washington is broken. And when you look, and I said this on the campaign trail so much, when you look and you see putting the party first or putting your personal agenda or political agenda second and the country last, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not how we do things in West Virginia. It's not how we've repaired things and made them better. We put West Virginia first, and it's time to put America first.
And he says he will do that by voting with and working with people across the aisle. One of the top issues people will watch him on and where he could cause a lot of trouble for Democrats is cap and trade. This is coal mining country. They are very much opposed to that legislation, he says. He breaks with the president and disfavors cap and trade in its current form. Left a little bit of a window open there to see if he comes up with something. But right now he says they would not have his vote on that issue. We'll watch and see how it all plays out when he gets to Washington. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, that was such an intriguing race. Thanks so much, Shannon.
Hey, look who's here on the couch with us, Dana Perino. Good morning to you.
Surprise.
So much to talk about. Let's talk about, first we're going to play a little soundbite from John Boehner, who last night effectively took the hammer from Nancy Pelosi. He will probably be the new speaker.
It's a gavel.
You know, it looks like a hammer to me. Here he is. Hammer time.
I poured my heart and soul into running a small business. And when I saw how out of touch Washington had become with the core values of this great nation, I put my name forward and ran for office. So I'm going to thank my wife, Debbie, my girls, Lindsay and Tricia, my 11 brothers and sisters, and all my friends and neighbors in Ohio for giving me the chance to serve and the opportunity to stand before you ready to lead. Thank all of you. God bless you, and God bless our great country.
What do you think?
Well, I loved that moment. I've known Congressman Boehner for quite a long time, since I worked on Capitol Hill, and I've always known him to be such a stand-up guy, and that was just a moment of pure, genuine, authentic emotion, somebody who has dedicated his life to public service and who worked very, very hard to get to tonight, not making it about himself. You know, you haven't seen him out on this. He's been out talking, but he hasn't participated in all the profiles and done all the fun little interviews. He is focused on helping these candidates win. He's got a big job ahead of him to unify everybody, but I think he's up to it. And I think that was last night, that moment, he just deserved that moment. I'm sure it probably caught him by surprise that he started to tear up.
We don't see a lot of emotion in Washington.
No, but
like
I loved it. I love, you know, you don't. And remember, most people a lot of people on the left had said President Obama needs to show more emotion, that he cares. Not that he needs to cry, but that he needs to show some emotion. What you got from John Boehner last night was pure authenticity, and I think it said a lot. And I think it made people feel good that he's going to be their speaker.
Right. And the White House tried to make him the center of the story by attacking him in the last couple
making
of weeks.
fun of the color of his skin, which is kind of ironic.
Right. Let's talk about what happens now in Ohio, though, because this is such a battleground state come 2012. President Obama desperately wanted John Kasich to not be the next governor of that state. He wanted Strickland. He visited 13 times, and John Kasich prevails. What does that mean moving forward?
Ohio is comes down to being the most important state in any presidential election. Not only did John Kasich win, but Rob Portman won, who was a Bush administration official, and he won decidedly. So that state, one of the things that happens, it's not just the redistricting part that people are talking about, but it's the organization. And also, governors are usually very popular in their states. The constituents usually like your governors, and I think Kasich will be a very good one.
In the big picture, when you see Boehner, do you think more Hastert and less Pelosi? Is he going to be more low-key, do you think?
Well, it's inevitably that you're kind of on stage because you are the speaker and you set the agenda. But I think he'll be measured and smart, and he can work together with people. I had the benefit of, when I was press secretary, of seeing him work behind the scenes with leadership from the Democratic Party, and he can do that. But they did not reach out to him or Mitch McConnell for months. No. They were so arrogant about it, so I have a feeling that John Boehner will probably be at the White House a lot more often than he has been in the past.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, where Pat Toomey did win over Joe Sestak, who did or did not get a job offer to do something somewhere.
Yeah.
This is a big day for Republicans out there.
That race kind of drove me crazy last night because it was so close for so long, and I didn't understand how they could call the governor's race and not that, but Karl Rove could probably tell you why in terms of how the precincts came in. Important for Pennsylvania, but not. It's again like Ohio. It's the senator's race and the governor's race. And so together, that shows you that there's this shift in the Northeast as well as in the South. Think about Virginia. Virginia came home for the Republican Party last night, and all across the South, conservative Democrats, these blue dog Democrats, they lost.
Yeah. But that's the amazing thing, is that now the Democrats are more liberal, even though it would seem it would be the opposite. I want to talk about the op-ed you wrote, because you give some suggestions to President Obama how he should move forward. He's going to give a press conference today at 1 o'clock. Is he going to do what you say, lead? Is he going to make a bold policy break, as you suggest to him?
Well, what I have found is that a lot of people in the White House don't take my advice anymore. The former White House did. But by leading, I meant that he cannot expect that all the new Republicans that are coming in all of a sudden are going to cooperate with him, and that the burden is on them to cooperate. That's not the case. The responsibility rests with the commander-in-chief. So if I were him, I would be the one reaching out, and I would say something provocative, like on tax cuts. Okay, I hear you, America. Let's extend them for 3 years, or something that would just make people go, huh, he gets it.
The president you did work for came out in 2006 after he saw the midterms and said, we were thumped.
Yeah, he said, we took a thumping.
Yeah, so he acknowledged
I couldn't have written it better myself.
And maybe you did.
I didn't.
Okay. But Dana, there's two things happening. He might not have the loyal Democrat following anymore. Look at Joe Manchin. Look what he just said. And he certainly doesn't have the numbers when it comes to
this is what I imagined this morning. President Obama's in the Oval Office. David Axelrod comes in and he says, got any good news for me? And David Axelrod says, Harry Reid won. And he says, you call that good news? I lost Nancy Pelosi as the Speaker, and now my main partner on the Hill is Harry Reid with a 3-seat majority. That's not good news for me.
Yeah, well, that can't come as too much of a surprise to him.
No, they probably knew. I think that they were nervous that Harry Reid would lose. I don't think there will necessarily be a challenge on the left. I mean, he won pretty decidedly, and but I don't think that necessarily he'll take any more of my advice.
Check out her op-ed at foxnews.com. It says, President Obama, America's trial separation from you has begun.
It's more relationship advice from Dana Perino.
They need it. All right, thank you very much.
Good job, Dana. Meanwhile, straight ahead, as we mentioned, President Obama set to hold a presser at 1. Today, Peter Johnson Jr. will be next with what the president has to say to the American people.
Then he could be the next House Majority Leader. Eric Cantor from Virginia will join us live.
Good morning, folks. Republicans celebrating this morning after reclaiming the majority in the House of Representatives. But what does this mean for President Obama's agenda and the future of bipartisanship in D.C.? Fox News legal analyst Peter Johnson Jr. joins us live. Peter, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, people will see it on Fox. There's going to be a press conference. What does the president need to say to show that he gets it?
Let me tell you who the president needs to transform himself into.
Okay.
Harry Houdini. This is a fateful moment for the president and for the country today. There will be humility. There will be some notion of humble pie. There will be these obligatory statements that he hears the message of the American people, but does he hear the message of the American people? The first step is probably to find jobs for 50 or 60 Congress people who jumped off the cliff for the president's ideological agenda here in the United States and lost a Democratic Congress based on the president's will to do Obamacare, to do stimulus, to make comments about social movements in the country like the Tea Party, and then lost the House. So what he's facing is a resurgent and renewed strong Tea Party, a newly strengthened Republican Party, and a lack of a Democratic Congress in terms of the House.
Do you think he gets, and the exit polling supports this, that the election was in many ways a referendum on his policies? And the American people are going, okay, we like you personally, but your policies, whoa.
Well, in the Fox News exit poll, 61% of the American people think that Americans think that the president is seriously on the wrong track and that the country is on the wrong track. So we will hear the humility today, but at the same time, he needs to move left in his mind. He cannot move anywhere else other than left. I believe he has lost the center in the last 2 years. He cannot reclaim the center. He needs to appeal to that same and I think divisive ideology that he spoke about, punishing people, where he talked about the back of the car, that kind of stuff. That's what he needs to do to gin up his base to win in the presidential election. He will not be able to reclaim the center. The independents will be very, very difficult. It's going to be a fight over ideology over the next 2 years in this country.
And you know what, Peter? I think the American people were like Harry Houdini yesterday. They were fit to be tied, and they sent a message loud and clear.
It is a message.
PJJ, thank you very much.
Be well.
All right. Coming up, he will likely be the new majority leader in the U.S. House. Congressman Eric Cantor of Virginia joins us live. Then, how will the White House react to the shift in power? Former advisor to President George W. Bush, Karl Rove, the architect, is here to weigh in.
Believe it or not, I have a couple more stories that you just have to hear. 3 San Diego residents are under arrest accused of trying to help terrorists. The Somali men were just arrested and charged with conspiring to send money to a terrorist group called Al-Shabaab. Yes, they're based in Somalia. They try to undermine the Somali government. And more news. Greece is suspending all international mail shipments after a rash of suspected mail bombs. At least 14 suspicious packages have been found in Greece or sent from Greece. The latest on an airplane in Italy, reportedly addressed to the Italian Prime Minister. 2 suspects in custody. It's not believed to be connected to the recent mail bombs put on planes to the U.S. Gretchen, back to the midterms.
Thank you, Brian. Voters turned out yesterday in force and delivered the House back to the control of the GOP. Here's Minority Leader John Boehner on what this means for the American people.
While our new majority will serve as your voice in the people's house, we must remember it's the president who sets the agenda for our government. The American people have sent an unmistakable message to him tonight, and that message is change course.
House Minority Whip Eric Cantor joins me now live from Washington, and he's likely to have a change in his life as well, about to become Majority Leader under the new Congress. Good morning to you, Congressman.
Gretchen, good morning.
So what do you make of what happened last night, Congressman?
You know, it's clear, Gretchen, the American people have had it with Washington. Last night's vote was a vote to say, you know what, Washington better start listening to the people again. And the people of this country, whether they're Republican, Democrat, Independent, they want to see some results here. And the fact is, the last 20 months has been an agenda that has produced nothing but more spending, more debt, and no jobs. And the priority one's got to be focused on job growth and getting this economy going again, and frankly, to reorient America back to a constitutionally limited government in a way that we can yield opportunity for all and actually allow folks to begin earning success again.
So, Congressman, how is that going to happen? Because in order for that to happen, there might have to be some cooperation. And that would mean Republicans and Democrats coming together. And it appears to me that now members of Congress are either more to the right or more to the left. So how are you going to come together?
Well, Gretchen, there is one thing that all of us Americans really believe in, and that is this very unique country of ours that is premised upon the notion that the power comes from the people, that this government has a limited role, and we ought to focus on the fact that people in this country are willing to step up and take responsibility if the government would just get out of the way. That is, I think, a concept embraced by all in America, and we want to get jobs going again so people can see a better future for themselves. The president, I know, believes that, and we believe that. We certainly ought to now, after this election, take the message that people want us to focus on delivering results towards that end.
I'm not so sure the president agrees that government should get out of the way, because many of his programs in the last 20 months were about government getting right in there. But let me ask you this. There has been some talk, you are one of the young guns, that's a label that you received, in the Republican Party. And many people had said that if this happened, what happened last night, that the Republicans gained control of the House, that you, in fact, would be the Speaker of the House. You will not be in that role now. You will be majority, and John Boehner will be the Speaker.
I am not running for Speaker of the House. I'm supporting John Boehner, and stay tuned on where we are headed in terms of the House. But I'll tell you this, Gretchen. The Young Guns program was one that was focused on the fact that we need to change the culture in Washington. And two colleagues of mine, Paul Ryan and Kevin McCarthy, started the program so we could go find some individuals to come to Washington, not to have a career, but to come here for the right reasons, which to reclaim the idea of America, where everyone's got a fair shot here, and we're not here to go in and feed at the trough of taxpayer dollars, but frankly to change government, to reduce its size, and to empower people again. And last night's results vindicated that effort. We have so many new members coming now. We don't know the final numbers, but we know we picked up over 60 seats to deliver on that goal.
All right, Congressman Eric Cantor, you're going to be changing, Washington's going to be changing, you're going to be changing your title from House Minority Whip to Majority Leader. Congratulations to you, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Gretchen.
From Feingold to Oberstar, many senior Democrats lost their seats last night. Is this a direct result of the president's policies? Carl Rove, the architect, up next with his thoughts. Then someone who did not support the president's policies, Tea Party supporter Nikki Haley. She ran against health care to become South Carolina's first female governor. She will join us live as well.
We get to start working for you, and we will work every day to make you proud. That's my promise. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. 7:32 on the East Coast right now. Let's take a look at what happened last night and the balance of power. This is the House of Representatives, 435 members. Look at this. The Republicans now are back in control, 239 so far to 183 Democrats.
Yeah, that was a wave. The last time, in 94, people were talking about, that was a wave. They only picked up 52 seats. As you can see from the number up in the upper right-hand corner, Republicans picked up 63, and there's still some outstanding.
And one of the reasons? 6 in every 10 voters said, independents said, we're going GOP, and they got over 50% of the vote. Overall, did the Republican Party yesterday. Meanwhile, in the Senate, surprisingly, when you get 60 seats in the House, they did not deliver the Senate. Still, the Democrats have to feel relieved that they are in control of this chamber. As of right now, with a couple of races too close to be determined, still, it is 49-46 in favor of the Democratic Party, with that majority leader presumably still being Harry Reid. Unless Harry Reid says, I'm 70, I'm going to give somebody else a shot.
Sure.
You just don't think
I don't think that's ever going to happen. During the primary campaign, he was called unelectable. Now he's beat the odds. Rand Paul will become the junior senator from Kentucky, and our own Mike Tobin joins us from Paul's hometown now of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Gretchen. Good morning, guys. No real surprises out here in Bowling Green, Kentucky, as Rand Paul's race was one of the first ones called in the evening. Still, here in what was ultimately Tea Party Central, a great cheer went out as that race was called early in the evening. Rand Paul taking to the stage, saying he's taking a message and the Tea Party with him to Washington.
I will be working to form a Tea Party caucus, and we will be a voice within the Republican caucus and within the Senate.
First order of business, a balanced budget amendment. Not an easy task, so acknowledges Rand Paul. But then again, making the transition from Bowling Green eye doctor to U.S. Senator-elect is also not an easy task. And he believes when faced with a choice on the record between voting for or against a balanced budget amendment, his new colleagues on the Hill will vote in favor. Guys, back to you.
All right, Mike. Yeah, and you know what? They're going to be swearing in together, father and son. They're going to look to do that, Congressman Ron Paul. Thank you very much, Mike Tobin.
And coming up on our show, we're going to have Rand Paul live. He'll be joining us, I believe, in the 8 o'clock hour. Yep, 8:45 a.m. Eastern Time.
Meanwhile, somebody who got live sitting right next to us is Karl Rove. He, of course, the former senior advisor and deputy chief of staff to President George W. Bush. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
I got a feeling you really mean it is a good morning for you.
Yes, I'm a very happy camper this morning.
We got lots to talk about.
Right. 2 years ago, if I told you that this would be this type of switch type of wave, what would you have said?
I would have checked what you were drinking or smoking.
Right. You still should do that, but go ahead. So you would be surprised.
Exactly. No, awfully surprised. It's unbelievable. It is a result of one thing, and that is the President of the United States has single-handedly resurrected the conservative movement and the Republican Party by his policies. It's remarkable.
Let's look at Wisconsin, because longtime incumbent Russ Feingold, nobody would have ever predicted that he would go down in this Senate race. And you have Ron Johnson, a virtual unknown, a businessman who gets involved in the Tea Party movement, and now he's the next senator from Wisconsin. Let's hear what he has to say.
My campaign has really been pretty simple, because I think the priority is pretty straightforward. It's not going to be easy, it's going to be hard, but we know what we need to do. We need to restore fiscal sanity to this nation.
So he's new, but Carl, you're bringing out first Ron Johnson. What do you think?
Very impressive. Think about this. This is the first time he was ever involved in politics, and first time he ever ran for anything. He was great, as you saw on the campaign stump, energized a lot of people and took out a very big figure in Wisconsin politics. Big accomplishment.
There were a bunch of people in the House who had been there for a very long time. They probably figured, I got parking here for life.
Yep.
Let's take a look at some of the Democrats who did fall. Jim Oberstar, he had been representing that district in Minnesota for 18 terms, as you can see
and
right
chairman
there.
of the Transportation Committee, a powerful position.
Powerful.
One of the things that the chairman of the Transportation Committee has by routine is a huge amount of money that he gets to earmark for your projects back home. That guy had paved one from one end of the district to the other end of the district, and he went down, as did two other Democrat chairmen. Ike Skelton of Missouri, very well respected and beloved back home. This guy did not lose because people didn't like him. They just said, you know what, we're tired of Obama, we're tired of Pelosi.
Well,
and Spratt, the chairman of the Budget Committee, who had defended the president's budget, went down badly in his district.
And a virtual unknown who took out Oberstar in Minnesota, Chip Kravac, a former Northwest Airlines pilot and member of the military.
And a veteran, Navy pilot.
All right, let's talk about Earl Pomeroy, too. He goes down.
Well, it was not only just chairman, but we also had these senior Democrats like Earl Pomeroy from North Dakota. We had Solomon Ortiz from South Texas. This is a district, and look, you can say Pomeroy was in red territory because North Dakota has gone for Bush and Obama, Bush and McCain both. But you take a district like Solomon Ortiz's district, this is Democrat territory, and Blake Farenthold, whose grandmother was the Sissy Farenthold, the leader of the modern liberal wing of the Democratic Party in Texas, he grew up a Republican. He took out Solomon Ortiz, who was elected in 1982. And all across the country we saw this. Paul Kanjorski, out, gone.
Chet Edwards?
Chet Edwards, one of the lieutenants to Nancy Pelosi in Texas, well respected. Rick Boucher, who from the 9th District of Virginia, who helped write the cap and trade bill, is bounced by a state delegate, Morgan Griffith. This is coal country, and it's part of the Appalachia problem that Obama has.
Yeah, Obama did a bit of campaigning for people.
Did a lot of campaigning.
And some had said, okay, they're trying to keep him at arm's length because he's bad for him, he's toxic for him, but others said, come on in. Yeah. How did the people who he invited in do?
Take a look at the last week. In the last week, he campaigns for Harry Reid, who wins. He campaigns in Illinois for his friend Janulius. Lost. Campaigns in Ohio for Strickland, Governor Strickland, loses. Campaigns extensively for Sestak, loses. Last night the Democrats. You see the trend. Last night the Democrats who were in red territory in the House who survived were people like Donnelly of Indiana and Altmaier of Pennsylvania, who said in their very early advertising, I opposed Obama and I oppose Pelosi.
Right, and they didn't even say they were Democrats.
Right.
But I do have to correct you because he did also campaign heavily in California, and the Democrats won there. And he campaigned heavily in Washington State, and that Senate race is still up for grabs.
I took the last week.
Okay.
Right. I mean, look, having a president is generally a plus. What was interesting to me was at the end, he went in and had a huge rally for a member of Congress, Perillo of Virginia, in Charlottesville, Sunday a week before the election. Perillo goes down big, and this is not the winning touch you want to have, and certainly inside the White House, you don't want to be putting the President of the United States out there in places where
I think my point was that it appears that Obama won on the coasts. So California.
Well, are you surprised? The left coast.
But I'm looking for your analysis on that because it appears that the whole center of America wanted change, but the coast did not.
Even the coast came in. Take for example, Republicans picked up 5 congressional districts here in New York. They picked up the Senate, kept a Senate seat in New Hampshire, and picked up both congressional seats. Looked like we're going to have a Republican governor of Maine. We picked up a congressional seat in New Jersey of a longtime Democrat. We picked up seats out in California, at least 2 California Democrats. Now, granted, they're not on the coast, but they're right next to the coast. They can see the Pacific Ocean from their porch.
That's a very good line. Carl, let's talk about the governor's mansion and what it means for a presidential election. Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio. What does it mean?
Well, it's big. It's if you're a governor, you tend to develop an actual political following in your state. That's why most in the modern era we've had more governors elected like Reagan and Bush and Clinton than we've had and Carter than we've had non-governors, and it's because the governors have a willingness to put their shoulder to the wheel on behalf of their fellow governors.
Well, Karl Rove,
and they will also be in charge of redistricting. And one of the unknown stories of last night I thought we'd pick up about 450 seats. Republicans would pick up 450 seats in state legislatures. Looks like it's closer to 500, and the numbers are astonishing. In Texas, we picked up, it looks like, 20 seats in the lower house, in the House of Representatives. They're giving us more seats than we ever had, even during redistricting, when guys in blue uniforms guarded the polls and people who wore gray couldn't vote.
Yeah, there's got to be a little chip in his head because he's got all these numbers and he knows it in such an encyclopedic way. The great Karl Rove.
I am your data source.
And we should mention your book is out in paperback now.
Yeah, it came out yesterday with a new chapter, The Myth of Obama.
Oh, good.
Well, you're not going to like it.
It's a great book.
Thank you.
We've all read it. All
right. He'll still mention you, I'm sure.
There we go.
Back, Karl Rove.
It's the race everyone's going to be talking about. Which one? Lots of them, but this one, Republican Lisa Murkowski leading a write-in bid for re-election. Governor Mike Huckabee joins us to talk about that race next.
And Nikki Haley, now elected to be South Carolina's first female governor. She's live with us. But also check out these other guests. Michael Steele, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West was a winner, Governor Haley Barbour, and Rand Paul, all in our next hour.
Holy cow. So keep it right here. But first, the Athletic Trivia question of the day. Karl Rove knows the answer. Born in this state in 1953, this domestic goddess developed her comic routines while she was a cocktail waitress. Be the first to email us at friends@foxnews.com, and you're going to win something real nice.
Couple quick headlines post-election for you. If you were looking forward to today's launch of the Space Shuttle Discovery, well, guess what? You're going to have to wait. Blastoff has been delayed again, this time because of an electrical problem. NASA says it's going to give it another go tomorrow. This will be Discovery's final flight. Thousands of voters who relied on Google to get them to their polling places may have been misdirected. Oopsie. One of Google's election center applications was said to be malfunctioning and possibly sent more than 700,000 voters in 12 battleground states to the wrong polling places.
Meanwhile, just 2 years ago, President Obama won Ohio, but this morning the state is red, not blue. Republican John Kasich, the new Republican governor of the Buckeye State, said this.
Folks, we took a step forward tonight to putting Ohioans back to work. We took a step forward to shrinking government and making it work better. We took a step forward to making Ohio the best place to live and work in the country.
Now it's time to meet our guest, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee. He was in Ohio last week campaigning with John Kasich, and he joins us right now. That's a very tight race. It was down to the wire.
Yes, it was.
And you were out there, but the big guns were going against you, too. Clinton, Obama, Michelle Obama, everybody was out.
It was a battleground, and it was a very intense and a very important battle for the Democrats. First of all, let's point something out. It is very, very difficult to unseat a sitting governor. I don't care what party and what year. Governor races don't tend to have the same kind of washover at the local level that Senate and House races do, and people don't often get as angry at their governor about what's going on in Washington. This was a big upset, and especially in a state like Ohio that went for Barack Obama the last time and that is a bellwether state. John Kasich had everything possible thrown at him, but he came through in a big upset last night.
Are you taking credit for his win?
You know what? If I get the credit, I'll take it, because if he'd have lost, I'm sure I'd have had the blame.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, the
Good
credit
point.
goes to John Kasich, who was a great candidate, and his lovely wife, Karen, who I think was really the one who pulled it off for him.
Well, thank you for mentioning her. Let's talk about other states that flipped to GOP governors.
17 state legislatures flipped. Some of the most significant ones. Places like South Carolina. But we had some like North Carolina. First time since 1870 do you have a Republican legislature. In Alabama, the first time since 1876. Karl Rove was just talking about huge gains in Texas. Same thing happened in Tennessee, where you had major shifts toward a strong Republican majority, not just a tiny one. Legislatures like Maine, all across America. Now, here's why this matters, for two reasons. One, the reapportionment battle that'll be taking place. This will change the congressional landscape over time. Secondly, policy. Policy isn't made in Washington. This big myth that, well, what Washington will do. Now that you have a divided government in Washington, there's going to be pretty much gridlock. But here's where policy can happen. At the state level, that's where welfare reform, education reform, innovations in how to build highways, those things happen at the states. With Republicans in charge of state budgets, state legislatures, state initiatives, you'll see some policy opportunities that you haven't seen in the last 15 to 20 years.
Alaska now. Let's talk about Lisa Murkowski, writing candidate. She right now has the advantage. She thinks she won over Joe Miller. Has not been declared yet. It's got about a 5-point advantage. You were up there for Joe Miller, right?
Yeah, well, I didn't go, but I've been very involved in Joe Miller's race. I think Joe's a great guy. You know, it's interesting. People talked about him as if he was so unprepared. He's a Yale Law School graduate. He's military. He was a commander of the military, an excellent candidate, but really was just vilified by the Alaskan press and by the Republican establishment. When people talk about Lisa Murkowski as the incumbent, one of the things, and I loved her father, don't get me wrong, but people forget that she was not elected to the U.S. Senate.
That's right.
She was appointed to the Senate, and her father appointed her when he was governor.
How handy.
Nice. Good work if you can get it.
It's great work having you here at
Thank
Fox. Governor, we'll be watching your show this
Well, I
weekend.
hope so. What else would you do on the weekend?
You're right.
Exactly right. Why take a nap?
He's yelling at us.
All right. Good to see you, Governor. Speaking of winning Republican governors, the new governor-elect of South Carolina, Nikki Haley, the first woman governor ever in that state. Next.
All right, the answer to the Aflac trivia question, Roseanne Barr. The winner is not Roseanne Barr. Jeff Lewis won. He's in North Carolina.
This movement was never meant to be about a person. It was never meant to be about an election.
This movement was about to be how we take our state and our country back.
So, after a hard-fought campaign, she's making history as South Carolina's first female governor. I'm joined right now by South Carolina Governor-elect Nikki Haley. Governor-elect, how does that sound?
Oh, it sounds great. It hasn't quite set in yet, but we're certainly excited.
From state legislator to governor of this state, has this always been the goal?
No, it never was the goal. You know, what I saw 18 months ago was I saw a federal and state government that was arrogant. It was irresponsible in its spending. It was intrusive. And, you know, I just felt the need to jump in there because I didn't see anyone else that was really going to fight for the people and help us take our state and country back. I've always believed, don't complain about it, do something about it. And so I did.
So you are the first female governor of South Carolina, as I mentioned. You're also, as an Indian American, making some history, too. Is that a special feeling of pride?
You know, I think it's a special feeling of pride for a lot of women, and I think it's a special feeling of pride for certainly the Indian American community. But what my focus is to make it a special issue of pride for the people of South Carolina. You know, I know that people will look at me and see that it's historic, but I hope what we do in January really is what makes the difference.
And Nikki, it got very personal with you. I mean, I don't know if I was reading the Star magazine or the Washington Post sometimes, by the way they were getting very personal. Did you ever say this is not worth it?
You know, I think sometimes God says you don't need to know, and so we went forward, and certainly we didn't expect how brutal the race would be, but it was important. You know, when you fight against the establishment fights back, and what I hope my race shows is that real people need to run. This is something where we've got to get good people back in office. We need to get people in that don't care about re-election, but that they show that government's common sense. That's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I hope to prove in office.
What do you think would have happened had Sarah Palin not come down, helped you out, and stumped for you and supported you?
You know, it was interesting. We had already seen the energy move. We had already seen the spirit move. She certainly came in at a time that was crucial. I think she's amazing at getting people to find the power of their voice. And so the fact that she came into South Carolina and said, we need you to look at this candidate, she's somebody worth paying attention to, was great for us. And I will always be grateful.
And when you look at the first thing you're going to do, now that you can put it together a things to do list, what's your first line of attack?
You know, when you give a man a job, you give a man pride. And so we're going to try and give a lot of pride to the state of South Carolina.
And education would be number two?
You know, I think it's the tax structure. It's going back to small businesses. It's jobs. It's creating an education system that works for South Carolina. You know, it's going back to the core functions of government. Government was intended to secure the rights and freedoms of the people. It was never intended to be all things to all people. We're going to go back to the basics. We're going to go back to prioritizing, and we're going to make sure we get real results the first year.
She's the governor-elect of South Carolina, the first female to get that post, and Indian American. A lot of reason to be happy today. Thank you very much for joining us, Governor Nikki Haley.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
All right. We'll talk to you again. Meanwhile, coming up straight ahead, a lot more. Top of the hour, a closer look at the new balance of power in Congress. We'll be joined by RNC Chairman Michael Steele. We'll see if we can get him off that fired Nancy Pelosi bus, because she is.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us on Wednesday, November 3rd, 2010. It's post-election talk. America taking a new step forward this morning. The blue state of Ohio flips to the color red, and the new governor, John Kasich, taking control.
Took a step forward to shrinking government and making it work better. We took a step forward to making Ohio the best place to live and work in the country.
More on the changing nation coming up next.
Meanwhile, he wanted Nancy Pelosi fired, and voters agreed. Siding with RNC Chair Michael Steele, he is here live to explain what Republicans will do now under the leadership of John Boehner.
Okay, Alaska Senate seat still up in the air, and we've got the brand new numbers to show you. Right now, write-in candidate Lisa Murkowski is in the lead. Fox and Friends starts right now.
Man, oh man, a big election last night, so we had to get up at 5 a.m., but we've had plenty.
Get up at 5 a.m. We were here at 5 a.m.
Our Tucuses were sitting here at 5.
Get up on the air at 5 a.m., and there are some races that are too close to call. In particular, let's start out in Alaska, because we could talk about Arkansas, Blanche Lincoln lost. Take a look at this. And now with something like 99% of the votes totaled, The write-in candidate has 81,000. Now, what they got to figure out is whether or not it is Lisa Murkowski's name as the write-in candidate, and that's going to take a little while.
I mean, you could write in Elvis. I mean, you could write in anything you wanted. You could
Yeah,
write
so
in
how do you know
yourself.
that all those are for Lisa Murkowski? And there seems to be some debate about how well you have to spell Murkowski. I mean, what was your intent? Can you imagine how that's going to come down if it actually becomes really, really close? How the spelling could come into play? It might be another Haining Chad moment.
But, you know, it just seems to be such a distance. And when she had joined us live, she seemed so confident, everything but saying that I'm waiting for the concession call.
Sure. All right. Meanwhile, let's talk about the balance of power in the United States of America. And we'd heard there could be a wave on Election Day, and indeed there was. Historic in size, 63 Republicans. That's the margin in the House. They officially elected 239 so far. That's just what we need. Meanwhile, on the blue side, 183 for the Democrats.
And how big is that? The biggest swing since 1948. And when you talk about what happened to Newt Gingrich when he came into power as Speaker with Bill Clinton, that was just a 54-seat gain. That seems small, but the Senate did not turn.
That is still now 49 Democrat, 46 to Republicans, but there are still at least 3 seats that we do not have confirmed yet. One of those is the Washington State Senate race, where you had the Republican Dino Rossi against the incumbent Democrat Patty Murray. It's too close to call right now, and one of the reasons is because in the state of Washington, you mail in your ballot. It's the only way to vote. And so you had up until yesterday, Election Day, to postmark that ballot. We may not know that one for the rest of the week.
Well, we got some bad news for people who are supporting Sharon Engel, the Tea Party candidate out in Nevada, and that is that Harry Reid will be returned to the U.S. Senate. As you can see there, a sizable lead, 50 to 45% is the margin out there this morning.
You would think a state that needed so much to do financially would have went for CEOs of companies like Carly Fiorina and Meg Whitman, but it didn't happen that way. It is Barbara Boxer that defeats Carly Fiorina, and in the end, it was 10 points. We had heard it was closing within 5, when it was all said and done when they went to the polls. 10-point difference. Barbara Boxer back for another 6.
And Jerry Brown also will return as a Democratic governor in the state of California. He beats out former eBay CEO Meg Whitman by a sizable margin. Let's hear what both of them had to say.
You know, I did this 36 years ago, and I tried during the campaign never to mention the word experience or to tell too many old stories because, you know, after a while, people are looking for something new. So I take as my challenge forging a common purpose. But a common purpose based not just on compromise, but on a vision of what California can be.
So I have just called Governor-elect Brown to wish him well. And it looks like the results are in, and it is time now for Californians to unite behind the common cause of turning around this state that we love.
All right, so the fellow who was once upon a time known as Governor Moonbeam will be in the state capitol there in the governor's mansion. Meanwhile, there was that ballot initiative on whether or not to legalize the possession and cultivation and transportation of marijuana. We've been talking about it for a couple of months here on Fox News. It went up in smoke. 54% of the state said, no, we can't do that. That's crazy. 46% said, yes, let's do it. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's something else the electorate said. 54% say we'd like to see health care repealed. And one of the reasons maybe why Pat Toomey will become the next senator from Pennsylvania, because he was against it and is for repealing it. He edged out Joe Sestak in Pennsylvania yesterday, and that was where Joe Sestak said he was a great closer, and the polls indicated that's exactly the truth. But in the end, they went with the former congressman.
And as we alluded to at the top of the hour, let's go to Ohio, very important state, where now it's gone back to being red. And in the governor's race, you have John Kasich, who has defeated the incumbent Governor Ted Strickland, which is a huge win for Republicans. Not only just for Republicans, though, but because it's in the state of Ohio, that has far-reaching ramifications for the 2012 presidential race.
All right. Now with his reaction to the big results, RNC Chairman Michael Steele joins us live. Good morning to you, Michael.
Good morning. How you doing, Steve?
Fine, thank you very much. Listen, you've been driving around that Fire Nancy Pelosi bus. I guess you would say mission accomplished?
Mission accomplished, but there's now the important work of governing, and it's important for a lot of reasons, because as you saw in a number of races, some of which you just talked about, there's still the people said, well, we're not sure. We're not sure about Republican leadership. We're not sure about the direction. And so this gives us an opportunity as a national party to really begin to drill home on the governing side, laying out a clear, comprehensive agenda, which I know the leadership will do, and inviting President Obama to the table. I just want to remind people that a year ago, this was the headlines around the country: endangered species. Last night, I think you saw you can change endangered to invigorated, because the party's found itself in its roots again. And I want to thank those Tea Party activists and our grassroots and the hard workers out there who really helped pull us in a new direction.
I want to get your thoughts on that a little bit more succinctly in just a moment. But first, let's hear from the apparent new Speaker of the House, John Boehner, as he gets emotional last night.
I poured my heart and soul into running a small business. And when I saw how out of touch Washington had become with the core values of this great nation, I put my name forward and ran for office. So I want to thank my wife Debbie, my girls Lindsay and Tricia, my 11 brothers and sisters, and all my friends and neighbors in Ohio for giving me the chance to serve and the opportunity to stand before you ready to lead. Thank all of you. God bless you, and God bless our great country.
Michael, John Boehner will be the speaker. He talked to the president last night. They said it was brief but cordial. What type of relationship do you expect for them to have? You know both men.
I think a good one. I think certainly Mr. Boehner is one who has on a number of occasions gone to the White House, looked to work with the White House, develop a relationship with the president. I think now with his new role in the House, that will be easier to forge. The real question, though, still remains for a lot of people to what extent the White House, the president, comes to the table in the face of a 60-seat majority pickup last night by Republicans. The fact that there were, state legislatures, some 21 in total between state houses and senates that flipped last night to Republican leadership. 6 seats in the Senate and 6 new governors. So he's got a lot to weigh on his side, too, with his base probably telling him you didn't go far enough, and the country saying you went too far. I think Mr. Boehner is going to be in a good position to bring the president to the table in a consensus manner.
Well, somebody who's come a long way, baby, is Marco Rubio. Last night he won big over Charlie Crist and also over Kendrick Meek as well. Here he is, Mr. Rubio, talking about what the win means going forward.
Tomorrow or even now, the stories are being written about what this election is about. What does it mean? And we make a grave mistake if we believe that tonight these results are somehow an embrace of the Republican Party. What they are is a second chance. A second chance for Republicans to be what they said they were going to be not so long ago.
But what about that, Michael Steele? The second chance for Republicans? Is there a divide within the Republican Party?
I don't know how you go from a second chance to a divide.
Well, because he's a Tea Party candidate, and you have the old establishment, many Republicans still coming back to Congress, and then you have the Tea Party candidates.
Right. The establishment's going to have to deal with a new reality. And the new reality is not just Marco Rubio, but it's Nikki Haley, it's Tim Scott. It's a host of people who won last night who are part of this new emerging generation. What you saw, in my estimation, and I agree with Senator-elect Rubio, was the grand old party evolving into the great opportunity party, where we are now not only getting outside of our comfort zone, but going out and touching people in a way in which our message is resonating. But I go back to our beginning point. We've got to now govern. And we've got to govern on some very difficult issues in a very difficult time. And the expectation bar set by the people last night is very high. Marco is exactly right. This was not gee, we love you, welcome back home, prodigal party. It's now, let's go and see how you do going forward.
Right, it's still the president that sets the agenda. But, Michael, give yourself some credit. I mean, this party was down in every sense of the word, and it's back, and you've been in the RNC chair.
Yeah, that's what team does. We came together as a team. I'm so excited and proud for our state party chairman and national committee women who out there, men and women, who work so hard to pull us all together.
Hang on to that Time magazine. It is suddenly a collector's item. Michael Steele, we thank you very much for joining us live. Thank you, sir.
All righty.
But what's he going to do with the bus? Coming up, the Army Lieutenant Colonel who unseated a two-term Democrat in Florida. Alan West, the first African-American Republican to hold that seat since the 1870s. He's next.
Also a drastic change in our nation's governors. Mississippi Governor Haley Barbour gives us his take. There's a shift towards Republican leadership encouraging him to run for president in 2012.
Welcome back to Americans Election Headquarters, the post-game show. Right now, Florida's governor's race still too close to call. Republican Rick Scott and Democrat Alex Sink both holding hope out that they will emerge the winner. Let's go live to Fort Lauderdale and Tracy Jason from our affiliate down there, WOFL. Good morning to you.
Well, good morning to you as well. And yes, a very tight race for sure. I just a few moments ago spoke to a Scott spokesman, and he's now telling us that he believes all the votes from Palm Beach County are in. They were waiting for those votes, and now they're waiting for one more precinct in Broward County, as well as some absentee ballots. They're also reporting at this point that the differential between Rick Scott and Alex Sink is sitting at about 70,000 votes. Now, that's different than what the AP is reporting. They're reporting a bit of a tighter race with a differential of 52,000. And those numbers are important because once we hit 24,000, just around there, we're looking at an automatic recount. But that sure didn't stop Rick Scott this morning from coming down at about 2 a.m., telling a big crowd here at the Hilton that he believes that's not going to happen. They've looked at the numbers. It won't be triggered, and he thinks he's going to be the next governor. Hopefully we'll get some clarity later on this afternoon. Back to you.
All right, Tracy, we thank you very much for that live report. Also in Florida, a campaign marked with personal attacks and character insults. Last night, one man emerged victorious. Tea Party favorite Republican Alan West, an outspoken former Army lieutenant colonel, ousted Florida's incumbent Democratic representative, Ron Klein. West becoming one of the two black Republicans to win House seats. And he joins us from Miami this morning. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Steve. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, but I'm not doing as well as you are. How'd you do it?
Well, I think that the most important thing was that we show that character and honor and integrity can stand against the vile and vicious attacks that we suffered. And we stay focused on the message. We stay focused on the issues that are very pertinent to the people here in South Florida in Congressional District 22.
Now, last night at your victory party, you did not mention Ron Klein by name, but you did take a shot at the President of the United States and Nancy Pelosi going forward.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the critical things that we need to make sure that happens is that we're all working together for what's best for, the people here as my constituents and also all of the American people. And this should not be about, quote unquote, punishing enemies or hand-to-hand combat. But we need to come to the table and talk about whether the viable legislative solutions that make sure that America goes forward, especially when we have a 13% unemployment down here in South Florida. Right. We have some of the highest foreclosure rates as well.
Well, speaking of hand-to-hand combat, you had it in that particular race. I mean, it was dirty at times.
Yeah. Well, it absolutely was. But I think it comes back to what we saw in this political cycle. When you had opponents that really didn't have a message, they could not run on their record. The only thing that they did was go after the character assassination and personal attacks. This was one of the nastiest races in the country. My Social Security number and my wife's employment identification number was put out in a mail piece. But the important thing is that we stood and we withstood against it all, and we came out on the other side with victory.
Well, now Colonel West goes to Washington. What's on your agenda?
Well, I think it boils down to two things that I have said. It's the fiscal security and the physical security of the American people. We have got to do something about making sure that we can transfer the wealth of the American people back to them so that the investment, the ingenuity, the innovation, the private sector, long-term sustainable economic growth comes forth from the American people. But then also we have to make sure that we keep the people safe. And we saw what happened with these bombs that came over from Yemen. We're seeing some bad trends in Afghanistan and Iraq, so we've got to be focused right now.
All right. Well, I know you're focused on probably taking a nap. You've had a very busy and bruising campaign. Listen, I'm flying down to Fort Lauderdale later today. Is there any do you have time to pick me up at the airport? Because I could save on a taxi.
Well, sure. Just look for the black Titan truck. I'll be right there.
Oh, great. All right. Congratulations to Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, the big winner last night in the 22nd Congressional District of Florida. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Next up, Mississippi Governor Haley Barbour gives us his take on the nation's shift toward a Republican leadership in the House. And Tea Party candidate Rand Paul beat the odds and won the Republican seat for Senate in Kentucky. He also joins us in a jam-packed morning right here on Fox and Friends.
A message that is loud and clear.
All right, we've had a lot of election news. Now some other headlines. First up, 3 San Diego residents under arrest accused of trying to help terrorists. The Somali men are accused of trying to funnel money to al-Shabaab. That is a terror group dedicated to bringing down the government of Somalia. Meanwhile, word this morning that some of Alaska's fuel pipelines are seriously corroded and are in danger of rupturing. And get this, they're owned by BP. According to a new maintenance report, at least 148 BP pipelines on Alaska's North Slope have received an F ranking, meaning 80% of the pipe wall is rotted out and could collapse. That's not good. Brian, Gretch, over to you.
All right, it was a big night for Republicans, as we've been reporting all morning. But is the country shift to the right any indication of what may happen in 2012?
Mississippi Governor Haley Barbour is the chairman of the Republican Governors Association, and he's our guest this morning. Good morning to you, Governor.
Hey, Gretchen. Good morning.
So let's take a look at what happened last night, and then we'll get your thoughts moving forward to 2012. Let's go out to California, where we have Jerry Brown, the Democrat, the winner over Meg Whitman, the Republican. Is this how you saw this coming down to the wire?
Well, it was a very close race right up until about the last 10 days. And then there was movement both for Brown in the governor's race and for Boxer in the Senate race. I can't explain why.
Right.
But the good news is it was rare in the surrounding states of Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Idaho, Oregon, New Mexico. All the other states that had a governor's race out there either have elected a Republican governor, or in the case of Oregon, Chris Dudley's about 10,000 votes ahead with a few votes left to count.
In Ohio, probably the most intriguing, John Kasich, winner over Ted Strickland. What Kasich did when he was in Congress with President Clinton in getting our fiscal house in order, I think paid off. Don't you agree?
Well, there's no question about that. John Kasich, being the guy that led the first balancing of the U.S. budget in a generation, was perfect for what's going on in Ohio and so many other states. You know, the issue set for this election was economic growth and job creation, and underlying all of that was too much spending, skyrocketing debt, piling trillions of dollars of new debt on our children and grandchildren, big tax increase around the corner in January. Kasich and many other Republican candidates throughout the country campaigned on exactly those issues. And that's why I say this election was actually a repudiation of President Obama's policies in governor's races as well as in congressional races.
Yeah, it was interesting how it seemed to flow over into governor's races, even though they're not making the decisions in Washington. Let's take a look at Arizona real quick, and then I'll let you comment on that. Jan Brewer, who sort of made her mark with her whole new immigration law there, won big time over her opponent there. What do you make of that?
Well, she did, and of course the immigration law made her support just explode. She was in a very competitive race. Right. The Democrats nominated their attorney general, clearly their strongest candidate, and as you say, she really beat him badly, and it was propelled by that immigration law.
How much easier was your job after seeing how Republicans performed when they got their job in the election a year ago. You see what Governor Christie's done. You see what the governor of Virginia's done. So you actually had a resume to show people about what Republicans could potentially do in a state.
That's right. When we were talking about what the issue set was in terms of spending and the economy, and then you look at Chris Christie in New Jersey, Bob McDonnell in Virginia, both elected last year, and in each case personified what we really wanted to get done, what the American people wanted to get done. When the Democrats would say, oh, you can't cut spending, you can't cut this, you can't cut that, Chris Christie and Bob McDonnell said, we did. Right. You know, and in Christie's case, with a Democrat legislature.
Right, right. Well, I know that you said you were going to sit down with friends and family after the midterms after you got governors elected to think about your own presidential run in 2012. You ready to make that announcement this morning?
It's been 3 hours.
It seems like I got about 10 minutes sleep. But
I'm with you.
You know, Gretchen, it is now time to sit down and see if there's anything to think about. And over the next few weeks and months, that's what I'll do.
Okay. All right.
Very honest.
All right, Governor
Thanks.
Haley Barbour of Mississippi, good to chat with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
And so, sorry you started to talk about 2012. Governor Haley Barbour, a lot to be happy about. Meanwhile, straight ahead, the election, not just about the candidates. Voters also weighing in on measures to legalize marijuana and let non-citizens vote. The results on the issues next.
And Tea Party candidate Rand Paul beat the odds, winning the Republican seat for Senate in Kentucky. The senator-elect joining us live. Coming right up.
We've got an election alert for you. We wish we could tell you who has won the job as senator from Alaska. But as you can see right here, with 99% of the precincts reporting, the writing candidate is the winner. The problem is we don't know what names were written in as the write-in candidates, so now they've got to go through the time-taking task of looking at each and every one, saying, okay, there's one for Murkowski. Right. Does that look like Murkowski to you?
Well, and that's going to be, we're going to have a segment coming up where I'm going to ask the voter fraud election specialist that exact question. What are the laws? Do you have to write Lisa Murkowski's name exactly perfectly? She was a guest when we started this show a long time ago at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, and she said you didn't, as long as the intent was Murkowski.
Right.
But then you get into the definition of like what the word is. What's the definition of intent?
Right, and the other thing is there is some bitterness between the candidates. There's no love lost there, so they're probably going to dig in, plus a lot's at stake. Keep in mind, too, it's not going to affect the Republican Party. She has gone out of her way to say, I'm going to stay in the Republican Party, the same place, so there's going to be no Joe Lieberman-like angst there.
And too bad she doesn't have a shorter name to spell. You know, if it's Alex Sink down in Florida, Sink's pretty easy.
Yeah.
But Murkowski, is the second letter an E or a U?
Or a Y at the end.
It's a new.
Meantime, a new Congress will convene in January, and with it, a new conservative majority. GOP leader John Boehner expected to become the next speaker, and he's going to have a new team to help him.
Yep, Mike Emanuel live at the White House with some of the president's biggest disappointments, and there are quite a few to go over, Mike, right?
Well, no question about that, Brian. And guys, good morning. The president spent a lot of time in some of these key battleground states that will be key to his reelection. So Pennsylvania has to be considered a big disappointment. We saw the president and vice president in Ohio last Sunday. Obviously, Ohio is expected to be a huge battleground when you're talking about 2 years from now. And both the governor's position and the U.S. Senate seat went Republican this time around. And then you have to look at Alexei Giannoulias in Illinois, running for the president's former seat. The president raised money for him, traveled, went out there and tried to help him, even called radio stations on his behalf. So those have to be some of the big disappointments, obviously, in addition to losing the House of Representatives, guys.
Okay, so Mike, what comes next? You know, is there going to be gridlock in Washington because you've got a Republican House but a Democrat Senate? Barely.
Well, that is the question, and that's obviously something we're going to ask the president when he does a news conference at 1 o'clock. How does he turn the page with Republicans in the House? Where can he find common ground? Obviously, there will be some new figures coming to prominence on the Republican side. When you talk about Eric Cantor from Virginia, who's expected to be the majority leader, Kevin McCarthy from Bakersfield, California, is expected to be the whip. Here's McCarthy on what all this means.
This isn't so much a victory for Republicans, it's a message against the current direction of Washington. So we have a lot of work cut out for us. The message that the American people have been saying is we got to control spending. It's out of control, and we need jobs created.
So if there's focus on job creation and deficit spending and that sort of thing, then it sounds like Republicans in the House will be on board, but the devil's in the details. We'll obviously see how they work that out down the road, guys.
Michael, look forward to hearing your question, and we'll all be watching it at 1 o'clock when the president addresses the press. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much.
Meanwhile, during the primary campaign, he was called unelectable. This morning, Tea Party candidate Rand Paul has beaten the odds and won the Republican seat for the Senate in Kentucky.
I have a message. A message from the people of Kentucky. A message that is loud and clear and does not mince words. We've come to take our government back.
And Senator-elect Paul joins us now live from his hometown of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Good morning to you, Senator-elect, and congratulations.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
So, you know, the polls had this race much more of a nail-biter than it actually turned out. You actually won by a substantial lead. Were you also surprised at that?
Maybe a little bit, but I think the president's agenda down here in Kentucky is not very popular. I mean, we have a president that we used in a lot of our commercials because he basically said that his policies of cap and trade would bankrupt coal, and that's not a very popular stand to take in Kentucky. He also said that his policies on cap and trade would double electric rates or raise electric rates significantly. That's not very popular here or anywhere in the country. So we just simply ran and talked about the president's policies and how we believe more in the individual, more in the marketplace, and their belief is that government's the answer to everything, but we really think that in capitalism, competition is the answer.
Senator Paul, now Senator-elect Paul, now you're going to have the prospect of governing. That's what you got to do. You also talked about forming a Tea Party caucus. Who would be in it? What do you think you'll do with it?
Well, I do want to form a Tea Party caucus, and actually one of my ideas is I'd like to have it include House members and Senate members. I don't think that's ever been tried before, but really the will of the people is first transmitted and more apparently transmitted through the House than the Senate. So I think there's a lot of potential members in the House and a few members in the Senate as well. And I think it would be important because really Americans don't understand why we have to balance our own family budget and Congress doesn't. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to us. But when you say that in Washington, they act like you're crazy if you talk about balancing the budget. But you know what? What's crazy is a $2 trillion deficit. You know, we have to do something to get our fiscal house in order.
We were speaking of the House is in the Republican hands, the Senate in Democrat hands, barely. The question of will there be gridlock in Washington now? I understand you feel that gridlock is good because a divided government spends less money.
Well, it depends on what you want to call it. I like to call it debate. I think debate is good. When you have one side in charge and they don't really even listen to the other side, then there's no real debate. You know, in Kentucky for many years we were a one-party state, and I don't think that was good for the state. Now we have Republicans in charge of the state Senate and Democrats in charge of the other two branches, but it does serve debate. Some people call it obstruction, but they just don't understand. Debate is good and healthy for the country, and it has both sides involved in the debate.
Yeah, I know you got to get to another interview. I just think it's going to be an interesting family affair. You had your sons playing guitar on the stage last night, and you're going to get sworn in with your dad when it's time for the new session of Congress. Congratulations, Senator Paul.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Very good. All right. Meanwhile, as we reported earlier, California's proposition to legalize pot up in smoke. That was just one of more than 150 ballot questions voters decided upon across the country yesterday. Doug Kennedy has got a rundown of some other controversial initiatives, don't you, Doug?
I sure do, Steve. I know the one you guys are most interested in is that Kansas right to bear arms, and not just because of the video of me shooting that gun. Your connection to Kansas, right, Steve?
Yeah, I'm from Kansas, so I'm interested in that and so much more.
Okay, well, Kansas, I'm here to tell you, now has a state constitutional right to bear arms. That measure passed overwhelmingly. All in all, voters yesterday decided on 106. There's the video. That's good. On 161 ballot measures in 37 states. And here are just some of the results. Smoking is now banned in bars and casinos in all places of employment in South Dakota, including in Deadwood. And hunting has become a constitutional right in South Carolina. Both of those passed with strong majorities. Oklahoma, meanwhile, voted to ban Sharia law from all state courts, while Portland, Maine, decided not to give non-citizen immigrants the right to vote in local elections. That failed by one of the closest margins last night, just a handful of votes. Florida's initiative to put up large developments up to vote also failed, but passing was an initiative in Missouri that will require dog breeders to take better care of their puppies. The so-called puppy mill ban passed easily, even as critics were calling it a stalking horse for banning large farm operations.
As soon as they get this law, they're going to try to sort of take a lateral step and apply it to livestock animals.
So now your opponents say first you're going to limit the size of dog farms, and then you're going to limit the size of all farms. What do you say to that?
That's just simply untrue. This ballot measure is about one issue. That's puppy mills.
And in the most expensive initiative this year, California rejected a bid by oil companies to roll back limits on greenhouse gases. Environmental groups raised over $30 million in that fight, and Californians were treated to a barrage of advertising from both sides. That's it from here. Steve, back to you.
All right, Doug Kennedy with the very latest on puppy mills, also shooting and hunting and smoking. Very thorough.
Covered the gamut.
Thank you,
All
sir.
right, thanks, Doug. Many races still too close to call, and that has some politicians already mulling a recount. The attorneys who argued on behalf of President Bush and Vice President Gore, remember that in Florida? They join us next.
Hello, Alaska. Then Republican nominee for Senate in Delaware, Christine O'Donnell, lost the race last night, but says the message lives on, and she will join us live.
This
You're waking up this morning and you're saying, hey, all those races aren't settled yet. Yep, still too close to call for some of them this morning, and accusations of voter fraud not making things any easier. To fight the problem, the Department of Justice sent out 400 observers to these 18 states on the map, but this morning, complaints still coming in. So will we see recounts? Two experts on recounts, attorney for President Bush during the 2000 recount, Jason Unger, and the attorney for Al Gore's team, Kendall Coffey. What perfect guests for this segment. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you.
All right, let's go out to Alaska because this is such a fascinating race. You had the write-in candidate, Lisa Murkowski. It looks like she may win this with 41% of the vote. However, they have to go through all of these ballots now and see if people actually wrote her name down. And Jason, let me go to you first. What will they accept as good enough for Murkowski?
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a very subjective standard where they're going to try to ascertain the intent of the voter. And my understanding is that there's hundreds of people on the write-in list that qualified as write-in candidates. So if there's other Lisas on there, other Lisa M's, it's going to be a very subjective standard, and we don't know how they're going to do it.
Mr. Coffey, I mean, this is unbelievable because I'm thinking back to something you both are very familiar with, which is the hanging Chad in Florida in 2000. I mean, would this be even more subjective than the intent of the hanging Chad?
Well, I don't know that anything could be more subjective than hanging chads, dimple chads, pregnant chads. But you are going to get into a wild range of different possibilities based on the spelling of the name, based on initials and things like that. So if the margin ends up being very, very close, expect handwriting experts, expect lots of litigation, and an election that may not be decided for days or weeks.
Wow, and that would be exactly why Miller has not conceded yet. Let's move on to the state of Washington, because this race for the Senate, too close to call right now, and we may not know for a while because it's Rossi versus the incumbent Murray. In Washington state, everyone votes via mail. So explain, Jason, how this works and whether or not you think it could be rife with fraud.
Well, the problem in going back to last time Rossi lost a close one, lots of allegation in Kings County with absentee ballot fraud. And because Washington State has a total absentee ballot program, mail-in program, you have ballots that have been sent out through the U.S. mail. They're handled by outside people, then sent back in. It's just a perfect recipe for fraud and disaster out in Washington.
Mr. Coffey, I want to get your quick thoughts on Florida, because that one too close to call for governor right now as well, between Sink and Scott.
It's too close to call right now. It's going to come down to how many provisional ballots are out there, how many uncounted absentee ballots are out there. Could there be enough uncounted votes to close the gap? She needs to get it down to about a 30,000 margin to trigger an automatic recount.
All right, Kendall Coffey and
well,
Jason.
Gretchen, if I can add to that, we have 68,000 spread in Florida. Rick Scott is going to be the next governor of the great state of Florida with only about 11,000 provisionals. It's mathematically impossible for Rick Scott not to be elected governor.
All right, very interesting discussion. Kendall Coffey, Jason Unger, thanks for your thoughts this morning.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Gretchen.
Christine O'Donnell, you've heard that name a lot, right? Well, she faced a tough loss in Delaware's Senate race last night. She's going to join us live after the break. But first, let's check in with Martha McCallum for what's on at the top of the hour. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, Gretchen. Good morning, everybody. We'll get to know the new scene in Washington with us this morning, folks. Many of the old faces are gone. The map looks decidedly different, and the president is getting ready to react. How will he respond with this big loss last night, the first, really, of his political career? Ron Johnson joins us as well, and Bill and I join you top of the hour.